to Radical Coder and get Admiral Gibbs to have their issues with you. But go ahead.
My hottest takes? Here's the thing. I don't really consider any of my takes hot.
Well, I guess let me ask you this then. So when you were calling in on a Destiny panel the other day,
Mm-hmm.
last week, I believe,
Mm-hmm.
I asked you a question. I asked you that if Trump pardons himself so that he is unable to be prosecuted for his alleged crimes, I asked you if he would become a legal target for violence or people would be justified in
Well, not
doing
legal.
violence
It,
against
it
him.
wouldn't be legal, but it would be moral. Yes.
You would think it would be morally justified to do violence again. I think that's a pretty hot take, and we can start with that.
Really? Okay.
That's an absolutely hot take that because he pardons himself, that people would be morally justified in killing him. That's a hot take, Dev. You understand that, right?
Well, I think it's a correct take, though. I think if you've subverted law and order to the point that you're just letting yourself all off the hook for all your fucking crimes, yeah, we are now beyond the bounds of law and constitutions in order to be able to do the right thing.
So
So
if
I think it's
someone gets
normal.
away with, say, I don't know, tax fraud, do you think that someone is justified in killing them?
No, I think it's categorically different when you're in power.
Okay, fair enough. We're gonna get to it though. So gang, come on in, jump backstage. I'm sure he'll have other hot takes that he'll be giving throughout the night. Let's start with Admiral Gibbs. Admiral Gibbs, you want to tell people who you are and what your issue is with Mr. Dev here?
Yeah, I'm Admiral Gibbs. This is Garfield. And we have issues with many of his liberal takes, his weak foreign policy, like his Venezuela takes. Those were terrible. Didn't seem like I liked those. You know, maybe
Wait,
the
what did I
best
even
thing
say
he
about
did.
Venezuela?
I don't know. I was scrolling through your tweets here, and it seemed like
Okay.
you didn't like how we were handling the bombing, some of the boats, and it didn't seem like you had like just the Venezuela policy in general. Maybe you could elaborate.
Sure. I mean, I'm not against the idea of overthrowing a shitty socialist hellhole and liberating them and making them into a nice westernized liberal capitalist democracy. Sounds good to me. But from what I understand, is that you need some sort of congressional approval to do this sort of thing, and Trump is currently operating without it.
Uh, so this is like specifically because Trump is doing the kind of thing. It's like a DDS
No,
situation.
no, absolutely not. If Trump got permission from Congress to do this, I'd be more on board with it.
Well, I guess the problem I have with that is when's the last time a president did that?
That would be Iraq, 2003,
Okay, and I'm not
and then
sure why.
Afghanistan before that. Yeah, yeah.
No, we didn't. We had cleared all these different special operations. We had all these loopholes, but multiple times before where they weren't really officially wars. All these other different little things. We go all over the world. And we do this all the time. Why is this any different than say like Somalia or Libya or like anything we're doing in Syria right now? I don't understand why this is any different.
Hold on, let me see here. In 2001, Congress passed authorization for use of military force in 2001, AUMF. So yeah, these are things that Congress authorizes.
Okay.
The fact that the executive is just
Are they able to
basically
declare things
hold on.
like the terror works? Like because it seems like this is just an extension of the global war on terror once you declared a cartel a terrorist organization. Do you
I
disagree
think
with
the
that
global war on
statement?
terror is over. I don't think that's in any force anymore.
I mean, in general, it still is. We still use a lot of those documents that often define how we do things, like non-combatants. We have enemy combatants and foreign combatants, all these different things, all these little terms, the specific legal terms. I don't have them all right in front of me specifically at this moment in time, but like they still use these regularly to define anything. I mean, I don't see why once you declare something a terrorist organization, that's not going to authorize you to take military action against them when we use it all the
Let's
time.
Oh,
well let's look it up and see
Sure.
what the government has actually said about it.
I,
I'll take a look right now.
I
Let's
have a
see.
question in there regarding that. I mean, what about domestic terror organizations? Like Trump also has listed Antifa as a terrorist organization. Do you think that that authorizes military strikes against Antifa organizations, quote unquote?
Is that for me or him?
I guess that's for Gibbs, but maybe I should be pushing you instead.
Yeah, I
I,
guess.
I
Oh no,
kind of agree with
it's
your
fine. Go,
sentiment
go
here.
ahead. Go ahead.
I mean,
I
I
don't
would
mind.
say, like, potentially, I think that, if you're declaring things terrorist organizations, you're going to have, like, a much more aggressive militaristic stance, whether that's a, like, National Guard, or if it's a, like, Headlines Police Force, or it's the Coast Guard, or it's, like, let's use the actual military. I think those are all within threat range once you start declaring things like a terrorist story, domestic or foreign. I think specifically foreign is more egregious if they could tie you specifically to foreign things. So, like, if they had tied Antifa to being, like, foreign power back, I would be more inclined to aggressive, like, using force towards them. But if they were just domestic, I'd be, I don't know, less. So,
mean, I'm no fan of Antifa, but I don't think it's appropriate to call them a terror organization. Um, I have a lot of problems with Antifa. In fact, the Antifa in my city got my editor fired from his day job due to associations with me. So like I am no friend of Antifa. But to say that they're the same thing as an actual terrorist organization is kind of fucking insane.
Okay. So while we look up that information that you're trying to get to, Radical Coder, you had a different issue with that.
Very different. So
Maybe
Well,
we can talk
when you
real quick, just real quick. Like, I cannot
Yeah.
find anybody saying that Congress has given any sort of has passed anything regarding Venezuela. It seems to still be very much up in the air. It's it's a legal shit show. I think it will be a legal shit show, especially if the Dems win in 2026, which they probably will, to be honest. So I'm
and to,
here for it, by the way.
yeah, and to be clear, we
Yes.
have a show next week, and we're gonna have Mooncake on there, we're gonna have Doobie on there, and we're gonna be talking about in detail the Venezuelan boat strikes. But that's a next week topic, and today we're here to fight Dev. So, Radical
true.
Coder, give us what you got.
Yeah, so I had a very different angle. A couple years ago, on a very primitive version of my YouTube channel, I did a live stream where I watched one of Dev's videos on critical race theory, which is a bit of a pet topic of mine. Some of you might remember a conversation with Destiny a few years ago where I talked about like racist math or whatever. So I have a little bit of origins in that. But Dev, I guess, well, maybe your sentiments have changed over the last couple of years, but at the time, you gave like a pretty long history of I guess cultural Marxism, and then I guess kind of baked this in to the ideas behind like critical race theory. Like, have you changed your position? Like, are you still like against critical race theory broadly, or do you do you have less issues with it now as you've I guess woken from your more conservative leaning coma?
Well, one, my political views haven't actually changed. Everyone says that they have, but they haven't. Two, I did a video maybe back in February titled "Can You Be Racist Against White People?" And I redid parts of, because you're talking about my Antonio Gramsci video, and I redid parts of the
I believe so,
Antonio
yeah.
Gramsci video in that video, and I pretty much feel the same way. There's not much in terms of how I've changed on that. I think that, so first of all, just to be clear, I think that most people who talk about critical theory online are very ignorant of it. It's like for a while it was like the right wing boogeyman. They had no fucking clue what they were talking about. It was just nonsense. But also I do think that fundamentally there's like there is an anti-liberal streak to it that I don't like, because liberalism is very focused on the individual and critical race theory is very much not focused on individual rights. It's focused on like the rights of certain groups or demographics, and I don't like that as a liberal.
Well, I guess to give the initial pushback there, like in terms of it being about groups instead of individual, like wouldn't you acknowledge that like if there are dynamics through legal means that are targeting certain groups, then those individuals are collectively being victimized by those systems, right?
Sure, but I think you're very hard pressed to find them today. I mean, maybe you'll find them more now that the right controls everything. But like, go back 5 years,
No doubt.
I don't think you'd find any of them. To be honest, I think they were pretty much extinct in like the liberal, capitalist, democratic West. That shit was in our past.
You don't think there were still like court cases that would rise up where there were like discrimination issues that were being challenged, and like certain like laws that might have existed were being pushed against because of the
Just
way they
for
disproportionately
sake of
impacted a certain
discussion,
group?
Radical, can you give us an example
Yeah.
that you're thinking of?
I mean, I don't have a specific law in mind when I say that. I'm curious if Dev thinks that's the case or not.
Well, when I did my second video on the topic, I decided to go a little bit deeper into it, and I pulled out these various definitions of racism, right? Because there's racism on an individual level, where you have you have a white person being shitty towards a black person because he is black, and that's like an individual racism, and then you have structural racism, which is where and you can have structural racism in the absence of individual racism, because you could have like certain policy where it's like, oh, this law is written to target black people, and even though I'm not racist, I gotta do my job and enforce the law as it's written. And then you can have the next level of that is like where this level is like the powder versus crack cocaine example, where like because black people disproportionately used crack cocaine versus powder and white people used powder, they made crack cocaine be a harsher sentence, even though there was really no actual reason for it. They were the same drug in the end. So it's one of those things where we're not going to write into the law that, oh, this is meant to affect black people, but they didn't write into the law, but it clearly does, right? And so by the way, it's my opinion that those types of racism are like 99% solved at this point. Like that's done. That's over with. What remains now are what we might call the echoes of racism, so even though we've now pulled apart policies that were legitimately racist, let's say 40 years ago, they're still going to have knock-on effects because people who suffered under them are still alive today, and they're still raising their kids, and there's going to be some sort of snowball effect that goes on, and eventually that will work its way out of the system. It might take a few generations. You can't really rush that process. It is what it is. But I think this idea, there's this idea that like we are somehow this eternally racist society that has to repent for its sins in perpetuity. I think that's all fucking nonsense.
I mean, I guess like I don't get the vibe based on my explorations of like critical race theory that they're like there's this constant need for repenting so much as like what you were just acknowledging, that like there are going to be these kind of microcosms, these echoes of past racist policies, and that there's going to be I mean, critical race theorists would probably dig into how different laws affect different people, and when they find these disparities, they might challenge them in court, and that seems like the main goal there. So I don't. It sounds like you don't think that's a problem at all. So maybe we don't disagree as much on this at all.
If there's actual racism, no, of course not. I don't disagree with that at all. I just think there's a lot less there than people on the left think that there is. And when it comes to people who believe that like like whites should be eternally repenting or something for the crimes of their ancestors, I've definitely found those people, and I talked about them in that second video of mine. I mean, I think a big one that everyone talked about back in the 2010s was Robin DiAngelo and her fucking ridiculous book. I forget exactly what it was called.
Anti-racism or something like that.
I have to look it up. It's her most famous book.
That's
But yeah, she basically said
how to be anti-racist or something. I don't know.
I think it's Kendi.
Yeah, DiAngelo's ideas were basically
white fragility. Is that one?
White fragility, yes, yeah. It was such a nonsense fucking. Yeah, it was
I mean, like the concept that white people often are. Like when conversations about racism come up, they express like a lot of resistance to it, like there does seem to be like a like. Do you not agree that sentiment exists? Like white people are predisposed to being kind of like avoidant to talking about the issues of racism, especially in the United States.
Sometimes, sure, but I think there's also a good reason for that, because a lot of white people actually aren't racist, and I think there's definitely this feeling that sometimes they're being blamed for something they didn't do.
Like I mean I don't think that I'm racist, right? I personally think I try to be anti-racist personally. I think that's the right stance to have. So like I don't know, I find the conversations like really interesting, and I can't.
Can be in some respects. Yeah.
Why would someone feel? I mean, I can understand like emotionally feeling kind of victimized, but then like when you have like a more rational dialogue about it, it seems like a pretty reasonable thing to acknowledge and try to grapple with. Like.
Well, I think ultimately there's times and places for it, and I think one of the big reasons as to why, let's say, the mainstream culture moved away from the left slowly in the 2010s is because they wanted to make that time and place every time and every place, and it became frankly just frustrating, and people got fed up with it.
Okay.
Well, I guess to push back on that specifically, like so. Well, hang on,
Yeah,
Gibbs.
just
I want
let
a
Radical
specific
Twitter
example
go, and
here.
then we're going to give you another chance, Admiral Gibbs, and then we'll start getting more people in here. But go ahead.
I believe that like the moment that critical race theory became kind of a trending topic in the United States was when Christopher Rufo went on Fox News and he gave the statement that critical race theory has quote unquote become the default ideology of the federal bureaucracy, which is a very silly sentence by any means. But this was kind of the moment that this became like a cultural phenomenon, and this like suddenly all this talk about like anything. This was the kind of the precursor to the DEI craze, right? And I think both of these were just kind of like they were kind of a blanket term. And Christopher Rufo himself admitted as much about basically how like this was used to just demonize any conversations about race. And so I mean I think that was like probably a major like piece in why we saw so much resistance, especially in the later 2010s.
Well, sure, but at the same time, I mean, I first encountered this in 2007 when it was my first year in university, and I took a class called Intro to Critical Theory, right? I know that like right-wingers tend to talk about this in a certain way. When I talk about it, I don't talk about it in that way. This is something that I do know at least a little bit about, and I do know more than your average right-winger. So I do think that when I'm talking about critical theory specifically, it's not just a boogeyman word that right-wing talking heads pull out on Fox News. I'm not using it that way.
Okay. Admiral.
I would like to come back to the thing that you brought up, Wick, actually, and related to the Venezuela thing. I've been sitting here listening, and I've been kind of, pondering, and I find it interesting. I think maybe, I guess why Wick finds this comment that you've made shocking is because it's a domestic one. Like, so if I said that Netanyahu, for example, was a valid military target for Hamas to try to take out, would anybody here disagree that the president of a country that you're at war with as another country would be a valid military target? We would all agree, like the Ayatollah, we're at war with Iran, would be a valid military target in theory, like a decapitation strike. So I guess, when I'm sitting here, I see like the foreign powers with Venezuela. I see them as like a net, even if they would not declare to Congress. I'm not as opposed to maybe a more aggressive action. It seems to me like you're saying, I guess, within America, I think this is why it's shocking to Wick and me a little bit, is that in America we have domestic systems set up in order for us to have conversations, have people kick him out. Like there's going to be other checks and balances if he pardons himself. Like maybe this new thing where we can get rid of pardons from the last president. Maybe that's how we get rid of Trump's pardon if he pardons himself. Maybe the judiciary rules that's like invalid. There's checks and balances. And I think that the idea that we're going to go and domestically start assassinating potential political leaders because you think they're enemy state. I think that is a concern that we have reached that level. Do you not see why we would have an issue with that? I think Wait, you can tell me if I'm wrong. If that's why you're saying it's shit. Like
I have a host of issues with it, but
sure.
fair enough. We'll go
Sure.
through them.
I mean, like,
Well, no, see, it's my belief that Trump is actually subverting all of these checks and balances that should normally keep a liberal system functioning. And insofar as he continues to do that, something must be done about it. I would rather it not be violent, but if it has to be violent, then so be it.
Okay.
So it sounds like you think right now, the right thing to do is
you're
something
saying
attack
that
him,
should
no,
be like, maybe like at what level, like what priority should that be? Should we try other things before we talking about taking, out your leaders, or what priority is this? Like, okay, number one, that's first option, or is this like number like option 36? Like,
it is not. It is absolutely not the first option.
Okay,
No, like right now, right now, elections still function in the United States. Like if Trump runs for a third term and then steals the election, and then he's like, I guess I'm supreme leader for life now. People have to start shooting him. Like there has to be a general uprising at that point.
Do you think the third term's the like the line? That's the line, the hard line?
Well, I think there are several lines. That's one of them. Yeah.
Okay, that's the what would you say is the final like egregious like point no return? What you would say is it that, or is there something before that you think would count?
Well, no.
Like,
There are several
sure,
different avenues that we could take to get to a moment where it's like, okay, this guy needs to be removed somehow. And I actually do think that him pardoning himself of all of the crimes he's committed is another one of those lines. Yes.
Okay.
Wait, so
50. Just real quick,
sorry,
50 MXs.
yeah.
I don't know what MXs are. And maybe 10 cents again. I don't know. Rakashaya 3168 asks you this, Dev. Why did you defended their words, not mine, Destiny's revenge porn on a minor? You actually dared to victim blame her and said it was all false allegations? Exclamation point, question mark.
I don't even know what this is. Okay, is this in reference to the Rose stuff?
I'm not sure.
Because like this sounds like it's mixing up possibly three stories into one story. You know what I mean? Like I was actually before the start, I was going over the latest court document drop on that case, and I mean it seems like Rose wasn't even a real person at this point. So it's like, well, I don't know exactly what you're talking about, dude. I don't know if you know what you're talking about.
Okay, if you want to clarify by giving me more money, you more than welcome, and I will ask that again. Thank you for the 50 MXs, whatever those are. But okay,
Those are
at
Mexican
this
pesos.
point, let's bring in a couple more and keep.
Can I ask one more question before you do?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, sure.
Dev, so you're saying if Trump runs for a third term, that would be the straw that breaks would be a straw that breaks the camel's back. I mean, there are legal ways you acknowledge that he could do this. Like, I mean, Congress could pass a law that would allow him to run for a third term. Would you think that still qualifies?
If he actually does work within the system and get the constitutional amendment necessary to allow him to run for a third term, then the conversation is different because he's still working within a functioning liberal system. Now it's different. If he simply disregards the law like he did on January 6th, now we have a different conversation. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah. Right. So I think one is like if he's pardoning himself and allowing himself to basically get away with crimes and there's no way to undo that, that's one. If he's running for a third term and he just ignores the law and he becomes supreme leader for life, that's another one. I think another one is if he starts denaturalizing citizens that he has political disagreements with. If he's like, you know what, all these people who are voting against me, I'm just going to start stripping them of citizenship. I think at that point you got to start fighting as well. I think those are like three pretty solid lines of if he crosses this line, this is now too far. The system can't the system's not going to be able to withstand this. So now people have to take matters into their own hands. And by the way, that's why America has a Second Amendment. That's the purpose of it.
Hello.
Okay. We got Periwinkle and Hazel here. You said you had issues with Dev. Bring them up.
Oh my God.
Hello. First, I think you need to cite your sources in like the description. I try showing your videos to like some leftists I know, and they're always like, "Oh, where's the sources?" And they don't really like your arguments, or it's like, "Well, I kind of feel like this." I was watching your most recent video, and you were constantly saying that, "Oh, well, I feel like most trans women are like blah blah blah," and it's like, okay, you
You
can
mean the blue video?
Yeah, the blue one. Yeah, the Willy Wonka one. Except
Listen, she's pretty cute. I don't know how you feel about it, but
I
So, no,
mean,
yeah,
she's blue, but
there's-
do you think the end result of that blueness is to get a lot bigger?
Can I just ask you, Periwinkle?
Yes.
First of all, $10 from Pondering Politics to say Trump's second attempt to prosecute Letitia James just failed. Grand jury refused to re-indict. Thank you for the $10. Good information to know.
Pondering Politics. You should get in here.
Be
and
just
fight-
silent.
Yeah, but Periwinkle,
Yes.
what source do you want him to cite about the blue trans lady? Like
Well,
what,
it
what
wasn't just
academic
about-
paper do you think it should be?
Well, you were
No,
talking about like
to
a
be
bunch
fair,
of like
he has a
trans
point, yeah.
stereotypes and stuff. And it's
Well,
like, I think that's very interesting. It would be really cool if you cited like some sociology papers. I mean,
keep in mind,
but it's
I was
also about
going
some of
off
your
of
other
somebody else's
Her hair
chart,
wasn't
right? Like I didn't
blown
make
up.
that chart. I was just talking about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I think in general, I could probably like have a thing where I put my links and like, oh, here's where I got this paper from. Here's where I got. Generally, I'm just lazy. I should probably do it more. Like there's been some larger videos where I have papers or I have books cited, and I could at least put down where I get that from. That's fair enough.
Yeah. I also wanted to talk to you about like socialism, socialist policies. I'm not a socialist, but I mean, you de-radicalized me from the alt-right, and I have like
Awesome.
some friends that are pretty lefty, and yeah, I show them your videos, and I've just collected some criticisms of your arguments.
Okay, what's up?
So in your Haiti video, when you talked about like the Haitian like migrant situation and the absolute idiocy of JD Vance, you talked a little bit about like Haiti's history, but you didn't really talk about French colonialism and how that impacted the country. And you kind of called Haiti a shithole without really talking about, well, why is it like that, which is ultimately the massive debt that France put on Haiti after the revolution.
Yeah, but that isn't what the video is about. I think I even said in the video, like, this is not a video about Haitian history today. I wasn't doing that then.
Oh, okay.
50 more pesos. I found out what MX was. It's pesos. 50 more pesos from Mace Punter W836 to ask Dev, what if Compatori's family ever finds your tweets saying that his father just fumbled upon and didn't protect them from the bullet? Aren't you afraid?
No.
Okay, cool.
Just to clarify, what he's saying there is that when Corey Comparator, the firefighter who died at the Trump rally when Trump got shot, when he died, there was this narrative floating around on right-wing Twitter that he heroically jumped in front of his daughter to save her from the bullet. It turns out, looking at, like, people took various videos from various angles, they were in the crowd. It turns out that didn't happen. That wasn't true. He was standing up, he got shot, he fell over, and he died. So he's a victim. It's tragic, but this idea of him being a hero, if you trace it back, it came from the daughter's Facebook account, and then it was quoted by Fox News. But it's not actually able to be independently verified. and it probably was just the it was probably just the daughter saying something nice about her dad because she's traumatized because she just lost her dad. And fair enough, it's a very human thing to do, but it's ultimately false. It is.
on, brother. Come on. You can't let the
Listen,
grieving
watch the
daughter
video.
Come on.
You gotta
Listen.
lie. You gotta let people lie, right?
Well,
Right, Gibbs?
no. This is maybe
Let
this
people
is,
lie.
No, it's not even that. Like, okay, let's just say it doesn't happen exactly the way you said it did. Okay, let's just hypothetically, right? And the daughter is like, oh, if he happened to fall over me and I was shielded or some shit, right? Like, and it was just total accident. Like, people like that, I feel like, are probably Christian background. They're gonna be like, oh, this was God using them that way, and it's for the faith. It's this nice gesture. It's good, and like y'all just mean. This is why people don't like the lefties. Y'all just want to take nice things away from people. You can't even let this daughter have her moment. You're like, yeah, fuck your dad. It's just scientifically not true. Couldn't happen. Fuck you.
Firstly,
that's why you lose
hold on.
voters. Y'all know that, right?
So firstly, I don't think Radical Coder or any other lefty would call me a lefty. Secondly,
I mean, I will call you lefty, but maybe sure.
Yeah, I know you would. I know you would, but actual lefties would not.
Sure.
But secondly, though, it's like I'm not trying to take anything away from it. I mean, I can't. I'm a relatively small account on Twitter. I can't really change anything. But like, I am interested in what's true primarily. And if it turns out that this was just something that the daughter told people to feel better about her dad's death, fair enough. But I am interested in what's actually true.
Yeah,
I think what's true is important.
The small Twitter thing's a cop out because, like, oh, listen, you're not totally small, you're not totally the biggest, like either, right? Like, you have respect for it, but you're like like an example of like a bigger problem that the left and like, when I say the left, I mean all the groups, liberal, all y'all, that y'all all kind of do is the smugness, right? And it's like y'all do this, and the average person doesn't want to like y'all when y'all like you can't even let the daughter have her moment. Fuck that! It's just scientifically not true. Like y'all understand that though? Like, do you get that? That's
saying the truth is smug. In what universe is that smug?
It's
saying
not.
the
It's
truth.
not. Oh my
Totally,
god!
totally it can be.
I
understand.
You didn't get what you're
It can't be
saying. What I'm saying here, like I don't know.
If someone is saying something that could be false, and you're just saying, "Oh, like this could be false," like we don't have evidence that this happened in the way you're saying it did, especially when it's being used to push a political narrative. How the hell is that false? What do you want us to do?
Bro, it's his daughter, bro. Like, you think she was pushing a political narrative, but she's like, my daddy died saving me. Like,
It's being
you know what?
used
Hold on,
by
you know
people.
what?
Here,
Let Dev respond. Let Dev respond.
Yeah, so I actually agree with you, Admiral Gibbs. Like I said, it's a very normal human thing for the daughter to do that. So I don't even hold it against her that she did that. However, I will hold it against every single right-wing pundit who took what she said and ran with it. Because her daughter isn't Fox News. Her daughter isn't, TPUSA or whoever. They all said it, and they all have a political motive to say it. And I am going to call them out. But I won't call it her daughter, no.
All right.
I
guess
I
Hazel,
wanted to
just real quick. $5 from Testicle Johnson to say, Wick, you once said people like Usha Vance are poisoning the blood of our country. Could you elaborate on that? I did not say that, but thank you for the $5. That is a fake news.
Did I heard say it?
No,
It's not something that you would say, Wick.
can I
Thank you
ask Dev a question?
Yeah, well,
Sure,
I want
what's
to
up?
give Hazel a
Oh,
chance
yes.
to go.
Oh,
No, you can go because I don't even have that much to say in the
If
first
you don't
place,
have
so.
much to say, why are you here, Hazel?
Oh my god.
I just wanted to. I've been spending a while in the waiting room because I just wanted to talk to people, and I just wanted to say that, Wick, some of the people that are in your chat and that wait to like talk on these debates are some of the most retarded people ever, and I kind of hold it against you. Even though it was my choice to like come in here, I kind of do hold it against you for making me have to listen to that because you're the one who made it possible. And other than that, I just wanted to say hi to everyone. Like, I don't have much to disagree with.
Thanks for being here, buddy.
No problem.
Listen, Hazel. Oh shit, he left. Fuck. Oh, okay.
Well, now you can talk to me.
Rip.
You had a question, then I'll bring in some other people.
Do you think that we as humans have an obligation to help others, even if we're not hurting anybody?
Oh god, I'm in the pit.
Okay,
Oh my god.
First of all, mute your mic until it's time for you to go, Truist Scum. You're here. You're in the.
Wait, fuck. I have to turn off the stream. I can't hear shit.
Okay, great. Wonderful. Go ahead.
Oh no, my phone's so fucking laggy. Ah, fuck.
Wonderful. Wow. Okay, we'll give you another second, or even if you can't fix it.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. I think I'm good.
Good. Periwinkle, go ahead. We'll get to you in a second, Truist Scum.
Yeah, so I asked the question because, I mean, it's kind of a little, it's a thing that's come up when I talk to, like, leftists and even rightists, because right-wingers will say that we have an obligation to, like, respect our bodies and treat our bodies with dignity, so that means not being gay, that means not taking drugs or whatever, not watching porn. And on the left, it's more so about we should take care of other people, that we have an obligation to help others. And I just wanted to know your opinion on it. I think it's a little bit of both.
Well, yeah, I think it's obviously both to some degree, right? Like I obviously don't agree with the "don't be gay" thing, but I do think that there's I think it's pretty self-evident that there are certain lifestyles that are more conducive to having like a a happy, meaningful life, right? I think it's plain. Whether you're gay or straight doesn't matter. I think if you look at like life satisfaction or just like life stability, monogamous gays tend to be just higher up in that scale than polyamorous gays. It's that sort of thing, right? So I think there's certain ways of living that I think the right wing accurately gets at as like, oh, as an individual, you should live your life this way. This is a proper way to live. It'll be good for you. It'll be good for your family, etc. And then I do think that left wingers who say that we should help others, I mean, they're obviously correct as well.
To what extent, like, where would you draw the line between, oh, the right's going too far, the left is going too far, and oh, the right is right about this and the left is right about this?
That's a very broad question, man.
Let's just focus on.
Well, here I have a saying, and the saying is that.
Can I chime in?
In a second. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Don't
So
worry.
like,
Let's
I have
get
a saying,
and then I got a couple super chats, and you can chime in. But go ahead.
Yeah. So this is kind of how I judge things as a very basic general rule, like a kind of 50,000 feet above everything rule, is that governments should be liberal and people should be conservative, and you can kind of boil that down in a whole bunch of different ways, and I think it makes sense in most cases.
Okay, $10 from Festiva to say, Dev, I demand you to defend why you are Canadian. Those things aren't even people, and you're one. I can't believe I'm in the Sub for Life Club. Last video was funny, though. Thank you for the $10.
Thanks very much, buddy. Listen, it's not my fault. I can't help where I was born.
$5 from Marlo Kurtz to say there's no such thing as a harmless falsehood. Okay.
I think that's true. Yeah. I think that's actually true. And in fact, I think if you want like a really good example of, there's no such thing as a harmless falsehood, you have to look at something like Chernobyl, right? I don't know if you guys watched, was it 2017, that Chernobyl show? Fucking incredible show. But the whole point of that show is that like you have one tiny falsehood and it builds up over 50 years and it destroys a country. And it's like, yeah, you need to tell the truth all the time. Like that's how it has to be.
That's not.
Or you can just talk about Therians who think that they can just self-identify as an animal. I mean, something a leftist has told me is that, oh, it doesn't hurt anybody. But it's like, well, if you live your life in a way that just ignores reality, even if, okay, Therians, it doesn't hurt you immediately, if you just keep denying and denying stuff, it will eventually affect your life.
Listen, that's not that's not the message that I was trying to say. Okay, listen. Okay, first of all, one obvious falsehood thing. If you ever want to get laid, you have to lie, fam. I want y'all to know at some point you have to be like, hey, you look good in that dress when they don't.
I don't agree with that.
Correct.
Yeah, absolutely.
I haven't had to, but I don't know about you.
Maybe if you're annoyed, it happens at some point. You're gonna just say something to keep the peace, and it'll happen. I promise in your life. But secondly,
it's like when I say all my panelists make good points.
Exactly. See, but so here when we sit here though, the thing I'm trying to say when I talk about the feelings thing, I'm like the last person.
Once you're done, I want to get Truthgum in here.
Yeah, I just want to clarify because I think there's a disconnect. I'm not sitting here arguing for how they feel. Like I could care less about how something feels, right? Like I'm kind of a dick myself. But when we're sitting here and y'all are going, hey, this daughter, her dad died, and she put this story out there about her dad saving her when he dies. And then Fox News runs with it. Yeah, it could have some political push behind it. Her dad was obviously at a MAGA rally when it happened, right? It's a sweet story. Yeah, everybody on either side would use this, right? Yeah, you can point that out. But then sit there and go, we're going to try to take this moment. It just feels mean. Like when y'all do this repeatedly, it drives people away, and y'all are just like, nah, we're doing it in the sake of truth. Like, okay, well, keep on using them.
Yeah, I'll put it this way. If things were reversed and it happened to a left-wing family, I would say the exact same thing.
All right.
Okay.
So,
wait, if you're
I'm sorry, Truescum had something to say. Truescum, you can chime in now. What's your question?
All right, so one of you guys, I heard one of you guys say something along the lines of right-wing people don't like care about others, or like something along those lines, right? The sort of intra-outra sort of deal, right? Who was it? Because I heard it, but what I'm getting at with the reason I say that is that point that I forget which one of you made it. The point you guys made completely ignores like years and years of like classic Christian charity work that like was so strong, that used to be very strong.
I agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't remember anyone making that point though.
And not that specifically. I think Captain Perry said something to that effect, but it wasn't quite that.
Okay.
Yeah, something to that effect. You know, there was like a long delay, and I'm like kind of focusing on other things ish, but I'm trying to keep it, you know.
No, that's fine.
Like that's what
Okay. Any responses to that?
No, I agree. Yeah.
Okay.
I think
we're gonna cycle
people.
We're gonna
It's
cycle
rare,
some people
but
out.
once
We
in a
want to make
while.
sure that some people get in here, so we're gonna cycle. We're gonna let Radical Coder and Admiral Gibbs stay because I invited them personally. But thank you for coming, Periwinkle, and thank you for coming, Truescum.
Wait, hold on, Periwinkle. What'd you say?
Hey, I just got here. No, I'm kidding. You guys have a great one. I'm gonna go put up soy jacks over Antifa stickers.
Hi, Espion. My dog's name Umbreon, by the way.
So, what did you say before you go, Perry? What did you say?
I set up a debate or a discussion with you. I want to talk about some of the politics behind some games sometime. I think Silksong is pretty lefty, but
you know what? It actually kind of is. If you like every major character in that game is a woman, and also there is some meat on the bone there to say that Hornet is transcoded because she's the only female in a species of genderless beings. So, like, you can kind of map it on there if you want to do some literary analysis.
Well, I was thinking more about the anti-capitalism.
Okay. Well, I'll let you guys DM each other to set up that debate. Thank you.
Can I DM you, Short Fat Otaku?
Yeah, my DMs are open, man.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Now they know.
Oh, really? Just kick them the fuck out.
Okay, I'm trying to go in the order you guys join. We got Antelope and we got a Professional here.
So Anna's one of my mods. Hi, Anna.
Oh, okay.
Oh, hey, Dev. Nice hat, by the way. But can I ask my question? Or
sure, what's up?
About the core Comptoir thing, I think I have a better way of explaining why it rubs people the wrong way. I think, first of all, I want to say I think you're right. Like, I think he did fall over on top of her. But I think the reason why it rubs people the wrong way is because it's an optics thing. To most people, it doesn't really matter whether it's a lie because, like, for example, if a parent lies to their kid about Santa Claus being real, is it really, you can say it's like justice that they have to be told the truth, that they have to know. But there's like a certain amount of how much does it really matter? Like when you say that it matters because the truth matters, typically in journalism, when you're fighting for the truth, it's about something that's relatively important. But what a family says about someone who died tragically, what they say about them, if it's just a passive comment about how they were a good person or how they saved them or something, doesn't really matter. To most people, it doesn't matter. I guess that's why it rubs people the wrong way that you were saying.
So, I understand all that, and I agree with you. However, the issue ultimately is that you have a bunch of people who, let's be frank, they don't give a shit about this guy. They don't care about him. They don't care about his daughter. They care about basically puppeting his corpse around for political points. These are all of the right-wing talking heads, and those are the people that have to actually be pushed back against.
No,
Gibbs, you have something to say?
Yeah, I just I feel like I'm a very pessimistic person, so it's funny to me that
just real quick, $20 from Dirty Deeds says Dev. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but money.
Oh, you're fine.
Money is more important than you, Gibbs.
I understand.
Says Dev. When do you believe it is effective and moral to use violence on an interpersonal level and societal level, and what are the corresponding morals that map out said explanation? Also, why don't you own PVS 14S?
I don't know what PVS 14S is.
I don't know what that is.
I don't know. And that's a very complicated question, man. Like very clearly on an individual level, like self-defense, but like when you're talking about society, is like that's very complicated. It's not like an easy thing to really work out, not on the fly. There's a lot to that. Like sometimes, sometimes your government has abused you enough that you have to have a revolution, and sometimes you're overblowing it, and it's actually not that bad. Like it's not a hard, it's not an easy thing to determine. I don't know if I can give you like a quick answer on that.
Sorry about that, Gibbs. Go ahead.
Oh, you're fine. I guess just like when you're sitting here like saying these things, like, all right, it's a tragedy. Okay, I think we can all agree someone getting shot is generally a tragedy. I feel like in this case, like he's an innocent bystander, innocent voter. He gets shot. Okay, that's a sad story. Okay, and then people are gonna go and look for something positive in this sad story, like a nugget of like positivity. Oh, he died saving his daughter. Wow, what a feel good story. Like at least this last moment, this hero firefighter died saving his daughter at a rally he believed in. Yeah, I get that it's got a political message, but like I think at the same time, people want to have like feel good moments in these bad times, and the fact that I'm the one having to explain this to y'all and why it makes it look like y'all look like dicks, and like it's just crazy to me whenever y'all go like,
no, I understand all of this.
Try to take away this from people. Like I don't know.
Listen. I understand all of this. It's just that I don't trust Fox News to have these sort of very high-minded ideals. They're not bringing it up to give people a nice moment. They're bringing it up to radicalize people.
True.
Well, Ev, I don't know if
anything they do. They could like cure cancer, and they did to radicalize people against cancer. I just don't understand. Like, there's nothing.
No, I would not. I would not say that.
So this claim that radicalizes people, I don't understand. Walk me through that.
The idea is okay. So Fox News does this. He's saying
that for Dev. I mean,
oh, sorry.
Sorry. What did you ask? Sorry.
What is it about this lie that it radicalizes people? I don't actually know if I understand that.
Okay, my view of it is when you have you have a story about this guy that is false, that makes him out to be more heroic than he actually is. And I think that like basically right-wing talking heads, whether it's Fox News or it's other organizations that kind of do this sort of propaganda work, I think they will latch on to this and they will repeat it over and over and over and talk about how now he's a martyr. It's not they're maximizing the story. It's not just that he is an innocent bystander who got shot. He was a hero who jumped in front of his daughter, because it makes him look even more moral in his death, and now he becomes this martyr. And I think it's just a method of propaganda. I think they've done similar things with Charlie Kirk. I think they've done similar things with Trump himself. I think this is actually very common when it comes to someone who is legitimately suffering, who is a legitimate victim of violence on the right. They absolutely milk that for all it's worth, and it does go beyond the bounds of decency, I think.
Okay, I want to give I'll let you respond real quick, but then after that, I want to give Professional a chance, because Professional hasn't gotten a
chance no problem.
To ask their question.
I was just gonna say I kind of see where you're coming from, especially like the Charlie Kirk thing. There was this lie that was propagated about his children being there, right? His daughter like running to his arms because she heard the shot, and apparently they weren't even in the same state. So I guess I mean. Well, I'll pass the Professional, but like what I'm wondering, and maybe we can get into this later, is like what if maybe for Gibbs, like what if Erica Kirk was the one propagating that lie specifically? Do you think then it would be like the kind of thing that like, is it just like a comforting lie, like imagining they were there? Like I don't know, maybe that's a bit more far fetched, but I'll Professional come in.
Hello. I hope you don't mind a bit of a topic switch, but
hey, what's up?
Man, I love your videos, but recently I feel like you've sold out the liberal values you claim to stand for in exchange. Communism.
Hold on, you're cutting out, man. Can you say that again?
Sorry. You said that MAGA is worse than communism? The Holodomor, dead. Stalin. Joseph Stalin. How do you plead?
Were you the guy who asked me that in the comment on my channel?
Yeah, and you ditched replying me in order to come here, so I had to follow you.
Well, of course I ditched replying you to come here, because I was coming here. I was fucking scheduled. I mean, here, I will bring.
Can you answer his question though? Why can you
give
justify that MAGA being worse than communism?
I'm gonna hop on to that actual comment thread just so we're all up to date of where that comment thread actually went. Let me just find it here. Yeah. Whereabouts is it? Oh, were you the TK guy? Is that you?
No, it should be Bird Snatcher.
Oh, Bird Snatcher.
I have like 5 different usernames.
Okay.
We're just
Well,
doxing his usernames like
honestly,
left and right. But go ahead with your.
yeah. Okay, here we go. Yeah. So I said, yeah, you said Bird Snatcher. I plan to, and I said I'll do it right now. MAGA currently wields power, while communism will never wield power in America in our lifetimes. Focusing on communism as a boogeyman is just as pathetic as focusing on fascism as a boogeyman. There are different political adversaries to liberalism in the 21st century. We don't need the ghosts of the 20th century anymore. And I think, yeah, you said Bird Snatcher, but do you think that, let's say, Soviet Russia is worse than anything Trump has done or will do? In other words, if the commies succeeded, then and only then they would be worse than MAGA. So MAGA is only worse insofar as commies never gain power. And then I replied to you with, it's more like, do you recall when Sargon said that progressives need to get over fascism because it's an old boogeyman from 100 years ago? It's no longer relevant to today's politics. And continuing to bring them up is basically just an appeal to emotion. It's the same with communism. It's a vanquished enemy. It's no longer relevant. The enemy that is unvanquished, that is still around today, is MAGA. And for that reason alone, they are far more dangerous. I think that kind of lays out my position pretty clearly. Like, listen, if we're going to sit here and just do like the death count game where we count up all the various ideologies and how many people they've killed. First of all, everyone has blood on their hands, even liberals. But secondly, except you, yeah. Is it a giant sunny? Are you fucking kidding me? Put it in a glass, you degenerate.
I will do what I imagine a Canadian calling me a degenerate, but go on.
Never had more respect for you, Way.
So I would say, like, if we're doing the whole death, like, this ideology is worse because it killed more people. Like, there's a lot of truth to that in some aspects, but also it's kind of simplistic, right? Like, there's other things that make ideologies bad other than just raw death counts. If it's just raw death counts, well, then Maoism is the worst. Like, they've killed 100 million people. There, it's done. Like, the conversation's over, right? But right now, fascism is dead. There are no more fascists. There are a few fascists online. They're running around. They're being retarded. They are irrelevant because MAGA, even though MAGA is, in my opinion, very evil, it's not a fascist movement. Okay? The communists, they're largely gone too. Like, where's the American Communist Party? It's fucking gone. Like the Democratic Socialists of America, they have their serious problems. They're not the same thing as like a Soviet-aligned Communist Party. All right? So we are in the 21st century. We have liberalism has different political adversaries right now. I don't think communism and fascism are that relevant anymore. They're like a historic evil in kind of the same way that, like, I don't know, fucking Genghis Khan was. It's a little bit sooner, but it's, give it 100 years and no one cares about fascism anymore. It's gone. It's done. It's just it's in the graveyard of history, right?
Yep.
So just to be clear, right? When I was saying MAGA is worse than communism, I was being a bit spitfiery and edgy on Twitter. Fair enough. If you think that that's a bad thing I shouldn't do, you win that one. I probably shouldn't be so fucking stupid on Twitter sometimes. But my actual honest to God take is that communism is largely irrelevant in today's politics. And so I don't think about it as being this immediate evil that needs to be dealt with the same way that MAGA is right now.
All right, so that does answer. I would like to. I think I would disagree on the level that you think communism is gone from present day American politics. I mean, Zoran Mamdani, right? This is a guy who's openly a socialist, just got elected to probably the most important mayoral position. I mean, I think that's very significant. I've seen polls, over what is like 50-60% of people in my generation, younger folk, people in college right now are looking at socialism favorably. I mean, we have the fact that history, I mean, God, I hate saying it because it sucks, but yeah, no, history trends leftward. I mean, I think we could agree there. So I think that what happened was, well, yeah, obviously. I mean, it was, bumps in the road and shit, but history tends to go that way. I think things like Soviet Russia and, China, obviously, I feel like that's a lesson in jumping the gun, but I don't think that doesn't mean we're not going to get there again. And I do feel that it's still something worth talking about. Also, something worth talking about more than fascism is, and yes, MAGA is more immediate, but I would argue that the threat of communism, were it to come back, is much worse than MAGA now. MAGA is in power now, and I don't think that they've done nearly enough as bad. Obviously, they lose the numbers game in terms of deaths. But if communism were to come back, that'd be a lot worse, like any day of the week. And I think there's a large enough chance that that's going to happen that it is worth talking about.
You think so? Like, you think that, within the next 10 years is going to be some sort of, large communist uprising that, destroys the Democratic Party from within, and then there's like a Zara Mondani like cult of personality or something?
Dev,
I don't see it happening.
Just Dev, do not take China into this consideration. China is openly communist.
I mean,
They
sure.
are
What
an
about
absolute threat, are they not?
They are, yes, and I agree with you on that. But also, I mean, China is also a lot. It's also very fascist in the way that it operates.
It's both.
And
It's,
even
it's
then,
like it's communist with Chinese characteristics. So it's got
which
some
makes it more
other
fascist.
kind of special little things about it, but it absolutely is a communist threat.
Well, sure, and I agree with you there. But I think the way that I'm viewing it though is like if we're talking about like domestic American politics specifically, this idea that the Soviet Union is still funding somehow, the American Communist Party to subvert America from within. That's not happening. That's done. That's over, right?
Sure.
Like these subversives right now, they subverted the Republican Party.
Hold on. Well, yeah, I was going to say, we know that even like right and left, there's definitely foreign powers. Like, if we're all being honest, there's probably foreign powers trying to meddle in our affairs on both sides. Like, I mean, we probably do. I figure like that's a statecraft in general. I guess my question is, when you say MAGA is a greater threat, like, once again, this is not a gotcha. I'm just trying to understand. Define MAGA, because as a Republican, I find it hard to define exactly what MAGA is, because it's a very populist movement, right? So, what do you say like MAGA? How do you define it, or is it that it's kind of undefinable? Is why it's a threat, I guess. What is your thoughts?
When I say it, I mean more like people who are Trump loyalists, like the ones who will stick with Trump no matter what he does. Like even if it comes out that like Trump was raping kids on Epstein's Island, they're still pro-Trump no matter what. Those guys.
So, okay, so you're saying just like the corrupt crony, like diehard zealot people, not so much like the nebulous populist movement of it itself.
Well, populism has its own problems, and there's definitely some overlap there for sure. But I'm talking about like the cult of personality around Trump.
Okay.
Can I ask what do you, when you say that MAGA's or that like,
real quick before you go, we do need to cycle because I want to get other people in here. So Professional and Antelope, thank you for coming.
Thank you for having me.
Do appreciate
I'm happy to be
Thanks,
here.
guys.
Thanks for your questions.
Yep. See you.
You just fucking kick them. You're like heartless with this shit.
I gotta be ruthless to get people.
They're in the middle
here,
of saying goodbye, and you just boot them.
Gotta be ruthless. Okay, you gotta. We're doing it for time, gang. We're doing it for time. But okay, we have Kel,
Stickers, Kel.
Kinetic Kel, and we have Black Rainbow.
Point in two women, very progressive of you. Love the support of the panel. I think it's good to get some women in here besides Ryan. He felt kind of ganged up on, I'm sure.
Okay. $5 from West on Lake to say, when Dev says that they are making the firefighter out to be a higher hero, I have to ask, Dev, do you think the father would have died to save his daughter?
Yes, of course.
Okay. I want to give the mic first to Black Rainbow. If you have something to say and critique for Dev, go ahead. You got to unmute yourself.
Yeah, I was working on it. Sorry.
It's all good. What do you got?
Hi, Dev. It's Melissa.
Hi.
How are
I know
you?
who it is. I know exactly who it is. What's up?
Hey, I don't know. I have a couple of questions for a couple of potential points of contention. A while ago, you made a video, and if I remember correctly, it was about the Cracker Barrel thing.
Yes, that was like 3 months ago or something.
Yeah, I watched that video, and
cool.
I posted to you on Twitter, but you never. I don't know. Maybe it wasn't that interesting. But
you get banned every like 2 months, man. I don't know what account you're on now.
That's very cringe. Don't do that.
Well,
Come on.
you know what? No, I'm not shitting on him. I was just saying I made a critique of it in Twitter, and for whatever reason he didn't see me. And he's right. Like Twitter keeps banning my accounts, so
Maybe he
I have
saw
to
it and he
bounce
just
from
didn't
one to another.
respond. Maybe he saw it and he just didn't respond. Have you thought of that?
Well,
What's
I
up?
have
What's
like
up?
5 followers. Anyway,
Exactly.
in
So
it, you
I'm
were
like, maybe
Hold on, let
maybe he
let
didn't
Rainbow
see
ask
it.
her question. Let Rainbow ask her question. Let Rainbow ask her question, then we'll get you in here, Kel. Don't worry.
in that video, you were talking about how stores or restaurants like McDonald's and Taco Bell have kind of done the modernist like square thing.
Yep.
And where a lot of that trend comes from, like the reason restaurants are always moving in that direction, it actually comes from millennials, because we are the largest voting bloc and economic
We're the
bloc
worst
right now
generation.
in the
I know.
United
We're the worst
States.
generation. We suck.
Right. Yeah, we suck a lot. But I mean, the reason we're like, and this is where my question comes in. Reason in my mind why that is because most of us were raised by boomer parents who had that ugly orange shag carpet and the lime green couches or Davenports, right? You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And it
I
was
do,
just
yes.
clutter. It was clutter everywhere. With our parents, it is nonstop clutter. Like the day my dad dies, the very next day, I'm going to his house and throwing all his useless, worthless shit away.
Okay.
Do you think that's where that drive? Do you think that's where millennial aesthetics comes from?
I think in part, yeah, that's definitely one component of it. I think where the whole like minimalist, white or chrome, very simple colors, non-offending to the eyes, that sort of thing. I think there's several sources of it, and I do think that millennial backlash to boomer clutter and like boomer decadence is definitely part of it.
Okay,
I feel
because
like
you didn't
one
make
of the
that clear in
bigger.
that video. Go ahead.
Oh, fair enough.
I haven't watched this video, so I don't know if you talked about this, but isn't like probably one of the maybe easier to chew on reasons for that? Just that like you can put a different business in that building a lot easier. Like you can't like if you take like an old Pizza Hut for example, and you put some other store there, like it has that, it always has that Pizza Hut shape, right? Like there's no there's not a lot of like mobility between businesses.
No, I agree with you there too. Like things become more fungible when you can just like easily swap out the brand and not have to change anything. I agree with you there as well.
But I don't think she was talking about businesses. She was talking about like homes and like personal, like the way we keep our homes personally.
Well, yeah, but it's a
No,
conversation about aesthetics.
I was
mainly,
referring
yeah.
to both. I was referring to both. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the shag carpet's
Because
fault
I'm-
that the millennials are all fucked up. I agree. Fuck the shag
It's the
carpet.
shag carpets.
God
I
damn
I like
it.
a shag carpet.
We thought it was the shampoo can.
Like I'm at the point in my life where if I walk into a house and it's clutter, like it starts triggering me. Like I need to get out of there.
Deb, what's your stance on universal suffrage, my man?
My stance on universal suffrage?
Yeah.
Seems all right to me, with maybe with a few exceptions, but yeah.
What exceptions would you make?
Like what? Yeah.
Well, under 18s, obviously, non-citizens, obviously, but beyond that, I think it's fine. Like I'm not one of those guys who are like take away the right to vote from women. I'm not one of those guys.
Heard some contentious,
All right, $10 from Old School to say this. Ask Dev to respond to this. He asked for examples of Biden weaponization of government. I gave the example of the Department of Justice prosecuting pro-lifers who didn't violate the FACE Act, while not prosecuting pro-choicers who did. You want to respond to that?
To be honest, I have not heard of that at all. I have to look it up. It's possible that happened.
Yeah, I don't know about that either, but I do regularly hear about one example of like a pro-lifer who was the right always describes this person as being arrested for praying outside of a like abortion clinic or whatever. And like when I dug into this, I looked at the charges and it was not that. It was like they were actually like doing something, like they were doing violence basically, like they were like some sort of property destruction or something. Like they weren't just praying out there. It was so it was like just a complete fabrication from the right. Many such cases, but
No, I've never heard of this story before. I mean, I'm not saying it doesn't matter. I'm not saying it didn't happen. I just don't know anything. So I'm sorry, man.
Okay.
Do you think that the right regularly, as Ryan said, kind of obfuscates things to like fit their narrative?
Yes, I think the left does it too, though. I think this is something that's like not unique to one political side.
Do you think one side does it more than the other, especially in like today's political landscape, for example?
I think right now, ever since Trump lost in 2020, the right has kind of been spiraling off into an alternate reality, and they've been doing it a lot more since then. But I think if you go back to, let's say, 2014, 2015, I think the left was doing it more back then.
Okay, 50 pesos from Mace Spunter says, why did you catfish as women to harass them like you did with Kirsch? Short fat otaku, dragon fat deposits, subtle.
Oh my god.
Member camera lady? Question mark?
Dude, I love the ancient lore on this.
I don't know any of this.
Wait,
Can
that's
you explain?
awesome.
Okay.
Exposed.
So when I started my channel, it was like me and two of my friends back in 2009, and we were all younger, and we were like running around my hometown with a camera, like just making random fucking videos, right? And so there were three of us, and now eventually it's just me, and now I'm in my 30s because I've grown up a little bit, not that much, but a little bit, right? And so one of the women who worked for my channel like back in 2011 or like 2012 has since moved on, and she now has a family, and she's gone. She I think works at a university somewhere now. But the point is that because she left, at this point like 7 years ago, people are saying that she never actually existed, even though there's old videos of us in the backlog together. It's like just a nonsense claim.
So what does it have to do with you allegedly catfishing?
Yeah, what the fuck?
I don't know, man.
Listen, continue to the actual part of the story.
So this is one of those things that Mr. Medicare brought up. When Medicare was feuding with Sargon back in 2018, he pulled this out of his ass. There was no proof of it, but because it's Medicare, it stuck around, and now everyone says it. No, actually, no. It's kind of died off in the past few years. People don't really say it's like too old lore. People don't really say it anymore.
You know what? I'll have to do my own investigative journalism on this one for sure.
Sure, go ahead. And then the thing with dragon fat deposits is that dragon fat deposits was a mod of mine for many years who actually did end up being a catfish and actually was fucking with Kirsch, and Kirsch is a very large VTuber who's very right wing. And so there was actually a very large drama between her and I about a year ago because I didn't believe the mod that I had and had known for years and years was capable of doing this. And it turns out they were pulling the wool over everyone's eyes, including me. So that was a big fucking shit show that happened last year.
Good to know. Okay.
We'll see, boys.
Oh my god! Are you gonna go like investigate now?
Yeah, I'm gonna go dig, bro. I'm gonna go dig hard.
All right, have fun with that.
Okay.
I apologize. I just mischaracterized something. So apparently it wasn't violent charges. It was specifically like some trespassing related things. So I just want to. I'm not trying to like slander people or whatever.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, that's a big difference, Ryan. Fucking breaking property.
Yeah, it's been a while. I apologize. Yeah, since I read about that.
So is this Kel person one of yours then, Radical Coder?
I want to know one. I want to fucking know.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
I'm my own woman.
Wait, hold on. Are you streaming from a fucking stop sign? Is anyone behind you?
Yo, listen. I am parked. Listen. I'm out here in the boonies. Problem? At least I'm cammed up.
Okay.
Okay.
Problem?
Yeah.
Well, we haven't seen your face the whole time. If you're talking about cammed up, we just see the YouTube.
Yeah, if you're cammed up, we're seeing your car dashboard.
So problem a little bit.
Let's give it. Black Rainbow. Did you have anything else before we cycle you out?
Yeah, I do.
Go
This
ahead.
is going to be my more contentious issue. Deb, why is centrism always so dickless? Like, here,
What do you mean?
let me explain myself. Whenever I see a centrist on YouTube or TikTok or Instagram, the line always goes something very similar to this. I'm not a Democrat or Republican. I'm not left or right. And then, excuse me, while I go on a 10-minute tangent about how bad the left is. It's always this dickless shit.
So keep in mind, if you talk to any right winger, they will say the exact same thing, but they'll say, "Oh, they're now going at, like, the centrists are going after the right, even though they say they're not actually left or right." It's the same critique from the right. All right, you both make the same critique about the middle in the same kind of ways. I think the reason that you perceive centrism to be dickless is because you can't understand that people who oppose you might also oppose the right for different reasons.
Okay, but I mean, I could give you an example just off the top of my head. Are you familiar with JD on TikTok? He does like prison TikTok videos.
I am not sorry.
Oh no, that's.
Oh, okay. Well, he did this. That whole spiel I just said, like literally. He didn't even say anything negative about the right at all. And that's like, this is just the song and dance I see every fucking time.
Well, hold on.
That's fair. That's fair. But I mean, I've seen the opposite though. I've seen so many right wingers say, like, okay, you know what, Admiral Gibbs, you're on right wing Twitter. Maybe you've seen this meme. There's a meme of a guy with like very big glassy eyes and like kind of like a wrinkled face, and he's wearing a shirt. And the shirt says something like, "I'm neither left nor right, but I would never, ever, ever, ever agree with the right on anything." You know, and it's like there's this perception on both extremes of the spectrum where the people who are in the middle are always coming after you, but it's just not true. It's just not the truth.
I might want to push back just a little bit there though. So when you say that, I don't know that I have seen that meme, and I feel like I'm pretty deep in the trenches on the meme circuit, and so I feel like I would have, but I believe it's out there.
You can find it if you want. I'm sure it's
yeah,
easy to
yeah.
find.
I mean, it sounds like any plug and play meme. I believe it exists. Like that's not really where I'm going with this. I think that the issue though is, yeah, the right wing has some people that are like that. However, I think overall we're much more like, hey, listen, they hate you too. Just come join us and we can work on things we agree on, and then we can worry about the other stuff later. Versus like the left seems like, oh, you're a centrist, fuck you, bitch. Like I feel like the right's very much more like, oh, you're an economic conservative and you're a social lib. Hey, come over here. We can work on the economic conservative side. Oh, you're a social conservative. Well, we got something for you too. You know, like, and then I feel like that's kind of what they're much more willing to do. And you're like, as opposed to what you're seeing. I think maybe it's because you're further left than some. I don't know. Maybe not.
So I think I think if this were pre-2020, you'd be completely correct on this. But I do think that recently the right has gone down the same sort of purity spiral pathway the left used to go down. I've seen so much right-wing infighting right now, especially between like some of the big names of people. Like right now, the big infighting are like the H-1B visa tech bros versus the America First nationalists, and they're eating each other alive right now. So I think the right is falling into the same pitfall.
Well,
pitfall right now.
you're not wrong about that. I don't think. I think
I'm gonna cycle a little bit out. Thanks for coming, Black Rainbow. I hope your questions got answered.
Yeah.
Guys,
talk later, Dev.
It's good to talk to you again. Yeah. Hope you've been good.
I can't see my camera like when it's on, so I thought
You're
I was
fine.
like seeing myself.
Your camera's on. Okay.
So.
We
No, I know
can
now.
see you now. We can see you now.
Oh.
Okay, you're live, gang. We got sorry, the OBS is making them abbreviating your names, so we have Z and S here.
Wait, actually, just real quick, Smug, are you here to talk about that fucking thing you've been bugging me about for 3 months?
Yes. Let's go.
Are
Let's
you?
go, Smug.
Yes, I haven't slept in 2 days and I'm ready.
Let's
oh
go,
my God,
Smug.
I haven't fucking looked into it yet.
You were the one
can you
talking
elaborate
about it
for
on
the
Twitter
audience?
for like
Smug,
2 months
hold on, just
before
real
I
quick,
mentioned
please.
it.
Smug, what do you got?
Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay. Okay. Yeah, go ahead, Smug.
Okay. There's a cluster chart that there's a cluster chart from a study that Dev was talking about on Twitter a while ago, where the Twitter post was about a cluster chart showing higher diversity of thought on the right and more tightly clustered, less diverse thoughts on the left.
I remember this chart, but go ahead. Yeah.
Yes. And Dev came out with his little image where it was with a top bar graph of the part that was blue and a top bar graph of the part that was red, showing that if you did it left to right, the blue part occupied a larger part of the spectrum, therefore it was actually the left that had a higher diversity of thought.
I'm not sure if I said it quite like that, but I know where you're going with this. Go ahead.
It's been a busy week. If I say something wrong, please correct me on.
Yep, that's fair.
The first thing that caught my attention was the image that you posted, the cluster graph that you posted was slightly different from the cluster graph that was being used by the original poster saying it was the right that had more diversity. There were more colors involved. Some of the dots were different colors. I actually pulled up the study, looked into it and you made one key mistake on it because both charts are in the study.
Okay.
Whenever you're
What's the
going
mistake?
through it, you attributed the wrong meanings of the colors to the wrong chart.
Dev, can you answer for your chart crimes?
Oh my god. Okay, let me see here. Figure 2. Extracted attitude network. A is the one that's more colorful.
It's
A
the one
visual
that you use,
representation
yes.
of the extracted attitude network, revealing a distribution of 40 attitudes in 2 clusters. Dark blue is strong disagreement, pale blue is moderate disagreement, gray is neutral, orange moderate agreement, red strong agreement. And then B, 2 attitude clusters, depending latent Democrat and Republican. Oh, I see. No, you know what? You're right. Yeah, I see what you're saying now. No, you're correct.
We get a concession? Let's go.
If you're willing, yeah, okay, that's all. Just okay. You've been held accountable for bad research.
Oh my god.
Issues are
Held
resolved.
accountable. Okay, we've
So,
punished
I'm
him.
not sure if it changes my core point that much,
You
but
can
yeah,
disagree with the conclusions of the study. I have no problem with that. But the
Okay.
study itself did say the opposite of what you were saying. The study can be
Okay,
wrong,
fair.
but that is what the study said.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
W interaction.
Sorry, just answering your
Very productive,
important
surprisingly
You know,
productive.
Okay.
I know.
The piggyback off that, if you will, like,
Go ahead, please.
I know that there's been a criticism from the right on the left that all y'all's content seems, I don't know, for lack of a better way to put this, manufactured, organized, and I think there's a bit of this. Like, and I think that study kind of reflected that, where it seems like there's a message that the Dems at the top and the organizations around them are pushing all the way down to the lower streamers, versus on the right, it seems like there's very much like we're all in this for our own self-interest. Like, I'm like a, Texas conservative. That's a little bit different than like, an Ohio guy, or like, somebody from Florida. We all have different stuff, and we're all the same kind of camp. And I find that like the messaging is even more diverse on the right, like, as opposed to, do you disagree with that, or do you think that the study was correct and like that mimics real life?
I mean, I think that's true, yeah, but like the whole diversity of thought thing on the right is like, okay, yeah, sure, but the diverse thoughts they're having are like whether or not women are people. So I don't know, the debates happening on the right are not necessarily high quality debates.
Nobody's having that.
I'd like to bring up one of the lines from the
Who's
conclusion
having
of the
that
study,
debate?
if that's okay.
Sure,
Hold on, just real quick. Hold on, I'll let you in a second, Smug. But who's having that debate? I see it all the time.
That
on
women are
Twitter.
people. That women are people.
That whether women can
They
vote.
don't deserve the right to vote and stuff,
vote. Okay, there's different things.
You've seen that debate, yes?
Constantly.
I've seen that debate, yeah. I hang out. Okay,
These fears, it's very common for them to have a meme, which is just like repeal the 19th every time a woman comes on panel or something. Like they mean it. They're not joking.
Okay, listen. I hang out in right-wing spaces that are so far to the right they view Trump as a leftist, okay? And these people are talking about like the esoteric differences between classy and degenerate forms of anti-Semitism. Okay? So like there's absolutely a lot of disagreement on the right, but it's all fucking retarded.
Oh my god, bro. Oh, okay.
So I do feel like there is a lot of like Trump specifically aligned messaging that kind of goes down through a very narrow pipeline from like the Jack Posobiec's and these sorts.
And I did interrupt Smug, and I apologize for that. But Smug, you had a thing.
No, you remembered, so we're all good.
Yeah, contention you wanted to bring up. So go ahead.
Yes, so just going back to the study, just because it's topical here. From the conclusion of the study itself, verbatim. The Republican cluster includes some surprising issue positions that, under interval assumptions, might be assumed to fall into the Democrat cluster. I'm not going to say that the right doesn't have some absolutely whack job positions, but there is also a large amount of formerly 90s, 2000s Democrat positions that do roughly fall under the broad, maybe not MAGA, but at least the broad right-wing banner at this point.
Yeah, I think I generally agree with that. Yeah.
Especially over the past year. But currently, a lot of previous Democrat positions have been folded under.
Yeah, so like in the 90s and 2000s, liberal center-left positions, they're like free speech and open inquiry have kind of been co-opted by the right because the online left, at least, and certainly parts of the academic left, moved away from them throughout the 2010s. And I mean, I experienced that. I was in academia in the early 2010s, and I experienced a whole bunch of left-wing dogmatism coming into the academy. So like that's true. That absolutely happened for sure. I know what you mean.
And also, just piggybacking off that real quick, I promise, is the study talked a lot about the ostracization mechanisms of the left and how deviation from those points will very quickly get you ejected. While there is definitely attempts at that by the right, I do not feel that the right has been nearly as effective in doing so.
I agree.
I think
I would agree.
think,
Sorry.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, just because, especially like with like the Israel-Palestine thing, it's like with all of my lefty friends, it's like if you're not like with or like pre-Palestine, then you're against us because it's like very black and white. Where I think exactly what Gibbs was saying earlier, where it's like kind of conservatives are more individual focused and like focused on their. That's why they're like isolationists typically and all this stuff. So maybe it's not effective, but maybe it's just because it's like more of a selfish political leaning side, right?
I think that's partially true for sure, but I definitely think that there are some core things that if you step out of lockstep with, you will find yourself basically excoriated on the right. And I think a good example of that right now is Marjorie Taylor Greene, where she's now moved out of lockstep with Trump and she's being completely fucked over. So I think there's definitely a sort of blind dogmatism that is seeping its way back into the right wing right now.
Okay, let me get a couple super chats in here. $5 from Metalworks to say, a little off topic, but what's your guys' opinions on OpenAI killing the RAM market? Is there an AI bubble? And if there is, when will it burst? And then...
Well, just real quick on that,
yeah.
I am glad that I built my new computer a month ago because the prices for every part that I bought doubled. So
crazy shit. Yeah,
man, the AI might actually be the fucking end of human civilization at this point. I don't fucking know. We might be the last generation. I don't know, man. Things are getting kind of scary out there in AI land.
Après moi le deluge. Okay, after me comes the flood. 20 pesos from Mace to say, Dev, you were Dragon Fat Deposits. Come on, Peepa hurt ya.
Oh, we're to find out, chat. We will.
Like... There's a fucking gaming stream where I was on the call with her. All right,
okay.
Come on.
$20 more pesos.
Sorry, can I speak to the AI bubble thing before we
in a second? Dev lets pedos hang on Discord and said he won't ban them.
Oh my god. Is that another deep lore thing I got to explain now?
I don't know. But apparently, I'm curious.
Is this just all my fucking old dramas?
Well, you signed up for this, bro. I hate to break it to you, but come on.
I did. I can't complain that much. Okay, so here's okay, the whole Dev let pedos hang on Discord and said he wouldn't ban them. Here's the truth of that claim, okay? So, go back to 2018. Sargon was banned off of Patreon, all right? And he was banned from Patreon specifically because not for anything he did on Patreon and not for anything that he did on his own channel, but he was a guest on somebody's channel and he was debating with alt-righters. And there was a bunch of alt-right people in the chat who were losing their minds at him because he was giving what were in 2018 pretty liberal takes. He's not a liberal anymore, but he was back then. So he was giving these liberal takes. And at some point he got fed up with the alt-righters in the chat and he decided to call them white N-words. He said, you're acting like a bunch of N-words right now. You're a bunch of white N-words. And the reason he said that is because he understood that, one, they did not like black people, and two, that the N-word denotes a specific type of black person that behaves in a specific type of way that
what do you mean by that?
Do not like. What do you
mean by that? What do you mean the N-word connotates specific types of black people that people would not? Because I would need to.
Yeah, like lower class kind of raucous, black people.
It's almost like it's not your word to use or like classify people with, right?
What are you talking about?
Like the N-word, you say it has a specific connotation for like lower class black people? That's insane. That's an insane thing to say.
No. Like, that act a specific way.
Yeah, that's even crazier, bro.
No, it's not.
Yes,
it's completely fucking normal.
That's. What do you mean by that? Act a specific type of way? So you're saying people
let's say maybe they're violent, maybe they have
Yeah, what do you think that word means, Kel? If you don't agree with his definition, like, what do you think it means?
No, I just don't think it's even our word to judge like the connotation of like what specific sectors of another nationality.
Let me finish the actual story here, okay?
Let Dev finish, and then you can accuse him.
So so Sargon calls them white N-words. The alt-right loses their fucking shit. And then it's a combination of right-wing people who are mass emailing Patreon due to the Ralph retort, Ethan Ralph, but also also with left-wing people who see an opportunity to get Sargon canceled, and so Sargon loses Patreon. And Sargon's going. This is a big drama back in 2018. Sargon's going back and forth with Patreon. He's publishing emails between them. He's doing all this stuff, and it comes out that like Patreon just wants him to apologize for saying a slur, even though it was off-platform. And everyone who had any sort of liberal sensibility back in 2018 said, this is ridiculous. You shouldn't be policing people's off-platform behavior when they're a guest on somebody else's channel. They're not even posting it to their own Patreon. This is too far, all right? And this was like a pretty common view back in 2018 at the time. So I agree with this, by the way. I think it's ridiculous for Patreon. Like, if I decided to say a slur right now, should I lose my Patreon over it? It's not on my channel. It's like I'm not streaming right now.
Don't
say the slur right now. I'm not going to say a slur.
You're on my channel.
You should. They have the right to do that. They have the right to do that.
I don't think so. Yeah, sure, they're a private platform, but like, okay, what if I said a slur like with my girlfriend in my house and nobody's listening, but Patreon has like a spy camera in my fucking house? Like, it'd be ridiculous,
right?
On
the internet. You don't put that on the internet. Even on Whicks channel, it would be on the internet. Like, that is so insincere.
Yeah.
Like, I know that you're not that retarded. I know that you're not.
Here. The principle is, I don't like the idea of these various social media platforms, whether it's Patreon or Twitch or Twitter, and they've all done this, policing what people who use their platforms do off of their platform. I think that's an overreach. I think that is not in line with liberal values.
If they were saying bitch, sure, but if they're calling people white N-words, if you're saying like you're literally like a white N-word and knowing that
I think this applies to slurs as well.
I
think it applies
to it's
free speech, man. It's free fucking speech.
That's right.
Dev, can I ask you a clarifying question? Would you have a problem with them policing them off platform? Say like we're on Twitch right now, right? And Twitch decided,
like for Charlie Kirk. Like, what if you're talking about Charlie Kirk? Then it's okay to police
hold on. So what if
give it a second.
What if Twitch comes over and is like, oh, Whicks big swinging dick now, and gives him a contract, and in this contract they go, well, here there's a morality clause, and it says we can terminate you if you do stuff off platform that violates what we deem immoral or whatever. Would you have a problem with them canceling it? Then I feel like your problem so far how it's been explained is you just have a problem with them cutting you off, like stuff off your platform without it. But if you agree to a morality clause, do you have a problem with them doing it then?
No, because you've consented now at that point. Okay. Now you've consented to that, yeah. And by the way, this wasn't part of Patreon's rules back in 2018, so no one consented to this. So here. So I even gotten to the core of my point here yet, okay? So I basically said, I know that I'll probably never get big enough, because this was back when I had like no subscribers in 2018. But I was like, I'm never going to get big enough to ever actually have a community or have a platform, I don't think. But I'm going to make a rule with myself that I will not ban people from my community for doing something in other communities. So if someone's running a harassment campaign in Whicks community, but he's not breaking any of my rules, I'm going to tell him, hey, listen, don't bring your drama to me. Wick can ban you. If Wick bans you, go talk to him about it. I'm not going to get involved. But also I'm going to say to Wick, hey, Wick, listen, this guy, he hasn't done anything in my space, so I'm not going to ban him from my community just because he's being a shit stirrer in yours. You can handle him in your way, and I'll handle him in my way. So I kind of have this view of like, well, we each have sort of like sovereign little communities on the internet, and what happens in one should not necessarily transfer over into the next one that you enter into. And so people then ask me, well, how far does this go, Deb? Does this apply to being a pedophile? And I was like, I think about it for a minute. And I was like, well, okay, like what's the example here? Like do I know that, like, do I know this guy's heart if he's a pedophile or not? Because I can't actually know that, right? Like if a guy was accused of DMing kids on Twitter, on Discord, in somebody else's Discord server, but he wasn't doing any of that in my Discord server, would I ban him? And I'm like, well, okay, is there proof of it? You know, even if there's proof of it, has he violated any of my rules? And at the end of the day, like I had to say, well, one, he didn't violate any of my rules, so I can't ban him for actually violating my rules. But I mean, I also probably wouldn't want to personally associate with a person like that, right? Just on an individual level, where it's like, okay, even if you're not fucking around with any kids in my domain, you're doing it somewhere else, and I don't know if I want to be around you. It was that sort of thing.
This is very interesting. It sounds like you're describing it as a brand risk.
I was thinking the same exact thing.
No, not exactly a brand risk. It's more of it's more of like a personal moral thing where it's like I don't know if I just on a personal level want to be like around that kind of person.
The ick factor.
Sure,
Okay, I want to.
the same determination.
A little bit. So thanks for coming, Sumo. Or I'm sorry, Smug.
No. I'll let you.
Thank
I'll
you
let
for
you.
having
I'm
me.
sorry. It's cold. It's getting dark, and I don't have any lights in my car.
We'll see you later too. Thanks
Alright.
again.
Nice to meet you. Cool, bye.
See, man, what was her deal? She's just like parked on the side street, kind of going nuts.
Kinetic energy.
Around every now and again. She's cool. So let me get some people in here. Okay.
Anyway, that is where the whole like Dev lets pedos into his Discord server thing, because I was like thinking about it for a while. I was like, well, like if he's not doing anything in like my jurisdiction, is it really correct of me to say, hey, you were being a pedophile somewhere else? Now I'm gonna crack down. Like, it sounds kind of weird, doesn't it? You know, like I don't know if that's.
I don't know if that sounds weird though. Like if I knew that Gibbs was like messaging little girls, I probably would fan him.
Yeah,
even if he didn't message little girls on my server.
Okay, and you know what? And you know what? I probably would too, actually, because but again, that's like a personal thing where it's like I don't like that. However, like Wick, I don't think you have a written rule in your community that says, you know, rule number 1, you can't be a pedophile anywhere in the universe. It's not there.
Specifically written, but there are some understood rules like.
That's number rule 101 on my Discord. We put the no pedo shit, bro.
I didn't. It's like one of those things where do I have to write this as a rule? Like, is this something that we have to be told?
No, listen.
It's this old joke, just real quick. It's this old joke that we used to do because we would get like weekend briefings before we went on out for the weekend when we were on military bases and stuff when I was in the military. And we'd always joke that if they forgot to tell us like not to rape people, that it was okay to rape people. Like they're like, oh, Sarge didn't say it wasn't, that we shouldn't go out and rape people and things like that. Because they would always list a bunch of stuff that we shouldn't do, like no drinking drive, no this, no X, no Y, no Z. And so it was just like
sure, yeah. Well, the way that I view it is like, is it really correct if you have a rule that applies no matter where and when you are, right? Because I think if it comes to countries, we wouldn't accept this, right? Like if you, it's like here, America passes a law that applies to all people everywhere, even if they're outside American jurisdiction. Like that would seem insane. I think to all of us, that would be kind of crazy, wouldn't it?
Maybe a little. I'm not sure if it's too insane because I'm a big Pax America guy. Like if
But like here's a great example, right? Like right now, France has a law where if you're a French citizen and you go overseas and you have sex with someone who is of age in that country but not of age under French law, when you get back to French territory, you will be tried and convicted of like molesting a child. And it's like that seems a bit fucked, doesn't it?
Does it?
I think so.
I don't know. If I would be okay if America passed a law that says, hey, even if you go to Thailand to do it, if you're fucking 12-year-olds, we're going to prosecute you. I'd be okay with that law.
Yeah.
I think, I think I'd be okay with that law.
To be a globalist, right?
Yeah.
Would you not be okay with that law? Would you not be okay with a law that said, hey, it doesn't matter where you do it. If we have evidence and solid proof and you have a trial and all that, right? I'm not talking like extrajudicial shit, right? We'll put you on trial. We'll present the evidence. They have to convict you in court beyond a reasonable doubt. But if you go to Thailand or China or one of these other countries to fuck 12-year-olds, we will hold you account for that.
Well, how about this? The age of consent federal level in America is what, 18? I think.
It depends on the state. Honestly.
Well, sure. Okay. So a state that's where it's 18. In Canada, it's 16. If someone who comes to Canada and has sex with a 17-year-old, should they get charged with it?
Depends. It depends. I think that yes, honestly, if I was a 42-year-old man was going to Canada to fuck 16 or 17-year-olds, then I should face
How about this? Yeah. Weed's illegal in most of America, right?
Well, Wick, let's explore that scenario. Like you just said, if you were going to Canada,
explore the scenario of me going to Canada to fuck 17-year-olds.
Hold on. Let me just hear you out. If you were going to Canada,
You're
hold
not
on.
doing yourself a favor.
Hold on, I just want to see like where the line is here. We got like so
Okay.
you're going to Canada for the express purpose. I agree. Okay, cool. You groomed them. That's sus. Like okay, they're like you're trying to hit some gray area. You know, that's wood chipper 'em.
Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on? If you were okay with that, would you be okay? Like, if you're okay with the 42-year-old man going, or someone who's like even 25 or whatever, going to Canada to fuck a 17-year-old and then coming back and facing no repercussions, would you have that same stance? Say I found a 17-year-old here in America, and I was like, hey, I want to fuck you, but I can't legally. So let's go to Canada first, and then I'll fuck you there.
Well, I would also agree. That's another wood chipper. I think, like that scenario, right? Like throw them in the wood chipper. Like they
might be American laws with that,
I guess what I'm saying is if it's
is that
free,
trafficking at that point?
Yeah, that's trafficking.
that would
all
be
those other things.
trafficking.
I think so.
I guess where I'm going with this is like, okay, so if it's all pre-planned and you're like organizing this, I think we're all in agreement. That's gonna be, you know, like it's wood chipper offense. Okay. Now if you go to Canada to do that, I guess here's the question, right? Say you're like, I don't know, in Canada, and you're some 42-year-old dude.
And I just happened to find a 16-year-old or 17-year-old.
Yeah, there's like
I
I have a daddy kink. I want you now. Like you know, I'm not saying
Yeah,
but like let's just say hypothetically, they're like you, me, Benjamin, right there. Are you wood chippering that person?
I think that they should be prosecuted. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
This sounds like the Johnny Somali scenario where like this guy went to Japan and acted like a buffoon or something, and he was there on like a visa or whatever, and he got arrested by the Japanese government for committing a crime in Japan, but he didn't get sent to America to be prosecuted. You know, it's a different scenario, but
Right. So here's what I was saying earlier, though, is that like weed is legal in a lot of America. It's not legal. It's it's illegal in a lot of America, but it's legal in Canada. You can come to Canada and smoke weed all you want. Should you then, like when you come back to America, assuming that like the American government has a videotape of you smoking weed in Canada, should you be charged with some sort of drug offense? Like, I think the answer to that's obviously no.
I would say personally no, but I also don't think that it has to be universal, right? I don't think I have to agree with all all laws applying in every country to acknowledge that some should, right? I don't think I see no reason I have to accept both.
Yeah, see, the way that I feel about it is just that like a country's laws should apply in its territory and not apply in not its territory.
I think it should apply to its citizens.
Really?
Yeah.
I kind of agree with Dev because like when do you draw the line? Let's say rape is like you can be persecuted no matter what if you're a citizen of America. But like then switch to the weed thing. Well, what if
I
what
agree
if
with Ryan in
Congress?
this. There's some laws that I don't think should be universal, but there are some that I do think should be universal.
Well, hold
there
on,
are
though,
some,
because
like
you
rape
say
is
that,
a great
like,
example.
just real
Even
quick,
if
real
it's not
quick.
legal to rape, just let me finish real quick. Even if
Okay,
it's
go
not legal to rape, it's not illegal to rape someone in, like, say, South Africa or something, right? I think that if you were an American citizen, that if we find and catch you doing this, even if it's not illegal in South Africa, we should still prosecute you for it because you should be held to certain minimum standards as a citizen of the country. They're just laws that you cannot break no matter your locality. And I think that is one of those laws that you should not be able to break. Now, even if you
Wick
go
wants a new world order,
Thailand
one world government ruling over the entire planet.
This is like slippery slope stuff. So like, what if Congress is like, oh, weed is like too far gone. You're too far gone if you go to Canada and smoke weed. We're gonna arrest you when you get back.
Obviously, like the laws that are silly for this, I would be against, and the laws that make sense for this, I would be for.
And I do want to point out really quickly here that just because we're having this sort of intellectual discussion about sovereignty and when should and shouldn't laws apply, none of this means that I'm in any way pro-pedophile, and people who take this conversation to mean that are fucking retarded, okay?
Fair. Okay. Being that
very normal thing to have to say.
I want to give it to Soyadl. Soyadl had a couple things to say, and then Elijah, you have something to say. Go ahead.
All right. Well, actually, I do have to go soon, so I'm just going to break right into my challenge for Dev. What is so bad about polyamory?
I guess if everyone consents, obviously, it's not that bad. But I mean, I think there's a reason that you see a lot of failed polyamorous relationships. I think
to monogamous.
I think most people can't do it, and it's probably really bad for most people to try. But for those few people that it actually works for, I don't think there's anything wrong with it.
Great. So this sort of confirms what I was musing about backstage, that conservatism is for the mentally infirmed. And that's why you said conservatism and monogamy was great, because it's basically instructions for the masses.
In a lot of ways, yeah.
Okay.
I think there's something to that. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm in complete
Yeah,
agreement. It's instructions for the masses.
Well, it's like I don't know if you've read any Edmund Burke, but he kind of lays it out that way. Where Burke's views, to put them in like modern terminology, Burke's views are kind of like, life is hard enough. Things are really fucking complicated. So when it comes to stuff that we've pretty much already solved, like what should you do with your life? You know, maybe have a career, get a job, pay your bills, get yourself into a relationship, get married, have kids. You know, those things that are kind of pretty much solved, like we know what to do in most cases, you might as well just follow the life script. Because for most people, that'll just work. And that's okay.
Well, you know, I actually, Soy, you're absolutely correct. The people that believe the things that Burke laid out are the infirm. I don't know if y'all know this. There's a famous person that I dislike here in Twitchverse that labels himself as a liberal, but they're not a liberal, but they label themselves as a Burkean conservative. And I agree.
Are you talking about counterpoints?
I agree that counter. Thank you. Missed my whole drop that I was going to do right there. I agree that counterpoints is infirm in the head. Thank you, Soyaddle. I appreciate that setup.
Do you not like Burke?
No, I'm not a huge fan of Burke. I mean, he's okay. He's not my least favorite. You know, like.
I'm pretty sure he's actually. I think he's pretty good. Actually, I like Burke quite a bit.
Yeah, but okay, so that's perfect. You like Burke quite a bit. Would you call yourself a conservative?
A Burkean conservative? Probably not. No, I think Burke.
Thank you.
Burke. Yeah. So Burke has good advice for average people doing average things, and it's solid. But I don't think he has any advice for people who are exceptional in either direction.
Listen, I don't disagree with that take. That's not the issue I have. I have a problem with people like trying to label this as like that's inherently conservative, and they're going to pass this off as like if you believe in any other kind of thing, it's conservative.
Yeah, we can have a counterpoint versus the world at some other.
Yeah, we're not going to do that.
Burke is considered a conservative philosopher, though. Like he's not considered a socialist or something.
All right, well, we don't need to dive down this rabbit hole.
Okay, Elijah, go ahead. Or E. Am I saying your name wrong? It could.
Oh no, it's robot. But my question, I got two. One's quick. Dev, what's your opinion on the Canadian monarchy? Like, should Canada keep it? Should it become a republic? Like, I understand that like it's a very tradition and ritual oriented country, but like from my understanding, the king can do whatever he wants. It's just that like he has a bunch of precedent to be like, nah, I'm not going to do anything. You know, I'm going to let the people govern themselves. And they've been doing that for like almost 1,000 years or whatever. I don't know, but you know, I'm wondering what your opinion is on that.
I mean, I don't think that's how the Canadian system or even the British system works. I think there's actually a lot of restrictions on the king's power because these are constitutional monarchies. They're not absolute monarchies. I don't really have any strong opinions on whether or not Canada keeps its monarchy or becomes a republic. I don't really care, to be honest. I know there's like lots of it's kind of funny because like nationalism in the American sense is viewed as a very right wing phenomenon, but in Canada, all the nationalists are left wing in Canada because the right wing in Canada are monarchists, and the left wingers they want a republic. The left wingers in Canada, so but it's becoming a republic is not a very popular position in Canadian politics, and I just frankly don't care. I don't think it would change much. I don't think it really matters.
Yeah, I was kind of oversimplifying the king or whatever. I know he has like limits, and it's more during like a crisis or whatever. But you know, I just wanted to know. And my second one is for like irreverent centrists, kind of like you, and I'd call myself that too. Like who get up to shitheel shit on Twitter. Like how do you fucking, huh?
No. Yes, I agree. Yes, that's what I am.
Go ahead with your question.
How should we like oppose the kind of Gramscian cultural rot that like the left and the right are both engaging in, trying to like seize the culture? How do we like get that back without becoming like fucking black-pilled. Because I can make fun of people on Twitter or be like, this is your logical inconsistency, but they don't care about that. How should we reach a larger audience, I guess?
There is only one possible way to do it. There is no other possible ways. And it will not be easy. It will actually be quite hard. You simply have to tell the truth as much as you can and lie as little as possible. Even if it's about something very tiny and mundane, like, for example, a girl who says that her dad heroically jumped in front of her when he actually didn't heroically jump in front of her. All right? You have to always adhere to the truth as you understand it, as best as you can, and understand it's going to be an uphill battle. It is not going to be easy. I actually had this conversation with Destiny on another stream a couple days ago, and I pointed out that, like, every time a right-winger tells a lie about January 6th, or right now it's about, like, the auto pen stuff, or whatever, they have a lie. It takes them 5 seconds to say. There's always a drop of truth in the lie, so it can't just be dismissed out of hand. And in order to actually fully untangle that lie and understand what that truth actually means and understand what the lie actually is, it will take you an hour of explanation. And that is blackpilling, to understand that your opponent's and by the way, I'm talking about the right. The left absolutely does this too. I can point to so many bullshit fucking bread tubers and socialists who do this too, all right? But right now we're talking about the right, so the right does it. You have to understand that they can lie faster than you can tell the truth, but you cannot stop telling the truth. And there's no easy way out of this conundrum. You just have to tell the truth no matter what, even if it costs you.
That's true, but like there are members on the left and the right who just simply don't care about truth. They just care about their cultural winning. I saw the right not give a crap that like half of their big accounts were just Indians, or Russian bots. Like, what about the people who literally don't care about truth and just want to see their people win? Like,
you cannot actually do much about them, but hopefully you can influence those who are following them.
Yeah, like one thing you can do is like point out that they're doing that, right? Like that's part of you telling the truth, right? As a truth seeker, one of the reasons I like going on a lot of panels and stuff is I find a lot of people do what kind of Dev just described, right? Where they spew out something that's half true, and I'm like, oh, I haven't heard about this, and then you start digging into it, and it's like, okay, well, that's not at all what happened, but it's interesting. Like I'm learning a new thing, and learning is radical, as we say over here. So.
Real quick, what sounds like you're kind of describing, Robot, is the difference between like a rational person and an irrational person. People that are irrational and just believe a certain thing will just disregard the truth whenever they want to because it doesn't matter to them. We just
real quick, Aaron. Real quick, Aaron. If you don't have that butt plug in, you can't be on this panel.
Well,
fuck you, Dev.
What? You're gonna have,
it's fine. It's fine.
To elaborate.
We are friends.
You're gonna have
don't
to pay
worry
for
about
it. You're gonna have to pay for it first.
Fine, I'll buy you the plug. It's okay.
I like
and the thigh.
So I find
Gibbs has something to say on the butt plug. Go ahead.
Yeah, on the butt plug for sure. No, I mean, hey, at least it's holding structure for the butthole. No, I guess. Listen, so here, I guess when you're sitting here going and saying, "Oh, these are lies," right? I can remember, Wick. You could probably tell me honestly, how long ago did I start talking about to you about the auto pen? Like months and months, even before Trump even got elected. I think
you've been talking about it since Biden got out of office.
Yeah, it's for a long time, right? And then, like, I feel like I've been going in on it. I've been like, we're gonna go deep down it, and then I come over here and like, I agree that both sides do, where they have the nugget of truth thing, and then they just run with it, and it takes an hour. I agree absolutely, but I think it's funny that whenever you come here and I hear you say this, Dev, they're like, oh, that the right's doing this. And I know you were specifically only talking about the right in that little rant right there. And you said that you acknowledge the left doesn't. But whenever y'all sit here and you point these things out, and it's like, okay, it seems, once again, we're going to talk about the diversity of thought on the right versus left. The left side is very, like, extremely structured. Versus on the right, you're like, it's like 15 different people. I've been talking about AutoPen. I haven't heard anybody talk about AutoPen until, like, maybe 3 months ago, it started getting hot press, right? Because it was a personal interest. Same thing with the Epstein. That's a whole different group of Republicans. They're all very passionate about the Epstein. But like me, I don't give a shit. Like, yeah, if he's a diddler, throw him in the fucking wood chipper, right? Like, I just want my fucking taxes lower and shit. All sorts of stuff. Like, there's a lot of Republicans like that. There's all these different like individual groups, and I just think it's kind of interesting that once again we're coming back, and y'all just said that structure is for the average inept person or whatever, and it seems the Dems have a structured message, and y'all are sitting here already just dismissing things that there is fact to, like the autopin case.
I mean,
we will
I'd
have a debate on the
disagree.
autopin case another day,
Sure,
but no, I
sure.
think it's pretty safe. But yeah.
Here,
Go ahead,
you know what?
robot,
If
then
you
we're
want, if you
gonna-
want an example of the other side doing it, then Gibbs, like think back to Vosh and Destiny debating over Kyle Rittenhouse, right? And how ridiculous Vosh's position
Yeah.
was. That was a fucking insane debate, where like very clearly the left wing bias that Vosh had that was so far against the truth, he couldn't even maintain it in his own fucking stream. Like this is something that ideologues do. It's not a left or a right thing.
Sure, but now we're
Well,
talking. We're
sure.
talking about like. I mean, you brought up bread tubers as your example, but I mean, like
I
we're
don't
talking
even know what
about
that is. I mean,
like more institutional power, right? Like I mean, Gibbs was talking about autopen stuff. Like I mean, this is a Republican Party narrative, not like a bread tuber narrative or like a leftist streamer narrative.
Yeah, and
These
it's
are
not even
pretty
like
different scales, right?
I guess the other thing I
Well, no,
want to
he's
add to what
commenting
Ryan's
on the
saying
similarities.
is that it's
The
like
thing is, he's commenting on the similarities.
Well, I guess the other thing I want to add to what Ryan just said is it is a Republican narrative, but it's like there's not like one Republican narrative or like two major ones, right? With the Dems, it feels like you'll have an extremely manufactured message from the top all the way down to the smallest streamer. And so when I hear this, it's like y'all are already have like
You're saying the truth. I understand.
no, it's
yeah,
see,
very,
I guess
very,
this is the thing that
makes
I
sense
guess
now.
matters is like the truth versus fact debate. Like, you know, if enough people act on something, whether it's true or not, or factual or not, doesn't matter because now their truth is like in power. Like, I mean, sure, I guess we could argue that it's the truth because y'all just don't like facts, but that's fine.
I think it goes both ways. I think yes, the left does have like a kind of program they run with, but I also think the right has the same thing where the average Joe will like watch Fox News or MSNBC and they don't want to think critically, they just want to consume the narrative, you know? So how do you get like the average person to kind of break away and actually seek truth when most people just don't give a crap, you know?
There's no easy question. There's no easy answer to that, man. It's just you have to tell the truth. You have to be accurate as you can, and you have to just hope. That's it. It sucks,
Well,
but that's all there is.
At the end,
Okay.
you can
that's
only
true.
hope.
Okay, just real quick because
I was
I
gonna.
do want to get to as many people as I can.
Well, Aaron didn't
before
say much actually.
No,
He
I know,
said
but
like one
that's we're
thing.
gonna
Okay, yeah,
All right,
robot
I'll
here.
get out of
I
here.
did wanna add one last
Thanks,
bit
man.
to that
Before you
topic.
go, though, $5 from Mega Lag. Mega Lag says Aaron is one of Dev's mod, also former Marine and current femboy. So
Yep.
okay, go ahead.
He's transing out. It turns out.
No, I'm not. Who the fuck told you that?
The entire Discord.
Bullshit.
Well,
Okay, but you had something to say, Aaron. Go ahead.
So on that point, on the previous point, because I did want to tie it up in a ribbon. At the end of the day, you can only hope that the truth, if said enough times, will convince people, as long as you speak it with conviction. Because at the end of the day, that's all you can hope for.
Yep.
True enough.
I agree,
Okay.
man.
Did you have something specific for Dev, or did you just want to say that?
No, I actually did have something. So I think generally my only current contention with GDev is your housekeeping as far as community stuff with
I know I'm very
with the
lazy.
whole
I know.
drama with all the drama like between like Kirsch, Aiden, blah blah blah, and like the whole VTuber stuff. Like you already addressed the VTuber stuff like way back when, but I think you've kind of dragged your dick a little too long on the responses that you should probably make to all the allegations against you, because like it's like you can't go into any community that knows you or even interconnected with you without being berated for even like being connected to you. And half the time, it's always about a bunch of lies that can't be substantiated. And like because you've dilly dallied on the responses, it's gotten to a head point.
No, I understand, and you're correct. Like this is one of those things where it's literally just laziness on my part, and that's all it is. Like Wick, I know this is outside of your area of the internet, but I mean, there have been a number of allegations against me, not sexual ones, but like just allegations of like, oh, this guy's a
No,
shit
some.
deal.
Well,
Oh, really?
either,
Oh, okay. Oh,
What are
news to
some of the
me.
sexual allegations
Mainly
against
mainly like if I join a fucking server or whatever, it would be like go back to your lolly pedo defender, blah blah blah, and go back to your lolly chaser, blah blah blah.
Okay, yeah, but
Oh, that's
those-
probably going to be me being friends with food shops, right? I
Yeah.
assume that's what that
That's
is.
That's
Friends
some pretty
with Shop
strong
and
allegation.
basically people saying that you're defending Destiny when, if anything I've seen, you say that it might look good for him in the case, but there are some things that are definitely worth critiquing.
Oh yeah, no, I have very strong critiques of how Destiny has handled his personal life with regards to who he decides to share sexual experiences with. You can probably deploy a little bit more wisdom in that regard, I think. It would have saved him a lot of heartache and headache. But my take on that was that, yeah, we can critique who Destiny decides to share nudes of and who with. Maybe he shouldn't be doing some of that stuff. That can be pretty bad. But also that the opponents of his in that case are absolutely fucking unhinged and weaponizing the justice system against him. Like those aren't like those two takes aren't necessarily like contradictory. You know, I think that's actually the correct thing to say about Destiny's case.
No, I agree, and I also think that there's a strong chance that Destiny has CSAM on his own data since he basically just kind of willingly admitted it to Willie Mac.
Well, okay, so here, new information on that came out today because I've been keeping up with this because I intend to make a video on this at some point. But once the entire court case is done, I'm putting out a giant fucking video on this whole
What's
thing.
the new information that came out today?
The new information that came out today is that the Rose person wasn't actually real at all. Destiny never actually spoke to Rose. Yeah, Rose wasn't real. Destiny never actually spoke to Rose. She was actually a trafficking victim by the guy who he was talking to, who was pretending to be Rose for several years, and he was making her take various photos to be used in the catfish against Destiny. And this all came out in court documents like today.
Crazy
Well,
shit.
yeah, but he
Okay.
was still receiving images of this person that was supposedly Rose, and many of those images are probably of a minor.
It's currently
a trafficked minor. I mean,
it's not
unknowingly,
confirmed what age she
presumably, but-
was.
Yes,
But yeah, and either way, he didn't know, right? Which is kind of the important part. Like, if someone
He
sends you
he
a
probably
picture
didn't
of
know at the time, but now that we have hindsight, and now that we have like several years since then, he probably has had a chance to just get rid of it, but he hasn't.
well, I mean, first of all, you shouldn't be deleting things that might be necessary in court. Like, you can't just get rid of that shit. You know,
No, like before the court thing even happened, he had the ability to get rid of it because it's been sitting around in his banks for years.
in his like Discord DMs, you mean? Like, if you scroll back far enough.
Like in his drives, and because he said that he had copies of everything.
Okay. You know what? I actually don't know where the law would fall in this. Like, if you have child porn on your hard drive, but it's actually relevant to a court case, and so you can't delete it because it's evidence, what happens to your hard drive? What happens to you? That's kind of a tough. I don't know where that goes.
I think
in the case of during a court case, that is tampering with evidence. Yes, but I'm talking about before this
I have
even
no
became
idea,
a thing.
but this isn't Destiny versus the world. This is Dev versus the world. Right?
Yeah,
if Destiny wants to come on and answer for his season,
We are getting a little
I'd love to host.
Yeah,
that.
here to speak what you're talking about, Aaron, is like, yes, so like Aiden Paladin had that ridiculous fucking manifesto on me that was like 90% lies. I should have responded to that when it first came out. I was lazy. That's just my fault, right? Kirsch had the 300 fucking page Google document that was full of nonsense. Anyone who read it knows it's full of nonsense, but because it's 300 pages, no one's gonna fucking read it. I should have replied to that. Yeah,
Even all the things that were true were pretty much inconsequential to like you, like the arguments about saying that it was you in charge of the whole gay ops shit and whatever.
The issue ultimately is that I've been too lazy to actually address these things, and that's completely true. I can't deny that at all. I should have responded to these things when they happen, but I'm just fucking lazy. Yes.
Okay.
All right, that's pretty much all I got. Appreciate it.
Thank you for coming in, sir. Okay, other guy, M, what do you got?
Thanks, Aaron.
All right. This is less a debate, but more of a question. I've been wondering, has something happened between you and Lilith? Because like she's in no video at all from you for a long while, or even any mentions. Fact.
Oh no, Lilith and I are still friends. It's just that her real life has prevented her from doing streams or being in videos or anything. Nice Christmas tree, by the way.
Ooh, very pretty.
Yeah.
It doesn't show.
But no, Lilith and I are still friends. We still talk every once in a while, but like she has a very busy personal life, and there's been a lot of things that have happened to her that I'm not going to talk about on stream because it's her story, and she just hasn't had a chance to be on stream or do anything, you know. But she's still around. We're still friends.
All right. So fair enough. So to go
Is my
debate,
camera
now
still on?
drama is fun, but this is a debate stream, I think. Stir the pot a little bit. You a
Is my
few
camera still
occasions
on?
that
Because
Hold on, just real quick. Z, wait your turn. You'll get here.
Yeah,
Promise.
Zed, your camera's off. Your camera's off.
Yeah,
Man.
your
Don't worry.
camera is off.
Okay.
But go ahead.
That's it. I was just wondering.
yeah, I can put my camera, but I'm at work, so
Just give us what you got. We don't need cameras today. Go ahead.
fair enough. Stir the pot a little bit. You've said on a few of your videos that, according to you, the NDP, which is also known as the New Democratic Party of Canada, for those that don't know, is a far left, and I think you've even said a communist party. Can you explain yourself on that? Because always kind of baffled me.
The NDP is Canada's far left party. It is a socialist party. I don't think I've called it a communist party. If I did, maybe jokingly. But the NDP is a socialist party.
Perhaps. Yeah, because they're far left compared to the Liberals, perhaps, because the Liberals are barely left to begin with, in my opinion. But
No, that's very fair. Like Trudeau was a progressive, and Carney is like a neo-lib. So they're like the center to center left party, the Liberals. But yeah, the NDP are like Canada's socialist party. Yeah.
Can I ask you?
I think it's fair to say that.
Yeah, fair enough. I just
Okay.
Can I ask you a question, just for like clarification here? Because you said something earlier, right? Like earlier, you were talking about how you're in right wing groups and they think that Trump is a leftist, right? Okay, and and then someone else mentioned how some positions from the left, like in the '90s, have become right leaning, like I don't know, border security, for example. You know, like I've said, Trump's like a New York Republican, basically a Democrat, right? I equate him very similar to Bill Clinton in policy, you know, in many ways. So I actually do feel he's kind of a lefty or moderate lefty or center right, maybe now because of Overton window shift, right? But he's not like a far righty, you know, like some of y'all are making it out to be. I think he's more populist in the up down narrative instead of the left right kind of thing. But when I'm sitting here and y'all are going like this, like, do you think that Bill Clinton would be a person on the left today, or do you think he'd be moderate? Like, what do you think policy wise? Where does that stand? Like based off like how you're like, just so I can like figure out your range. I don't know.
There is a problem with using left and right the way that we're using it, because Hassan Piker would call Bill Clinton right wing easily. It's not even a debate for him, right? Here's the thing.
Like I said, that's what you have.
Yeah. So I think like Bill Clinton is like center to center left. Yeah. I think the problem with your position, this idea that Trump is a 90s Democrat or a 90s, I hear that all the time. You know, I'm not actually radical. I'm just a normal guy from 20 years ago. I hear that all the time, right? The issue with that is that no 90s Democrat would ever in a million years have dismantled U.S. aid. That would not have happened. Bill Clinton would have never done that. You know, Al Gore would have never done that. Obama would have never done that. You know, John Kerry, whoever, they would have never done that. The fact that Trump has done that means that he has moved out of that 90s liberal paradigm. You know, the position that you have might have made sense in 2016. Actually, I think it makes a lot of sense in 2016. It does not make sense now. I think things have moved beyond that.
Yeah, I don't really see a world where a left-wing politician flashes into social services. Like the left wing's big idea is like the daddy state, you know, the caregiver state. Like the moment you go into that, you can't call anything left wing, personally.
What do you mean?
Well, I think, you know, me, I'm from Quebec. So from a Quebec politics standpoint, looking at the Liberals and Quiet Revolution, like the left-wing revolution of Quebec was based on increasing social services, you know, taking all of the things that the church used to do, you know, housing the poor, feeding the poor, teaching people, and putting all of that into the public. You take the energy, you make it public. You increase the social services, you make the government handle almost everything as much as it can. Like, so to me, that's like a core tenet of left wing. So the moment you start slashing into those, the moment you start talking about giving things to the private, you're not left wing. It's over.
Well, keep in mind though that, like, first of all, Canadian politics is different from American politics, and secondly, Quebec politics is different from the rest of Canadian politics, right? Like, the Quebec nationalists are very economically left wing and very socially right wing. When you start talking about those kind of groups, these distinctions start to break down a bit. They stop being as useful.
Well, that's fine, but I mean, I think the point stands or like holds that like these kind of like maybe 90s like Democrat even like 90s Democrats. I assume I actually don't know that much about the 90s and early 2000s Democrats because I wasn't politically active until like a decade ago. But like, I mean, would they have been for the slashing of things like Medicare, Social Security, like, and pushing for these things? Like, I feel like that's the modern right, which is, Gibbs calls it populist, which, they use a lot of populist rhetoric, but I mean, the people that get hurt the most by this are the people that they're claiming to fight for when they use this rhetoric. So
that's true. Yeah. Lots of like right wingers are disproportionately poor, and a lot of them are being hurt right now by a lot of the government cuts. That's true for sure.
Yeah.
No, I do think that the populist right is truly populist, though. It's not simply only just adopting populist rhetoric. I think there are actual populist things the right does. It's just that they're bad because populism is bad, in my opinion.
I feel like populism generally isn't that good. I would agree with you because it's a manipulate. It's a way to manipulate people. It generally doesn't lead anywhere. But I don't really see, like, when the right is populist, it tries to appeal to fear, whereas I feel like when the left is populist, it tries to appeal to the needs of the people more than trying to put the blame on something else.
Are you
I
high?
don't know about that.
I don't think I agree with that.
Yeah.
I think both populists do both of those things in a fair measure. I've seen a lot of left wing fear mongering. I've seen a lot of right wingers talk about what's good for the people. I think this is just populist rhetoric in general.
Okay, I want to give Z a chance to get in here. Z, go give us what you got.
Hello. I have few questions for Dev. First, about the Canadian truckers? When they froze their bank accounts, do you think they should have responded in any way violent or not, or do you think they don't have the right to it because of their protest?
I didn't quite understand based on your accent.
Oh, I got you.
Okay.
When the truckers in Canada, when they got their assets frozen, right? Should they have responded violently?
I think that freezing the assets of the truckers, with the exception of a couple dozen of them, because we did actually find out that some of them had stockpiled weapons, and there was like caches of guns were discovered in some places. But for the vast majority of freezing the assets, a lot of the trucker shit that happened, that was legitimately government overreach. This is one thing. This is one point of contention that I have with Destiny, where Destiny will mention sometimes the Canadian trucker protest in the same breath as America's January 6th. I think he does it because they're both forms of like a right-wing uprising against the government. But there are significant differences between them, because the truckers in Canada had a much stronger truth value to their claims than the January 6th people in the United States. And people say, oh, well, no, it's just the case. All right. I've got like here, people say this, it's a meme in my community now for like 5 fucking years. Dev, where's the trucker video? Again, I'm lazy. 90% of my problems stem from the fact that I am lazy. It's just that simple. Okay. But I did do a Trudeau video around the time of the most recent Canadian election. And I had a trucker section in that video. And I outlined in that trucker section, I said, listen, this is not like January 6th, all right? The truckers had a much stronger claim against the government than the January 6thers did. It's like, and that is just the objective truth, that Trudeau massively overstepped in a way that the American government on January 6th did not overstep. And and the claims made by the truckers were just a lot stronger than the claims made on January 6th. They're not the same type of event. And
Okay.
so,
yeah.
Okay, yeah, what's up?
Finish your point, but then we're gonna cycle these two out, and we got the final three.
I'm pretty sure Zed had a few more questions, though. Like,
yeah.
He barely. Okay.
Okay.
But yeah.
Give him a shot.
Okay, the same question applies for you said on a stream a few days ago. You said some people actually lost their property because the judges gave their property back to some tribe or something. Do you think those guys should respond in any violent way because they lost their property? That's not just losing asset property. Imagine losing your house because the judge said a tribe owns it a few hundred years ago or something.
I know exactly what you're talking about. For those of you who aren't Canadians here, I'll give you the quick rundown. You have some very far left judges out in Vancouver on the west coast of Canada. By the way, you feel free to look this up. This is in all of our Canadian news. I'm not making this up. I'm not pulling it out of my ass. Okay, so go look it up. They have ruled. This judge has ruled that due to Canada's increasing self-flagellation when it comes to various land back movements and native rights movements, that a whole bunch of privately owned houses in Vancouver have now been handed over to some tribal authority. And so if you own a house, you're fucked. You can't sell it because it's not your private property anymore. And there's a whole bunch of a fucking uproar right now in Canada because now you have a bunch of other tribes who are coming along and saying, oh, if we can start getting land from white guys, we should fucking do this. And it's starting to become ridiculous.
Well, hang on. So I mean, this is like my quick search. It sounds like the justification for this was that they were upholding like treaties and title rights.
Yes, but that's bullshit.
So that's not, well, is it bullshit to uphold legal treaties?
Yes.
Yeah, treaties with treaties.
No. It is.
Yeah.
It
You
is
know what?
bullshit
You know it is bullshit because if we don't uphold the water treaty with Mexico, and Mexico's not upholding their, we should be invading them because they aren't upholding the water treaty with Texas. Do you agree with that, Radical Cutter? We should invade Mexico.
I'm not familiar with that treaty, but
well, they're not upholding it. So, but hypothetically,
let that finish his point. Let that finish his point.
So here, let me put it this way: like imagine if a whole, like, just large swaths of the United States was given back to tribal authorities because of an ancient treaty from several hundred years ago, right? Like, even if it is on paper correct, and even if you think it's morally correct, it would destroy your society. All right, and it would destroy it for nothing. It's one of those things where, like, okay, yeah, we can feel bad about the fact that white people managed to conquer and subjugate and implant a new society on top of the bones of Native Americans. Fair enough. But at this point, if you're going to start taking houses that people bought fairly and they believe they were engaging with the system in good faith and doing the right thing, you're going to take that from them and give it to a tribal authority because of basically you're establishing a new precedent from a treaty that hasn't been enforced or respected for several hundred years now, out of some sense of, I don't know, racial equity or some shit. Like, you are going to destroy your society doing this. And I think Canada is going to start going down a dark path if they do this, because you know what? Here, I'll just grant you the case that on a basic moral level, pretty much all of Canadian territory should be native territory because white people.
I'm not even talking about that. So
like,
to be clear, what I'm curious about, to push on that, like, what I'm curious about is what if these judges, their ruling is like they are reflecting, like, upholding the law as it's written. Like, do you think that they should make what you deem as the more practical ruling, even if the laws don't align with that, like, because it's unreasonable from your standard to give land back to these people?
I think if this happened to me and I lost my house because of this, I'd go crazy. Let's face it. You lose your house because the judge said you lost it because of a treaty, you'd go crazy. Especially if you bought the house with their
terrible. Yeah. No one's saying it feels good to lose your house. Like, that's obviously.
Yeah. Now, do keep in mind in Vancouver, and Vancouver is a city, and any loss of Vancouver is a win for Montreal, which is objectively a good thing.
Listen, Vancouver is one of the most expensive places to live in the world for a reason. Like, it's actually a decent city, to be honest.
Wait.
Here. Well, let me just explain this.
Before you go, $5 from no fucking way to say this Canadian is making a great case for why XX shouldn't vote, just XY. XX can't build stable societies. XX is giving away houses they don't own. Anyway, go ahead.
So here. If it turns out that, like, the judges, it just ends up the judges have their hands tied and they couldn't rule any other way per the letter of the law, then it is now Parliament's responsibility to come in and to sign a new law to give the people their fucking houses back, because it's what has happened, in my opinion, is ridiculous. Now, if it turns out that Canada is just going to be ruled by, like, the most, the craziest right-wing boogeyman version of like an anti-white regime that just wants to that wants Canadians to self-flagellate. If we get to that point, then I think Canadian society breaks down at that point, man. Like I think we're fucked if this doesn't get overruled somehow.
New panel: should we take in the Canadian refugees? Okay, or should we close our borders?
That's a good idea.
Absolutely not. They're not sending their best. They're sending.
Picture this: you've worked hard in your life. You bought a house finally, and some judge out of nowhere gives your house to someone else. Don't you go crazy after that? Let's face it.
Of course, but this already happens in like normal society. Right? There are legal rulings. Yes, there are legal rulings that repossess property and that change ownership. Like this happens. I'm saying
eminent domain.
But hold on,
taxes.
I guess Ryan, what I'm asking.
Let Z finish. Z finish your point quickly.
Oh, imagine you worked your whole life. You bought a house. You didn't do anything wrong. You didn't.
And then it's taken from you. Gotcha. I got your point.
Yeah.
It would feel terrible, and I would expect some sort of restitution, ideally, right, from the government.
Can I complete the point? And out of nowhere, a judge says your house belongs to some tribe because of treaty 100 years ago that you have nothing to do with. You bought your house. You've paid the money for the house. You don't owe anything about it, or you're still paying the debt for the house or something. Basically, the house is yours, and you did nothing wrong, and suddenly you lose the house. Don't you go crazy at that point? Come on.
Yeah, I agree with you, man. I agree.
Saying it's without restitution, yeah, of course, but that doesn't mean that the ruling was not legal, right? That's so I'm having two conversations.
Well,
exactly, and to be fair, like I lived and worked in communities that were cities that were partly owned by native communities. I see, and it's legitimate. Like it creates development. They were building housing. Like they were improving the local economy and such. If it's just a matter of this zone is in disrepair anyway, the value is garbage. Why not just give it to a third party that they can develop and improve? Create some community. It can be a win-win scenario depending on where the lines are drawn in the sand. Personally,
I think that we should draw all the lines in the sand that benefit me and that are detrimental to my enemies. But thank you, both of you. We do got to cycle you out. I do appreciate you both calling.
Can I say one last thing?
What's up? Real quick.
Arch was right. That's it.
Fuck you. Get out of here.
Arch was right.
What was he right about, Dev?
It's just a meme over in Arch's community.
Okay, these are the last guys. Well, I guess.
Oh my god.
We got everyone gets a chance. Everyone gets a chance who hasn't gotten a chance yet.
Wait, are you running out of time, Wick? Is that what's going on here?
Yes, I am running out of time. Because you know why? Unless you guys can give me $100 in super chats.
Oh my god.
In the next, let's say, by the time it takes us to get through these guys, then the stream will end. So we are holding this stream hostage. If you've
Wick's
enjoyed
gotta go
this
eat his
content,
McDonald's, guys.
$100 super chats. One Benjamin Franklin. Okay, that's what we need. Anyway, thank you all for coming in. We're gonna give it to, I guess, Dr. Darko first, and we'll just go around. Dr. Doctor, what you got?
And I'm wondering what you think the outer limits of DEI should be. Like I know that, or as someone who's watched most of the videos on your channel, I don't think you explicitly hate black people. And I think you'd be like like for like some sort of like scholarships or whatever to get like rural black trans women into game development. If they're underrepresented. But like,
hold on, just real quick, Dr. Darko, are you just radical coder with glasses? Is that what's going on here? Like,
shut up! All right. The second I turn my camera on, no, I'm in a closet and they're not.
Okay. So, listen, when it comes to DEI, I think, Wick, I was on your channel when you had David Jaffe on here, and this was what, like 9 months ago or something? Yeah. And I remember asking him the question, like, okay, let's say you have two people who you're interviewing for a job, right? And you objectively look over all of their work history and their education, and one of them's black and one of them's white. And let's just say the black guy happens to be like 5% less qualified than the white guy based on his resume. Okay. And your company is full of white guys. Now, do you hire the black guy so you have some black representation in your company, or do you hire the white guy because he's 5% more qualified? And I said the proper thing to do is to hire the white guy because he's 5% more qualified, because the qualifications are what matter. The demographics of your team are not what matter, because fundamentally we are all the same, in my opinion. So, in terms of like DEI, if DEI means so here's a great example. I saw there was a fucking right wing retard named Yorch Torch Games, and he said that Expedition 33 was a DEI game because it had black NPCs in it. That's fucking retarded. There's no problem having black characters in video games, and you're just like you're a fucking like degenerate moron if you think otherwise. But if we're talking about, you know, the ideal form of a purely meritocratic society is one in which race is not a factor. But a society in which race is not a factor means that you don't give black people any advantages for being black.
For sure. Okay, so I guess just to like kind of ground this out, when you say like 5% more qualified, say for the sake of argument, we're talking about two fresh like college grads, and one has like a 5% higher GPA than the other one. Like, do you really think that like that is truly like 5% more qualified for any given role that they're interviewing for?
I mean, it may or may not be how it shakes out, because there's tons of other factors there, right? But I don't think race should be a factor.
Yeah, I would agree with you that I don't think that race should be a factor, but I think if you take unknown bias out of hiring decisions, like one race gets hired at the same rate as the other race.
Mm-hmm.
Aren't most DEI programs, like when they have like when we talk about equity, it's equality of opportunity of outcome, right? So the idea is that we're increasing the hiring pool, we're increasing the amount of people who are considered for the job. So generally, it's that black people are less likely to be in the potential pool in the first place, and so they're trying to expand those pools, and then they do then go from there and start hiring based on merit. It's just that they are getting the chance to participate in that path.
Well,
like that,
sure,
that's the goal of DEI, and maybe we can point to individual examples that fail at that, but that's certainly like what these programs are ostensibly about.
Sure. I understand that, right? Like I'm not going to be the person who says a black person who was qualified for a job should not get a job because they're blacks. I don't believe that. I think that's ridiculous, right? But I definitely think there have been instances where DEI programs, whether by design or because they've been warped, have ended up putting minorities into positions where they surely shouldn't have been in those positions.
Yeah,
I know.
So the mismatch hypothesis that sorry.
Yeah, I think you know what I'm talking about. The thing where I forget what study it was, but a study showed that you have like a university that will have seats like slots in programs for black students only, and so they would pick black students that ended up not actually qualifying for those programs, and then after a year or two they would drop out, and now they'd have a dropout on their record, which never looks good on an academic record, and two, they have possibly student loans to pay off, and three, they're back where they started. So like the DEI actually hurt them in that case because they just weren't able to be in that program. So yeah, it's that situation that I do want to avoid.
Yeah, and I do think so. The mismatch hypothesis, I think the data surrounding that is mixed. I mean, I can send it to you later if you're interested.
Sure.
But and I do think that affirmative action is a real example of an attempt at DEI. But I don't think imperfect implementations of DEI should discredit the whole thing. Like that would be like appealing to detransitioners to discredit transness. I feel.
No, I know what you mean. I know what you mean, but like, I still think that there was. I don't remember exactly what this was, but I have a basic feeling of it. There's an idea that if you just take people's names and photos off of resumes and then just hire the people who are best for that job or something like that, or best to be in this program or whatever the case is, that's probably the ideal way to do things, even if that means less black people get in, because you're still looking at their qualifications and not their race.
Yeah, I guess maybe there's a more fundamental disagreement here about the being more qualified for a role. Not to do the ultimate skeptic bullshit, but truly to judge someone's resume about how well they'd be a fit. It's like, oh well, this person has a 3.72 GPA and this one has a 3.76. Like obviously they're significantly more qualified. Does that make sense?
No, I know what you mean, because some things cannot come out in a resume, right? Like you could have all the great credentials in the world, and it turns out you're actually a shitty person, and you're not really that fun to work with. And like and also like different workplaces have different standards. I think people who complain about DEI on the internet, they're like dumbing down the issue into they're only focusing on one variable when actually hiring for a workplace is like hundreds of variables in actuality. And sometimes they're right about that one variable, but it's still hundreds of variables, and they're not looking at the rest of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. I guess. I don't know,
here. I'll lay it out like this, right? I assume we all agree that like, if a black person is just not qualified for a job, he shouldn't be hired to like tick off a diversity quota box. Obviously, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Sure.
Yeah. I think a lot of right wingers, they see that happen. It does happen sometimes. They want to avoid that. They probably overstate their case, I think, but it's not like it never happens.
Yeah, absolutely. I guess I don't think.
To finish your point, but I do want to get the other people in here. So yeah.
I have a quick bookend as well after. It'll be very short, but
Yeah. And like, I don't think race should be an important hiring consideration. On its face. But in the same way that like I want more like rural people, like farmers, to have more of an engagement in like game development, because they probably have some ideas that most of the urban people like haven't even thought of yet.
Why would hold on just real quick? Why would a farmer? Why would you want a farmer?
So listen, I'm just gonna.
Why are you worried about us farmers? We're real smart.
I just don't know like what like there's no real benefit.
Yeah,
to a farm. We don't have enough farmers in game development. I've never heard that.
We can help learn how to
So again,
it's interesting.
It's a culture thing, right? Like urban versus rural culture is different, and in the same way that like white and black culture is different. Like there's different vocabulary, there's different like affects, like there's different ways to approach problems. I'm sorry. One more time.
Can you elaborate how specifically white black culture are different? Maybe any specific
vocabulary for one,
what are some words that black people use?
Any specific words?
Like woke, AF, like most of like the Twitter slang.
These are proper ways to use the word, but
yeah. But yeah, I think people, like I want to treat everyone the same, but in reality, people approach things differently based on their upbringing. Like they engage with different problems in weird ways, and an outsider's view is oftentimes helpful and can make things more successful. So selecting for that, I don't think is the worst thing in the world, and I think a lot of the data kind of points to that being the case.
And my bookend, I was just going to add that when we talk about the, I think you guys were with the mismatch hypothesis stuff. I think we're talking about affirmative action there. I agree. There were people who probably were in a bad situation due to like being in college when they maybe weren't as qualified to do it. But I think there were also a lot of people who got those opportunities. Probably the majority of people who got into those programs who actually, found themselves in a situation where they were getting opportunities and able to get degrees that they might not have been able to get otherwise. And I think we got to look at both sides of that coin, right?
Assuming they deserve them. Yeah, I agree with you on that.
Okay.
Hold on, just real quick. When we talked about this a couple hours ago, I mentioned that like a lot of the old racism of like the 70s is kind of gone at this point. I do believe that a lot of it's just done and over with. Maybe it's coming back now, but I think a lot of it, at least until 2020, it was done and over with. It was gone. So I think in an environment like that, the continued push for DEI just had didn't really have much of a purpose to exist at that point.
Yeah, I do you hang out with a lot of like black urban youths? Like I don't know, like
are you the black whisperer?
I mean, like
black urban youths are thinking.
I do have black friends, but I don't know about black urban youths. I don't know what you mean by that.
I have hung out, or so through work, I have hung out with groups of black people who like 10 to 20% of the words that they're saying are definitely English, and I can understand what they're saying after a while with some context. But truly though, like
It's another language. Is there a word for that? What's the word for that?
Yeah, AAV. Or well, there's an acronym. The
African American
AAVE.
Vernacular. Yeah,
That's not the word I
Okay.
was thinking of, but okay.
Okay, yeah, I do want to.
You're thinking of
other
Ebonics,
people in
right?
here,
Yeah.
though,
That's the word I
before
was
we get
thinking
too-
of, yeah.
And I know that Gibbs has to go. So Gibbs, you want to give us a real quick?
Oh
outro,
yeah,
and we'll
but thank you so much for having me. This has been fun. Dad, thanks for bullshitting with us. It's been very enjoyable. And Ryan
No
as well.
problem.
Y'all have a good rest of y'all's night. I'm gonna go yell about Venezuela now for the rest next night, and check out Whicks show next week about Venezuela. It'll be good.
Yeah, check it out. It'll be fun, gang.
All right, y'all.
See
Thank
later.
you.
Here, Gibbs.
All right, let's get this going here. I'm gonna use a quick restroom break, and then we're gonna go start the next show. Thank you, Rip. We're about to start here in like 2 minutes. We're just getting tech stuff. 1 second. Well, unfortunately, Tyler, nobody heard that rant because I just now turned on the sound. But except for us, and so we're the only ones who heard that.
I'm not saying it a third time. It's still manufactured.
I'm sure that you can type it out in chat, the transcript of it, or take a clip from your channel. We'll literally all right. I'm sure.
No, that kid in your chat got all the time he deserves from Papa. That's all. I educated him, and now I'm moving on.
Fantastic. All right, well, let's back to the regular schedule. I'm glad to be back. I had to take a little time off from traveling, and it was good. We had the debate con, we did the Twitch con, we did the Phoenix Destiny thing. I'm tired, but now we're back. Thanks, Grid. Big shout out to Grid for having me host this debate con event. Want a big shout out to Grid for that. Thank you so much. If I had a chance to say that.
Yeah, that was rad.
I've enjoyed it a lot. Thanks for doing that. But all right, moving on. We're gonna be talking about today on Give Me a Break, the Venezuela invasion. If it's the Don Roe doctrine. We kind of talked about this a couple weeks ago, but there's been some significant developments since then. So let's dive into it. I'll start with you, Powder Destiny. It's your first time here. Tell us what you think, who you are, and the opening thoughts.
Thank you. My name is Taylor. My channel is The Powder Dusty. Well, I was hoping to go last. I'm coming into this a little bit cold. Sorry. I mean, I think, yeah. What do I think? I think that we need to stop blowing up boats. I think that we need to stop the war on drugs because I think it's an excuse for us to. It's an excuse for whatever they're really trying to do. I don't believe that it's actually an attempt to fight drugs. But that's for Tyler. No, but that's really all I got so far. We'll see when we get into it.
All right, Mr. Non-Smoker.
Hey, twitch.tv/non_smoker. So yeah, I mean, I'm just curious to see how anybody would advocate for us to like intervene in Venezuela. Like the only way it could make sense is if, like once again, the American politics, this is like a purely partisan thing. The only way you could defend this is if you would defend Trump doing anything, and I don't see anyone making a compelling case for why we can do this without treading into ridiculous propaganda territories. So I'm kind of interested to see what other people have to say because I don't know. I know where anybody with common sense stands on the issue already.
All right. Thank you so much. Grid.
Oh, me? Cool. Got it. All right. So I'm Grid One Motorsports. I am an unreasonable man in most places. Otherwise, you can find me. I'm pretty easy to find. So I mean, I like this speech. I will give you the reasoning. Historical precedent says that we can blow boats out of the water. We did it back in the 1920s with rum runners. We've done it many other times throughout history. It's what we do. We don't want it coming in the country. If you keep sending shit in the country, we're going to blow your boats out of the water. It's the way it is. So we have historical precedents. There is some discussion about whether or not it's legal. We'll get into that here shortly. I'm sure. I personally think we're in kind of a gray area. I would like it to be a lot more clear, but as of right now, we have historical precedents to blow boats out of the water, and let's blow some boats out of the water. It's an easy thing for Venezuela to fix. Don't send fucking boats full of drugs over, and we won't blow them up. It's a real simple thing. Super easy. Simple, easy to remember. That's me. Anyway, gotcha.
All right, thank you so much. All right, Mr. Dylan Burns. Also, guys, if you don't know Dylan Burns, we just reviewed his newest documentary on Tuesday, and I really enjoyed it. By the way, it's got a lot of good on the ground footage and kind of shows the civilian life, and then on the action with the soldiers, and it's real good. I really enjoyed it, Dylan. You do good work. I hope you keep it up. But yeah, what are your opening thoughts here? And I'm gonna post the link in chat, guys. So check it out. But go ahead.
Thank you, my fellow long-haired brother. I do appreciate that. My opening thoughts. So I don't think this has much to do with drugs. I do think that Trump doesn't like drugs. I think most people don't like the importation of drugs. But Venezuela is not a drug-producing hotspot. It is a spot where, you know, drugs are smuggled above the northern coastline of Venezuela to a lot of Caribbean islands, and there are a lot of other points from those Caribbean islands from there. Then they can enter the United States and the southern United States, you know, Miami, that area and such. But to make this about drug enforcement, I think kind of obfuscates from the bigger task I think Trump has at hand, which is trying to remove Nicolas Maduro from power. Marco Rubio, who is his national security advisor and his secretary of state, which has not been done since Henry Kissinger, is a long-standing cheerleader for the Behead Maduro fan club in Washington, D.C. He has been an advocate against it for the longest time possible, and the majority of the Republican Party, irrespective of any recent, you know, anti-interventionist bona fides that some might claim to, they are interventionists when it comes to Latin America, particularly socialist Latin American countries in American history. And it's not different today. It's still the case. And so I think this mainly has to do with removing Maduro from power. And the conversations that Donald Trump is having with Maduro, as has been recently reported by press, seem to be around that. And so I think the question, we can have a conversations about drug enforcement. We can have a conversation about bringing stuff into the country. But I think the bigger conversation is probably whether or not the United States has a right to remove Nicolas Maduro from power, and whether or not is in America's interest to remove Nicolas Maduro from power, because that seems to be the main focus of the operation. You don't need 15,000 soldiers to do this drug enforcement operation. You don't need the General Ford. You don't need the largest aircraft carrier in America's arsenal to do that. There's an other pressure-based diplomatic effort going on here, and I hope we can talk about that.
All right, yeah, I hope we get into it. Mr. Castle.
Hey everybody, thanks for having me. Gibbs, my name is Castle. You can find me at CastleGuard YT on Twitter and YouTube. I kind of lean center left in most things with nuance, and I think this is a topic with a lot of nuance to it. I'm all for American exceptionalism and American might and that show of force to make sure that we can spread our Western values across the world. But I also think at the same time, you have to do it the right way. And for example, in Ukraine, I would love for us to help Ukraine more. And in Venezuela, I think that we're overstepping ourselves a little bit. And so in this case, I understand the need and the kind of context behind why we want to take Maduro out and why he's bad for Venezuela. But at the same time, if you look at what that would accomplish and what we've done in the past with taking leadership out of countries and the power vacuum and problems it creates thereafter once we leave, that's another problem you have to think of outside of just taking out a leader of a country like Venezuela. So, you know, when you compare it to a country like Ukraine that's being attacked, I think helping them is good. When we start attacking these boats to try to kind of show force and to show Maduro who's in charge, I don't know if that's helping the Venezuelan people. I don't know if the Venezuelan people have improved their lives since we've started doing this. And so I think, like Dylan was saying, I think we should take a more diplomatic approach at first. I think Marco Rubio mentioned this as well, is that there is a way to talk through this before we start trying to invade or bomb them on land, which I think, you know, at this point we're getting closer and closer to war, which I think was one of Trump's main things he was running on not to do. So I think the further we can stay away from an actual war, especially land war with Venezuela, the better. And I think we should look at this from a diplomatic lens as far as we can go before we take any military action.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you so much. And last but not least, Tyler.
All right, listen, I never get to go last because I have an A name, so I get to sound like a genius here because I've heard all your thoughts and I get to like rebut them. So interventionism is based and globalism is the future. That's going to be where we start today. This is just another one of Russia and China's allies, sanction and tariff dodging trade partners that we have isolated off of the world stage. Just like Syria, just like Iran's 6 proxies, this is now another card being removed from the table that is allies with our actual geopolitical rivals, Russia and really China. Russia, who didn't even send troops to help out Syria, their proxy, is now sending troops to Venezuela. And what are our consequences for this? We hit Iran. We attacked them. We dropped bombs on them, the United States, and it's been 5 months, and they haven't done anything back while their nuclear facilities still sit in rubble. Non-smoker, 5 months. So we were. We've done a few panels
push you off the
before.
wagon.
Yeah, so we know Venezuela has people that are tied in with the cartel in their government. We know the cartel of the Sun mostly is their government, and they're working with Trindagua. They have high up members of the government, high up members in the police, high up members in the military, all working with cartels. This nation, we know, is jailing its political rivals for no crimes with no trials. They're killing the political opposition, killing protesters in the street in ways that if Donald Trump did it, I'd actually be on the side of the leftists against ICE. Actually rigging elections to the point where now Maduro's been elected twice, and there's no opposition that has a fair chance because of what he's doing in the country. This is just one more step toward U.S. winning the Cold War, the strategic battle of world dominance. U.S. hegemony has brought us the living standards we enjoy today and the most peaceful world we've ever had. We need to support it and back it. Diplomacy and sanctioning have been going on since Chavez, before Maduro even took office. We've sanctioned them. We've tried to make deals with them. We've tried to do all sorts of shit with them. They finally, after being sued in court 20 years later, paid some of the settlement money for all of the oil companies they just held at gunpoint and forced out that were all U.S. owned. That just happened a few years ago after decades. The war on drugs as well. Imagine if we looked at other wars like this. Well, the war on drugs hasn't been successful. Neither have laws against murder. So, well, they haven't stopped murder, so let's just make murder legal. That's just the reverse nirvana fallacy, and I expect a puddle drooling in the lap of a person that thinks like that. So come at me, entire panel. I think I insulted all of you.
Not me.
Yeah,
all right. Yeah. I mean,
you didn't insult me, but we'll get there. We'll get there. I gotta.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. So this is the amount of copium in this room right now is awesome. First of all, literally the entire country is drug smugglers. Who said they weren't drug smugglers? Or who said they weren't in the business of making drugs? They literally have entire villages that are enslaved to grow and process.
It's decentralized
of drugs.
Sort of like all the weapons
drug
of mass
networks in
destruction,
Venezuela are
right?
decentralized.
Well, they're
my God,
libertarian.
Decentralized. Who cares? They're fucking cartels.
It matters when that's your reason
narco-terrorists.
for going in
He's
to decapitate the regime. It means it won't stop the drug dealing.
Well, I want to.
Hold on. Do you know that we have right now? Do you know that right now, since 2020, we've had actually, wait, am I wrong on that? Yeah, 2020. We've had a $15 million bounty on Maduro's head. He won't leave his country because if he does, he's dead. Somebody's going to collect the $15 million. Oh, wait, there's more. It was increased in 2025 to $25 million under the Biden administration. The bounty was raised to $25 million. And then once Trump was in office, it was increased to, in July or August, just a month or so ago, it was increased to $50 million for that dude's head. $50 million. The United States government wants Maduro so badly, they will pay you $50 million to go bring me Maduro's head. You get $50 million bucks.
Not working.
I don't understand what you're trying to say.
I want to like touch on something though. Like I think
because you're claiming that they're not narco terrorists, and we
Trump just pardoned a fucking drug lord, Juan Orlando Hernandez.
Drug lords.
Just pardoned him. Just pardoned him.
Let me just
kind of off topic.
Hold on, I want to reframe this a little bit.
How is it off topic?
Hold on. Let me reframe this real quick. Yeah. Let me just get into this real quick. I want to touch on two things here. First, I think Dusty said something earlier, and he's talking about how the war on drugs hasn't worked, right? And like right now, you know what price hasn't changed in the last 40 years? Cocaine prices, the same prices they've been since the 80s. And guess what? It's the highest purity it's ever been, right? So if that tells me the war on drugs has failed miserably, right? Whenever the only thing that's hadn't had to deal with inflation is cocaine prices, and the purity's gone up. So okay, clearly it's failed. So I definitely think it's more along the lines of there's some other agenda, which is remove Maduro, right? And I guess to my people like Dylan and Castle, who are like pretty pro-Ukraine, I'm a pro-Ukraine Republican. I would think that this is exactly what what Tyler said, where it's like, hey, we're taking out another domino that's tangentially related to Russia, and that's going to isolate it. And an aggressive response here means we'll probably more likely have an aggressive response against Russia in the long term. Do you two not see it that way?
The way I see it compared to Ukraine is this: the Ukrainians themselves are being attacked and they're being maimed and killed, and I just think that when you start
this
to
is
look
like a
at
Russia ally,
another
so we
country,
would be taking out an ally of Russia, which hurts Russia, so which would help Ukraine. I guess kind of the
A
argument.
trade partner too, yeah.
sure, but we're not even really helping Ukraine anymore. At least this administration isn't doing enough to help Ukraine. So I don't even know if we would be helping Ukraine if we had Russia go into sending more resources to Venezuela. At this point, we're making a deal, or at least this administration is looking to make a deal with Russia for Ukraine to give up a lot of their land. So I don't know if that's gonna help Ukraine at all. I think right now that the more that we spend money and time in Venezuela, it's not going to help as much as we think. Like, think about the outcome right now, that if we went in and we took out Maduro, we know that there are always ulterior motives with the United States and why they look to take out leaders. And it's no coincidence that Venezuela holds a ton of oil underneath their land there. So I think this is more of the administration looking to extract resources from Venezuela than actually caring about whatever drug smuggling. I mean, think about the boats that were blowing up. They're not coming to the United States. We know they're not going to, Florida or Texas or wherever. They're going to other countries where then you can make the assumption that from those places they would send drugs to the US, but they're not even within our waters. So why do we have the responsibility to take them out if they're in international waters? I don't know, Antigua, Barbados, Cuba, wherever it is, but they can't even reach the United States, so they're not even coming to our shores. So how would you say that we have the responsibility to bomb them?
Venezuela, I think. Then
is that your position, Dylan? Do you think that too? Like, kind of, do you echo what Cass was saying?
Well, there's a few things I wanted to respond to quickly. At the start, I was the one who said, like, I don't think this has anything to do with drugs. I don't think Venezuela is like a major drug producer. My point wasn't to say that Venezuela doesn't produce drugs, and my point was not to say that, and this is, I think, more important, Venezuela isn't a major passageway, you could say, like a conveyor belt for drugs to make its way to the Caribbean, and then from there go to other markets, be it the United States, be it in the Caribbean itself, be it elsewhere. What I will say is that I don't think Venezuela, in comparison to Colombia, in comparison to the man that Donald Trump just pardoned, in comparison to any other number of like South American leaders or governments, is particularly egregiously engaged in the crime of drug smuggling. And I especially don't think that a quick strike plan is going to eliminate that drug production. Because as Non-Smoker said earlier, drug production in the country is heavily decentralized. You take out the leadership, what you're going to do is you're going to allow the decentralized drug market to be able to come up to whatever the new leadership is going to be it capitalist, be it socialist, be it just a random thug. They're going to come to them and say, we'll make a deal with you. And that same deal, I think, will continue. So the goal would hopefully be from the United States is that you replace Maduro with somebody who will crusade in a war against drugs. But that requires a lot more than just blowing something up. That requires us taking the investment to actually go in there and make sure stuff stays stable, that there's elections, that things go the way that we want them to go. Like, there's so much that you have to invest in past that point than the idea of just like a few bombing runs, which is being floated around right now. Even if you diplomatically negotiate Maduro out of there.
And if I can,
I was going to say their drug production is a domestic issue anyways. It's not our issue. I don't see why we would be blowing up random boats and saying, oh, we think that they're drug boats when we were spent decades guarding poppy fields in the Middle East.
And as to answer Gibbs's question, I'm sorry, I don't want to take the stage too much, but Gibbs asked me a question on the it was on Ukraine and whether this like knocks over another domino. Look, it would be, there is a truth to the idea that if the United States is not giving Ukraine the physical tools to apply pressure on the battlefield, how much does tipping over another domino really do for Ukraine? Well, there is still some room for assistance. Number one, as has been brought up before, Venezuela has a lot of oil. Venezuela has a lot of energy. And if you are able to open that up to markets that previously it was not open up to, that were previously dependent upon Russian fuel and Russian energy. Then you can make energy cheaper for those countries. You can make it so that they have more providers, and you can make it so that their energy markets are more flexible and are more strong in the aftermath of cutting off Russian fuel. You also get rid of a Russian ally in South America, further isolating Cuba if that is of the interest of other people. But I think like most directly tied to Ukraine, it would probably be the fuel. It would probably be that being opened up. But that's going to take years of investment and reform. And it's, I mean, like the Venezuelan energy system is like, it used to be a kind of a wonder of South America. It's what helped fund all of their social programs. Now it's garbage. It's derelict. It's not doing fantastic. And so it's not like we go to Venezuela and we turn off the socialism switch and then the fuel explodes and then we all have access to that. It's going to take years. And so even though it could help Europe right now, it's probably going to help Europe even if Maduro collapsed 3, 4, or 5 years down the line.
Lots.
Yeah, I mean, it's very capital intensive to try to modernize Venezuela's oil production. So, like, the assumption that, okay, well, we decapitate the regime and, like, let's just make all the assumptions, right? Like, anyone loyal to Maduro is immediately either, I don't know, like extradited or killed or whatever, jailed. They're all done away with. There's a lot of problems within Venezuela domestically that need to be resolved, which is going to involve like a prolonged, investment of time, money, resources, troops, etc. from the United States. I mean, you can make the very obvious argument that all of those resources could be best utilized elsewhere. But there's also something to the idea that like maybe you wouldn't get a maximal return on investment even doing all of that stuff in the best case scenario, because as Dylan said, in the time it would take to modernize Venezuela's oil production, I think the benefits, again, would be years and years down the line. So, look, I actually kind of want to shift this a little bit and try to point out that I think this is more of an economic war against China. China is the primary importer of Venezuela's oil. So if the idea is, well, we want to, destroy Venezuela's ability to export oil, and then whatever happens to the Venezuelan oil for the time being, who knows, who cares, let them rebuild it under some sort of like happy, I don't know, think tanky regime that we like, and maybe they'll figure it out years down the line, but we just want to cut off their oil supply to our adversaries. It's really going to hurt China, not as much as it's going to hurt Russia, who is a minor importer of Venezuelan oil. I also think another wrinkle to this that a lot of people don't talk about is the rare earths.
I would agree with the analysis that as far as trying to hurt Ukraine, I don't think that, or hurt Russia in the Ukraine war, I think it does very minimal to nothing for that to happen. I don't think Russia gets basically any oil. We actually still get oil from Venezuela through Chevron. Chevron has an agreement with Venezuela, and we still buy. I don't know how much. I could grok it up really quick, but I'm sure you can too. As much as we just don't get as much as we were. I don't know how much the equipment issues are right now in Venezuela. Obviously, it's been 20 odd years. That it's been kind of jacked up, and of course, obviously. There's a serious issue with knowledgeable people to run it. I don't know that they even have any, honestly. But it's a good pivot. But I don't know that it doesn't hurt us because we can still buy oil from through Chevron. We're not paying any more for it than we would anywhere else. And the Chinese do get the bulk of Venezuela's exports of oil.
Let me
hold on.
I'm going to give it to you, Tyler. But like non-smoker just touched on something there at the end, which is the rare earth minerals, and I think that, and he brought up China, and I wanted to address that. I think this is maybe won't directly affect Russia tomorrow if we took out Venezuela. I think like Dylan kind of went pretty in depth on why it's going to be a long-term investment it would be in that case. But I think that it is like a taking out of a member of this like alliance that's kind of like a raid against the U.S. Right? That's kind of like with that what you call it BRICS or whatever y'all want to call it, the new axis of evil. You know, it seems like they're like aligned or tangentially aligned. And it seems it's like a step in that, whether it's China or whether it's Russia, you know, they're both in cahoots. You know, it seems like eliminating. And the rare earth minerals, I think, are becoming. I don't think are talked about enough. I think that non-smoker. I don't know if that's for sure where you were going with that, but I think that's a big factor.
Yeah.
I'll let. Do you have anything else you wanted to add on that? Then I'm going to go to Tyler.
I mean, just to finish quickly, like, so, I mean, that was, I thought part of the calculus initially was like, okay, well, again, decapitate Maduro, right? And then just reap the rewards, take all of the natural resources you can. I mean, that's what a lot of you guys always advocate for with the pro-interventionism. And
Literally
it's
nobody
kind
in
of
the
a, yeah, I'm referencing to prior debates, but
I would say that.
At least in the case of Venezuela, a lot of the rare earths are controlled by, I don't know if it's right to say ironically or not, but also criminal gangs. Most of the rare earths are mined not by the regime, but like these rogue groups who mine illegally. They have no regard for the environment, and they end up kind of through these sort of clandestine networks shipping the rare earths onto the world market, where they sort of cycle all over the place. And I only bring that up to say that the notion that crushing Maduro would mean just getting all of Venezuela's riches, including the rare earths. It's really not that simple. The rare earths production is not even controlled by Maduro. It's controlled by all these renegade little groups. And, you know, any removal, like, it's very similar in this way to Syria. Any remover of like a dictator or a dictatorial figure inevitably leads to this struggle of factions, each with their own interest. And it's then our duty, in a way, to clean that up if we intend to reap any sort of material rewards from this, which I think that the people who are planning all of this are aware of.
Because this seems like a pivot.
No, I don't.
It seems like a pivot. Do you think it's the United States' goal to clean up Venezuela because we somehow think we're going to get something out of it? Or do you think that it's just as simple as we're tired of 100,000, 200,000 deaths a year from fentanyl that comes?
It's not about fentanyl either.
It's not about
fentanyl either. Because it's not gonna make a significant dent, first of all, in fentanyl at all. I mean, Venezuela primarily is a drug route for cocaine. But in addition to that, there's massive, drug dealing networks all over Latin America, which are, again, decentralized networks. So removing this regime is not going to stop any of that.
Hold on. See, again, you keep saying that we're removing the regime. We're blowing up literal boats filled with drugs.
I think the goal is obviously regime change.
So
blowing up a few random people in boats is not making a significant dent in the global drug trade.
If we wanted Maduro gone, we could literally do it in 7 hours.
Like, are you sure?
I mean, we are.
I don't think so. We tried it in 2020.
Well,
we tried it in 2020. I don't know if you're aware of that.
Just to like give credence to something that's unrelated, but I think related at the same time. Maybe I don't know how to rephrase this. My brain's working slow today. But it is Rwanda deal happened today, right? And that is basically because of the rare earth minerals, right? Like, that's why he wanted to do it. That's why he backed it. And he took it against the Rwanda side, against the Congo, basically, who is a Russian ally. And Rwanda's taking over France's contracts in whatever. And so I almost see kind of what Tyler is bringing up, and I think it's a point to it's what Non-Smoker brought up with the rare minerals, where it's like it could be a political realignment thing of taking out things. Do you not see that, Jared? Are you sure? It's like why are you so sure?
If we were going after him to take him out, I would 100%. If we were landing troops and rolling up the shores with tanks, or we were sending in SEAL team whatever and blowing his head off in the middle of the night, if any of those things were happen, I would lend credence to what you're saying. But we're not doing that. We're simply blowing boats out of the water.
Yeah, but it's being done in conjunction with the argument that Maduro is a narco lord, and it's like a drug regime. And you have to understand the implication in all of this And the reason that I would imagine we're even having this debate is because the U.S. is posturing as if there's going to be further military action that goes beyond just strikes on vessels.
Let's go to Tyler. He's gonna try to get it. Go ahead, Tyler. We'll open it.
Okay,
Then
so
Dylan, go ahead.
I get Dylan brought this to his oil point theory that he's trying to make. The original point that I was making prior to that about this hurting Russia and helping Ukraine was the trade route argument. It was that they have alternative trade routes that can dodge our sanctions, dodge our tariffs, and things like that. They're trading with each other. Since the war has started between Russia and Ukraine, trade has almost doubled between Russia and Venezuela. And then on top of that, like so we take them out of the equation, we take Maduro out, that's could potentially a shit ton less trade going on. That just it's not going to take all of it away, but each incremental step. And you go to Iran. When Iran and Israel were fighting in that 12-day war, Israel took out almost half of its long-range launchers. They hit drone facilities, drone part facilities, weapons facilities, rocket facilities. They took out a ton of military production that goes on in Iran. And that even if they didn't take it all out, that hurts what Iran can then turn around and sell to Russia or give to Hamas. So hitting these pipelines and taking them out is effective in all sorts of ways that hurt them in the now. And the weapons, again, is something that probably... So, again, Venezuela...
That's a better argument.
Yeah. Well, I that's what I'm here for, is to make the absolute best arguments and be right 100% of the time. So thank you, Grid, for noticing. All right.
Does anybody think that we're actually doing this?
You got a 1 in 10
over
ratio
drugs?
going. You got a 1 in 10 ratio going.
Yeah, I want to go. I'm going to go Dusty. I want to go Dusty, and then we'll go to Dylan. Go ahead, Dusty. Go ahead.
Drug, yeah, hold on. I got.
Dylan got skipped again.
Hold on, Dusty. I got a couple more things.
All right, go ahead.
I was waiting for like 10 minutes. Yeah, let me get a couple more things. And we were talking about Venezuela doesn't actually produce a lion's share of the drugs, a vast majority. What they do is offer safe haven to the people that are shipping the drugs.
They're a trade route.
They're Qatar for Hamas in this situation. Yeah. They're offering safe haven for the people that are actually doing the bad things and the leaders. If we take out the smugglers, we're setting up deterrence. Of course, we're not going to make a dent in the global drug trade by killing a boat or two full of smugglers. It's to set up deterrence. It's establishing deterrence to tell them, we're not fucking around. If we catch you, you're dying from that shit. It's already been passed in multiple...
Dude, there's shitloads of drugs still coming into America, though.
Okay.
We did not catch drugs coming into our country. We shot a boat out of the water and then said there are drugs on it. We just blew.
And we don't even really know if those were drug dealers, by the way. Can we just
I trust our intel agencies.
You do.
Yeah, I mean, that's a weak argument. That's fine. But I really
17 intel agencies said that Russia hacked our election.
All right, let's go to Dylan. Go ahead, Dylan.
The same ones that said we had weapons of mass destruction, right?
All right, we'll go Dylan to Dusty.
They did. They did.
The Russians did interfere in our elections, but that's besides the point. There's a few.
Wait. Yeah. Did we get that? Is that recorded? He just said that. Did we record that? Because
it's proven in Congress already. The Senate's got it.
All right, go ahead. Let me go. Go ahead.
Wait, are people? Was that recorded? Are we streaming? I was told this was a private conversation.
Got him on record as saying that there's election interference.
Okay.
So as for the Congo and Rwanda, I just first want to throw out there, that's a war that Trump said he already solved. So I don't know why we're negotiating anything when it comes to Rwanda and the Congo. He said that war was already over, that he negotiated a peace deal, and that's fine. So I don't know why he would need a mineral deal to fix anything. As for the Venezuelans and supporting Ukraine, they produced like 740,000 barrels. That's still quite a lot. That's still something that can have an impact. But their economy isn't very well managed, to be very blunt. As for the drug smuggling here, Venezuela is cocaine smuggling, but the majority of this cocaine is being smuggled to Europe, is going to the islands and then smuggles to Europe. And so, again, I'm not saying that it's bad to stop drug smuggling. I'm not saying that, I'm against any type of enforcement, but the idea that after decades and decades of the war on drugs, us blowing up ships that are probably going to Europe, not coming to the United States, which so far have yet to really know of what impact that's had when it comes to, actually helping American citizens, helping American people who are at the other end of the needle here, at the other end of the actual drug consumption. So what are we doing here? What are we actually accomplishing by blowing up these boats? Especially since this is probably being done extra legally, which I would like to get into that conversation at some point. That it's one thing to say, hey, Congress, we're going to all come together and we're going to agree. We're just going to start blowing boats out of the water. It's not like this is something that's been done by a previous president before. This is something that Trump, as the executive, chose on his own that we were going to start doing. And Pete Hegseth has carried it out and has blown up 21 ships. And as we've talked about before, and this is the one disagreement I'm going to throw out with Tyler, that he trusts that these are drug smugglers. Rand Paul, who's not somebody I cite very often, but Rand Paul released the report recently from the Coast Guard saying that over the last year, 79% of the boats intercepted were found to be engaging in illegal, illicit drug smuggling activity, meaning that 20% of the boats that were intercepted in that time period were not engaged in illegal drug smuggling activity. We've blown up 21 boats. What's 20% of 21? I'm not saying that we know that to be the case. I'm just saying that when we have an administration that's being so untransparent about how this is happening, about who's on the ships, providing names, providing physical evidence, where they've decide to do it in one instance or in another instance, but then not to do it for the vast majority of the other instances that have not been approved by Congress, it leads to distrust. And this needs to have, I mean, there's a question about whether this should be happening in the first place, but the fact that he feels so free to do this shows how much the JCPOA and other use of force for military authorization has degraded Congress's ability to just take their hand, put it on the president of the United States and say, that's not your job. That's our job. If we're going to start bombing shit, we get a say.
I would love to argue the legality of it with you, but unfortunately, it's all classified. The OLC opinion backing this is classified. All we have are hearsay from Democrats and Republicans saying what's in it, and then what it cites are other OLC opinions about Syria and Libya that we don't also have access to, unfortunately. So we don't know the legality behind it. It's hard to dispute it.
I want to.
The
Tyler's just on
let's be
our
clear,
side and
the
doing a bit.
JCPOA authorizations we're going off of are post 9/11 JCPOA authorizations. That's going to be the final legal underpinning for this. It's going to be the idea that Nicolas Maduro is running an organization similar in nature to Al Qaeda. And that's why America, with imminence, without a declaration from Congress, has to move in and just start bombing shit. Now, whether or not you agree that we should just start blowing up these ships, that we should just start bombing Venezuela, that the president should engage in that type of behavior, the idea that these types of forces are at all equal distant from each other, even close to each other, when it comes to the motivations of what pushes a drug runner, what pushes Nicolas Maduro, and what pushes the Islamist organization Al Qaeda.
So I don't disagree with.
Hold on, Grid. I want to like maybe reframe this real quick, and then I'll go to you and Destiny. I want to go to Destiny real quick because I have he's brought up several times he doesn't think this is about the drugs, right? And y'all have argued the legality aspect of this, and I think it's interesting. All right, I tend to agree with you, Destiny, that it's not about the drugs, right? However, would you equate a cartel to be an equivalent organization to a terrorist organization?
Did you say Destiny a second? You said Destiny earlier.
You said Destiny 3 times.
Yeah, I was like, when did you come on?
Am I Destiny? Am I being referred
Dusty,
to as
Dusty.
Dusty, okay.
Nah,
Dusty.
not Destiny. Not Destiny. Not Destiny. Dusty. I think maybe my accent. I'm all stopped up. So, yeah. So,
there's going to be some memes there for sure.
Sure, yeah, they're going to get me. It'll be like Mr. Beef stutters or some shit. It'll be fine.
That wouldn't have happened if they just allowed that cocaine to come through. Right?
I'm saying, bro, the pure. Anyway, listen, yeah. So, do you equate a cartel to like an equivalent danger to a terrorist organization? Because I know you're saying this is not about the drugs. What do you think?
No, not at all. I think that I'm pretty libertarian. I think the war on drugs should end entirely. I think that a cartel is, first of all, a different country's problem. It's not our problem at all. I equate it more to a free market business than anything. But the point is that a cartel is not, their purpose is not to attack Americans. In fact, if they're selling product to America, they want Americans to survive. Whereas like Al Qaeda, that is their purpose and their intent. So no, not at all.
So Grid, you seem to take umbrage with that. Go ahead, Council, but yeah, go ahead. Big Grid.
I was going to ask Grid a question because one of the arguments here is that selling drugs to the U.S. or running a drug cartel and designating them as a terrorist is the reason why we're doing this. But if you think about it, if that were the case, then why aren't we bombing the cartels in Mexico? I mean, Mexico is, some people would call it a narco state at this point. 90% of the fentanyl is coming through the.
These guys want to do that too. Not to cut
but
you
you're
off.
not.
These guys want to do that too.
But then why are we attacking? But why are we attacking Venezuelan boats with like the people
Dude,
who
they
are
just
drug
like
running this
attacking.
are like
That's like the thing these days. The pro-intervention.
One
I'm
more
asking
extension
Grit.
onto that. Why not also European mafios? I mean, the mafia is one of the biggest drug dealers in the world. If any of that is actually crossing the transatlantic, can we do bombing runs in Italy? Can we do bombing runs in Denmark? Where exactly
bomb my
does the
block.
limits of this go?
Just bomb Huntington Station. There's crack dealers all over the place.
Well, we could
Grit,
try
defend
30
yourself.
years of diplomacy.
I'm gonna answer Tyler's earlier kind of pseudo question about how he couldn't. We can't really talk because their ROEs classified to some degree, and we only know some. So what the rumor is, and I believe this, is that since these boats fly no flags, they are not considered terrorists. They're actually and they're on the high seas. They are considered pirates. They're they are engaged in illegal activities on the high seas, and therefore that's what that is the rumor of why we are able to go weapons free on those guys. I don't know. That seems like a reach to me, but that's the rumor. Again, you're right. It's classified. We don't actually know anything. It's just,
Can we just come on? Jesus fucking Christ. Really? Do we have to think about it this deeply? They're trying to do something that's big and flashy to look like they're making an impact, and they don't give a fuck. They don't actually give a fuck if these are really drug dealers. They care that the American people, everybody sees this on social media, and it's a big impact move. This is like classic Trump. It's not about stopping drug dealers. There's no way to even quantify it if it's had any impact on the amount of drugs coming into America. It's ridiculous to even assume that. And so the conversation shouldn't be like, is this really affecting the drug traffic? It's like, no, is this a signal that we're going to intervene in Venezuela and initiate a regime change? And it seems to be that some people believe that. I actually don't think that the Trump administration is even going to try that, by the way.
Yeah, I don't
because,
think so.
I think that the potential for success of that's very low.
I think being bald makes you think you're now Charles Xavier.
Hold on. You think the potential for success is very low?
I think killing Maduro is highly probable. I don't think it stops there. I think that there's a lot of research done on this, guys, that there's layers within the Venezuelan government and security apparatus that are in place just in case Maduro would fall. And it's of my opinion that you guys remember back in I think it was mid-October, there was a report in the New York Times about how supposedly Maduro offered to give up everything. He would give up oil, he would give up this and that and the other, and as long as America would not attack Venezuela. And yet nothing ever came of that, right? And you would think if the U.S. wants regime change, Maduro's willing to surrender, why wouldn't they just accept that deal? And my assumption on that is that probably was not based in any fact. They were probably floating that story out to the media, hoping that the generals would overthrow Maduro, concerned that there'd be a lack of loyalty there, something like that. We have been trying to, through various diplomatic pressures and sanctions and other means, to cripple this regime, and we've failed consistently. There's a lot of loyalty for Maduro within the government, like it or not. It's very similar to Iran in that sense. And actually strikes, let me just finish, strikes on these random boats leaving Venezuela, that's not going to decrease support from Maduro. It's actually going to embolden people who do support him. It'll make him look like this martyr type figure, and oh my God, I'm the only one defending you from these imperialist gringos. We're making Maduro stronger because the president is a fucking idiot. And the fact that you guys haven't figured that out yet is kind of scary.
First off, your whole first part there was I know Trump's true intent, you're in the room with him. Whereas in reality, the things you gave is mutual.
It's classified.
It's mutual different things. They all could be true at once. Yes, he could be wanting to stop drugs. Yes, he could also be wanting the regime change that Republicans and Democrats have been working toward for 20 years on the same team. Obama, Trump, George Bush fucking kidnapped Chavez. Well, that's what they say. So, yeah, this has been U.S. policy for decades. Of course, that could be part of it. Of course, showing it off in the media to get your poll numbers up could be part of it. It doesn't have to just be one of those things. It could be all of them, but you're saying, no, it's just this. I know Trump's mind. And it's just this one cynical thing that makes him look like an asshole.
Do you think it's about the drugs?
I think that absolutely plays into it. I think that's his motivating factor because he talks about fentanyl all the time.
Yeah, but
talks
Tyler,
about
I asked
Do you think it's a
it,
major
and you
or
guys
minor
crime?
factor? Wait.
Crime generally is
Do you
a
think
major
it's a major
factor.
or minor factor when picking Venezuela specifically? Because it didn't have to be Venezuela when it comes to fentanyl.
Well, I think that's a little bit more to it. One, there's history between them.
But he's
Two,
not picking
Venezuela.
on Venezuela.
Like,
Well,
why
they're-
Venezuela
they've literally
particularly?
been-
There's so
I can
many,
tell
I
you
mean,
why.
like, for me, I
They
think it's regime change. But why Venezuela
Sure.
particularly,
That's
if
the
not
low-hanging
just
fruit.
for the social media points?
They refused to come to the table in terms of taking back their migrants earlier, like earlier in the Trump second term.
Wait, but
he
that's
tried
the
to
point,
negotiate with them.
Tyler.
They
You're
turned them down.
explicitly saying that it's a lot more than the.
Yeah.
I think the drugs
but
is maybe
Dylan,
like
Dylan,
1 or
Dylan,
2% maximum, if anything.
I
Like,
think
it's
crime is
such
a big
a
motivating
minuscule
factor.
in the grander scheme here when it comes to why they're
Trump's
going
big
after
on
the government.
crime. Crime is one of his main things he keeps harping on. I think that's
Well, yeah,
a
that's
big
what he
factor.
says.
That's not our
Yeah,
crime.
I understand that's what
It's
he
not
says.
our
But
crime.
it's one thing to say that and then pardon presidents who smuggle drug into the United States, specifically cocaine, the drug that is being smuggled through Venezuela.
That's empirical versus anecdote. Yeah, he also pardoned the January 6ers. That doesn't mean his policy isn't focused on cutting down on national
Well,
crime.
no, what I'm saying is I
This
can
is
see
not
him blowing
national
up these
crime.
ships
He's been
because he
tough
wants to
on
present
drugs
a good
everywhere.
space
They're
on
literally,
drugs. I just don't
like,
see that being the main
making
motivator for going
huge
after Venezuela
seizures in
specifically.
Texas.
But he has so the point is that the reason why Trump is harsh on Venezuela and not Mexico is because he likes Claudia Sheinbaum and doesn't like Nicolas Maduro. It's
because they're not working
that's
with.
literally it.
Well,
it's the
but
same
that's
thing.
what I'm saying.
Mexico's at
If
least
Maduro,
attempting to work with us.
Yeah, Mexico's working with them. Venezuela's not. Like that's as simple as that.
I said
Venezuela
attempting. I didn't say they were succeeding.
Why
They put
would
troops on the
Venezuela have to
border.
work with us on their turf to solve our drug demand?
Because the drugs are being brought in from a Venezuelan hosted gang that is working with the government.
It is part of the
By the way, I'm sorry, Tyler.
Right,
Can
what
you explain
happens
to
in
me how my
Venezuela is
example
Venezuela's
of
problem.
Trump-
What happens in the U.S. is to bomb a boat outside of in Venezuela and say that that's addressing our domestic drug problem is absurd. Like the degrees of speculation required to have that make sense is crazy.
It's not. It's deterrent.
Tyler,
pretty
I need
It's
to know
different from
why
somebody getting
is
on
it
a boat,
anecdotal?
maybe.
Why is it anecdotal for him to pardon a world leader that has been convicted of drug smuggling into the United States? Why is that anecdotal?
Because
do you know the story behind that?
It's anecdotal because, well, even if that's
You
irrelevant,
can look
even
it
if
up.
the
Like,
guy was
if
guilty,
you look up right now on Google, Trump
It's not
drug
anecdotal.
smuggling pardon,
Yeah.
you will see
There's
that he
more to the
pardoned
story.
a South American
Right, but
leader
that
in the last
the
48
guy that was
hours for
convicted
drug
in New
smuggling
York of drug
cocaine, the
smuggling
very
was a
same drug
president
that was
of his
smuggled into the
country.
United States by those Caribbean pirates that we were blowing up.
Right.
Yeah. I agree. Even if, let's assume he's guilty. I understand what Grin's about to say here in a second, but let's assume he's guilty. It's anecdotal because it's one person versus what his actual policy is across the board on drugs. That's the empirical. You're like he's absolutely been against crime. He's been cracking down on crime with illegal immigration, going after particularly the illegal people first. I mean, people that weren't in the country illegally that have valid deportation orders. What 2.3 million? I think he said at the beginning of his term. There's all sorts of.
I don't argue that there's specific subsects of crime that he's particularly hard on. My point is just I just don't think this is a principled stand on this issue. And if you were to make that stand, you wouldn't make it in Venezuela.
I mean, it might be emotional. Probably more emotional than Trump. He refused to work.
Hold on.
Let's go to Grid.
When we are literally having record drug seizures of drugs coming across the border from Mexico, and we still have a problem with Venezuela
Why not
blowing
Mexico?
boats out of the water, all of a sudden starts making sense. Also, it is a very consistent view, as Tyler just said. Trump has very consistently been tough on crime. He wants to be seen as tough on crime. He is doing things that nobody else has bothered to do. Even when people say, yeah, why bother doing it? He's doing it. And he's been very consistent. It's so you guys keep trying to say, well, I don't understand why Trump is doing this. Well,
Grid, let me ask you a
well,
question.
just look at the totality of it. Look at the totality.
Let me ask you a question, right?
Well, look,
I'm
I'm not a geopolitical expert on South America, but Venezuela and Mexico are two different countries. And if the majority of the drugs are coming across the border in Mexico, then wouldn't the strategy be to do something in Mexico, not Venezuela? I mean, like again, it's like
both.
Before the election, when I was seeing
he's doing both
from Trump advisors talking about
either
how
or.
to make
He's doing
military
both.
interventions in Latin America,
Why
the
not
majority
both?
of those reports had to do with Mexico for that reason. Very few of them had to do with Venezuela, if any.
A lot Most of the politicians that Trinidad has killed and replaced with loyalists have been in Mexico. Absolutely, and Mexico's working with it.
Well, hold on. I do want to examine this a little bit, though, right? Like, so, like, I guess to Grid, other people saying that Mexico. Well, like, Mexico is about to violate a water treaty with the United States in addition to, like, all the drug stuff.
I had read about that. I'm not up on it.
Yeah, I mean, but they haven't, but they're about to, right? Because there's a drought everywhere. So, like, that's like a big deal coming up now, at least in my local region, right? And to me, it would make way more sense to be like, oh, let's go to war over a natural resource that they're not following up on a treaty. And, oh, if they're actually talking about the drug problem, Mexico first. But to me, it's got to be what Tyler is kind of proposing, where you're taking out this block in their global chain for this to make sense. Like where it's the natural resources, the oil. That's really the only way this makes sense, with the drug stuff being like maybe a scapegoat. Like, how do you not see that? Like, how do you disagree with that, Grid?
I'm sorry?
How do you disagree with that take? Like,
that.
how do you like justify, if this everything of what you're saying is true, not going for Mexico when Mexico's about to break a treaty and all the drug stuff? How do you like?
Mexico is currently working with us. They're currently working with the United States. They're providing us with information. I just saw a video the other day of them blowing up tunnels where the people are coming crossing the border through these tunnels. They blew it. It's really impressive with the way the ground sank down. It was awesome. So I think look, can we just all? I think we can all agree that Trump is willing to play, as long as you're playing ball with him. He's perfectly willing to play ball with you. But the minute that Mexico says, "Yeah, fuck you," or they violate the water treaty, or they give us bad information on purpose, and Trump's going to be like, "All right, that's it, deal's over. Fuck you guys. Now we're going to send troops across the border," which he's promised to do before, and he literally had troops at the border ready to go across. So, he's very consistent. I mean, you don't have to agree with it.
So why not
but
Colombia
then?
Why wouldn't we go after Colombia if it was the drugs there? Why wouldn't we make like Colombia and Peru to be like the ones, if it's not this globalist, like a global regime kind of like fight against these Axis powers over here? Like, if it's not that, why wouldn't you go after Colombia?
Well,
a higher production
that
rate of
honestly
cocaine.
wasn't on my study sheet tonight, was whether or not to go into Colombia. I don't know what we're doing in Colombia right now as far as DEA enforcement or anything like that. But the assignment was Venezuela and blowing boats out of the water. So that's what I studied for.
We're working with Colombia.
When the fent problem got bad is when we handed Afghanistan back over to the Taliban, and they shut down poppy production. Our drug problem is a direct product of the war on drugs.
That's true.
Yeah.
True. I don't know, man. I do a lot of heroin when I was younger. Fentanyl has been around for a lot longer. It was back like when the U.S. started the war.
Prevalent. It wasn't prevalent because you could get your
Bro,
heroin.
No. I was getting heroin at like 16. I'm 37. That was like 21 years ago.
Fentanyl was not prevalent. Heroin.
Yeah, that's when it started. When I came back to New York to visit, maybe like 10 years ago, we got a bundle, and I sniffed a shack. You could tell immediately that shit was cut. It is not good. That's 12 years ago.
And if heroin addicts could just buy their heroin, they wouldn't be surprised by having it cut up with all sorts of weird shit that they didn't expect. Like I said, almost all of the drug problems, almost all the organized crime problems, all this shit is directly a product of prohibition.
A lot of talk in the last election about the affordability of housing, not a lot about the affordability of heroin.
Right? No, I've reformed my way.
I said this the last time we did the Mexico debate.
Again,
there's always the debate. There's always the argument about making like drug treatment more available to people, and helping drug addicts and doing things domestically to reduce the need.
Seems like it's pretty available to people.
I don't know. Maybe that would help a little bit. Instead of bombing random fucking speedboats, like leaving Venezuela. I don't know. Just a thought.
I mean, for Grid and Tyler too, like I think that the problem with the argument that Trump cares about drugs and how it's affected, after this pardon of the Ecuadorian guy, I don't know if you guys remember, Trump also pardoned like 5 other massive drug traffickers. I mean, I know the libertarians like him, but Ross Ulbricht was the founder of the Silk Road, who basically was able to run drugs and firearms across the globe, and he pardoned him.
Ross
he
Ulbricht
clearly doesn't.
Ross Ulbricht actually never did any of that. He simply provided a mechanism for it, and he was
right.
Same with Mark Zuckerberg. I bet Mark Zuckerberg in that sense has facilitated more drug sales than anybody else ever.
Yeah, let's
go.
That was like on the.
I hate.
No, that's.
I
not
hate that argument.
Dusty and I had this. We had a debate on this. We were a team on the Ross.
I hate this argument though from you, Castle, just because Biden gave clemency to a bunch of people that had drug sentences. Does that mean he's doesn't care about drug laws, doesn't care about people?
No American president cares about the drug crisis, guys. They don't give a fuck. I think
they do.
Yeah,
they donate tons of money.
I never argued Biden cared about
we
it.
invaded Panama. We invaded fucking Panama because Noriega is a drug lord, even though we knew he was a drug lord before that. And then Panama became a home base for the Cali cartel.
I don't have a
give a fuck about drugs, guys. If
But I
they
can
did,
give you-
they would do something about it domestically.
Obama, or Biden, and then Trump again. I can give you examples, not right now because I'd have to look them up. All of them passing policy to help people in the United States that are on drugs in their own different ways.
Dude, I mean, listen, I know you have a history. So do I. I work in drug treatment. People are seeing their benefits being cut and shit like that. It's harder than ever. It's harder than ever before, I would say, to get clean now. And a lot of that has to do with the fact that the federal government, state governments also, they don't take it seriously. In fact, a lot of them have shifted over the treatment model to not even preaching abstinence anymore. There's legal weed everywhere. It's I don't know. But yeah, I mean,
the hospitals out here will hand out not just clean needles, but clean meth pipes. That's crazy.
Yeah, which is fucking. I mean, I get the harm reduction thing. It does make sense from a public health standpoint.
The
obviously,
needles make sense. Needles make sense.
The meth pipes, I don't know,
does
but
not make any sense at all.
That just sounds like it's for a good time, maybe. But
right, it's a party pack.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, dude, Iran-Contra and the crack epidemic. I mean, this is standard stuff. We've promoted drug use in America consistently. I don't know if it was always deliberate, really. I don't know if I go that deep into it, but it's clear a lot of our international policy and our interventions, especially in Central and Latin America, have proliferated drug use, and the government is totally fine with that. They consider it, a necessary evil.
Let me rephrase this a little. Let me go to Grid and Tyler here on this one. Here, y'all seem to be the most hawkish on this. What level of action would you be okay with by Trump and the Trump administration against Venezuela? Are you talking full-on invasion, regime change? What are you okay
with congressional approval or no?
I mean, both, either or. You can explain. Yeah, let's hear. What do you think?
I'll go first so Tyler can organize his thoughts because I'm very cut and dried on this. And I've thought about this because it's been a subject that we've been talking about quite a bit lately. While I'm, look, if we blow speedboats out of water with narco guys running drugs and shit, fine, whatever. But we have a horrible track record when it comes to replacing governments. And all it ends up doing is causing us more trouble. I would much rather us just try and basically contain Venezuela enough until it just fails on its own and take away their revenue streams as much as we possibly, as far as drugs go, and getting help from the U.S. as much as possible. And either Maduro gets taken out and somebody collects $50 million for putting his head on a pike, which at some point one of the guys close to him is going to look at that and go, "I'd like to be boss, and not only can I be boss, but I can get a $50 million payday." And Maduro.
Why do you think it hasn't happened yet?
Yeah, why do you think they wouldn't just kill the guy who brought the head and keep the 50?
Right,
it needs to be 51 million. Looking for 51.
Yeah. But I just don't think that we should be installing governments anymore. I think we've proven we have a horrible track record at it. We don't need to do that anymore. I'm a non-interventionist for the most part. Look, if boats come towards us, fine, take care of that. But we don't need to go into somebody else's country looking to fix their fucking problems. I would much rather let them just fail on their own.
That's my opinion. Being on a boat, you are as guilty as they are. You have a boat, right?
I do have a boat.
That's what they're guilty of, is having a boat.
No, they're not.
Tyler, what about you? How far would you want them to go?
I don't want any laws to be broken, but congressional approval was
That's a hell of a
certified.
clarifying statement.
If congressional approval was given, I think I would be on board with as far as an Afghanistan-like takeover of Venezuela. Leaving Afghanistan was a mistake.
Tyler, you cut out on my end for just a second. What did you say?
An Afghanistan-like takeover of Venezuela, where we're there for about 60 years.
Yeah, does that include the 20 years and
Could have
2
said
trillion?
Japan has so much better connotations, but you had to say Afghanistan.
Japan, I know, and South
Venezuela has
Korea,
great
Germany.
food.
I think leaving Afghanistan was a mistake.
Tyler, I had such high hopes for you.
That's where I side with the neocons, man. Nation building is a pretty good thing. Why not make everywhere like America? Then we can go on vacation places again.
Inside every Venezuelan is an American waiting to come out.
Well, go ahead, Doug.
Venezuela looks like they need some democracy.
Inside them also is some dogs, so maybe that'll convince them.
So look, I do want to throw a few things out there.
Man,
what percentage? And I know we're going back to drugs for a second here. What percentage of drugs coming into the United States is coming from Venezuela, right? Because if we were making a decision to make this intervention based upon drugs, then doing this and investing all the manpower, investing all the money, we have 15,000 soldiers. We got 14 big ships, including the largest aircraft carrier, the Ford, in the entire U.S. arsenal, just floating off the coastline. Yes, that is a pressure cooker. Yes, that makes people around Maduro think of options. Yes, it makes Maduro have to keep everything on high alert, and it puts him in a difficult position. But it also costs a lot of money. And if after 2 years all we did
those
was
guys are getting paid anyway.
Well, I mean, it costs money for the fuel.
It doesn't matter
to,
where
have
that
the ships
it
go
doesn't
over
matter
there,
where that
and
aircraft carrier is parked. We're paying.
It costs money to bomb things.
Yeah, you don't think it costs more to station it out there than it does to park
There's
it?
a question about the cost of the personnel. It's also
I
a question
bet
of
it
the
does.
cost of the entire operation itself, and depending upon how long this runs,
Actually,
the
I
price
do
tag
have
on that
I have
will
a
go more into
non-smart
the
ass answer for this.
billions
Me
of
too.
dollars. And so when I think about the money invested, the time invested, the international reputational damage we're doing to ourselves, it just doesn't make sense based off of drug enforcement for us to be doing what we're doing right now. Now, based upon
I have a
America's
non-smart
national
ass
security
answer.
interests, based upon something that's different from that is asking what would be best for America in this situation. If Maduro was to go, that's 740,000 billion barrels of oil, 740,000 barrels of oil that is more available towards a Western ilk than necessarily China. That is a country that does have rare earth that is controlled by gangs we might be willing to do business with in order to get access to those rare earth. Does that mean we should do business with those gangs? Not necessarily, but what's in our nation's best interests? Maybe it is in our nation's best interest.
Get them out of there.
I have a non-smart ass answer.
I could see Marco Rubio. I could see the people in immediately Trump's orbit just thinking, look, invading, putting troops on the ground, that's too costly. Standing back, adding on the pressure year after year, just seeing what happens while trying to avoid too big of a political risk, a bombing here, a bombing there, waiting for something to happen. That seems much more up Trump's alley as a historical fence sitter.
Go ahead, Greg.
Okay, so I have a non-smart ass answer. First is I actually would rather the Gerald R. Ford be off the coast of the Americas, south and north, than parked off the coast of Afghanistan and near Russia and all of that right now, because I'm tired of fighting wars in the fucking desert. So yes, park that shit right the fuck off of the coast of Venezuela. I'm perfectly fine with that. It costs the same, and it's an easier flight home for our boys when they need to take liberty. So so that part of it I don't care about. I don't see that as a drain on our resources. We're gonna pay, those guys get paid no matter what, and we're not. I don't think it's costing us anything as far as the munitions. As far as the munitions, we can even write that down as, we fly those flights, we send those bombs. Every single day, the United States military blows shit up. I just don't see this as, we're not fighting a war. We're not fighting a war. We're just, occasionally smoking a camel. I mean, not a camel, but a cigarette boat, and it's fine. And I kind of, got a little bit smart ass there at the end, but seriously, I don't see that we're spending a ton of resources to do this. But you're right, we are getting a lot of mileage out of it. There's a lot of pressure on Maduro. There's a lot of pressure on the layers of the onion that Tyler spoke about. That is his inner circle and he literally the entire government basically of Venezuela is cartel or otherwise involved in illicit activities. Venezuela is such a shithole that they literally have actual slavery, not just sex slavery. I mean actual slavery, and for anyone to be like why we shouldn't just carpet bomb them into oblivion, I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't vote against it.
We're talking to each other on devices made by slave labor in China. Your outrage is situational.
Wow.
Now
I don't follow your logic.
You said two things there, Grid.
Automatic weapons.
Grid, you said you're opposed to intervention, and then you just said you're okay with carpet bombing. So which is it? Like,
I could understand it.
Oh, okay. Well,
he likes a little seasoning, a little intervention.
I don't agree with it, but I'm okay with them parking the boat off the shore.
Are you familiar with gunboat diplomacy?
Yes.
Yeah, so you do understand that it's not about just parking the boat there just to occasionally shoot around. There's a bigger objective to all of this.
Yeah. There's
a bigger goal here, and it's unrelated, or at least only I would say
if it's a side effect, if it is in fact a side effect of the gunboat diplomacy that Maduro caves or his lieutenants take his ass out, or there is some change that benefits us, great. If there isn't, we tried.
Okay, so I want to answer Dylan's question as well. Dylan asked a question about the cost benefit analysis of doing this. The reason why we're doing it, what is the downside right now for anybody in any of these countries to the south of us that has a politician that takes cartel money? The government's not going to do much to them because they're fucking scared shitless of the cartel who kill politicians and police 10 times the rate of what happens in other countries, maybe higher than that. I think they reached 50, 100 a year at one point. They're just politicians dropping left and what's to stop these people from taking the money? What deterring factor is there? Should we just ignore it and allow it to happen and just try to catch it on the border?
Dude, we just pardoned a guy who took money from the cartels.
Yeah, again, I already addressed that anecdote. I'm talking about the overall empirical strategy.
Well, no, I mean, to your point, to your question, there's no incentive because there's no consistent threat from the United States for taking money from the cartels. I mean, dude, being a Latin American country is basically based on historical precedent. There's a reason to be afraid of the United States at all times.
We are talking about any
but
details
other than that,
he could have been a friend of the cartels that's willing to now work with the Trump administration and give them something
to help Prospera. I understand that.
Yeah, so that's a deal. That's somebody working with Trump. Wow, how would you handle this?
It's a deal with a lot of things baked into it. Do you think that a guy who was connected to the cartels is going to go back down to Honduras and say, by the way, guys, I can't do that anymore. I got to help Prospera out. Peter Thiel really needs me. He's going to go right back into the same networks that he was connected to before because that's what his power is predicated on.
And then he gets
all
busted
over Latin America.
He may, and
a lot of those states are narco states.
Or we gain something out of it because he's willing to work with us. The point of Venezuela, and
but he could still be working with the cartels.
Hold on,
so it's not stopping the cartels, which was your initial assertion.
I'm making a point to what Dylan was talking about, the cost-benefit analysis of Venezuela, not that Trump's inconsistent, which he somewhat is, I'll give you that. Anyways, it's about establishing deterrence. And there's a bunch of people that take cartel money in all these countries. We're going into the one that the United States has been trying to get out of office for fucking 20 years, him and his predecessor. The one that everybody on the left and the right in politics agrees is stealing elections, oppressing his people, etc. This is to show anybody that if you take cartel money, we are not fucking around. This is the same deterrence that Israel established in the Middle East.
But Tyler, that's the part that it falls apart at the end there because that precedent can't be established unless it's established in places other than just Venezuela. Otherwise, the only precedent you're setting is that if you're Venezuela and we don't like your regime, we'll take you out. But if everybody else is dealing with the cartel, it's fine.
It's not because they're Venezuela. It's already been established that Venezuela is refusing to cooperate in any way. They wouldn't take back their criminals.
Tyler, this is happening
Hold on.
Venezuela.
Let me just jump in here. I want because I think that we can explore this a little further. I'm going to posit a position that I don't think anybody's represented, but I think should be represented because there's a group of people saying it. I'm one of the people saying it. I say we should just go invade this country, right, and just take it over. Let's actually do the regime change. Let's just go all out. Like Grid and Tyler haven't full on said it. I'm like, let's go in there. I think it is. I'm not buying it's for drugs. It's bullshit. It's definitely for the natural resources and the oil and the petrodollar and fuck Russia and fuck this global life. That's why we're doing it. That's what we should be doing. I feel like we should just be honest and say that it's whoop ass time, and that's why we're going in there. That's what we should do. And I think that nobody here said that, so I'm gonna say it now. I think that we would be knocking one more little piece of the pie off that's in this little nasty alliance they have, and that helps our American imperial intentions. And I think it would help places like Ukraine. I think it would help places like Israel because we're knocking all these things down and we're helping our allies. Why are y'all so hesitant when it comes to this?
Dude, it's logistically fraught for a lot of reasons.
It's not. But we look
Venezuela is very mountainous. So it's not a matter of you just send the military and their ground troops and it's just you set up a foothold and well, that's it and we won. Yay. There's issues with supplying your troops. Venezuela has combined military strength like conventional and paramilitary forces of 100,000 people. There's renegade groups and factions that will vie for power after the government falls. I already talked about this at the start of the panel. Then it becomes much more like Dylan was talking about the sunk cost already. Can you imagine the cost of trying to hold shit together in Venezuela after Maduro falls?
I have the answer.
Puerto Rico.
You ready for the solution? We figured it out. They did a good job. Rwanda, we hired them just like the French did. Rwanda cleaned up all their contracts. They know how to deal with militias. They know how to deal with the people in the mountains. Problem solved. Hold on. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, so
another Afghanistan. If we fucking send troops into Venezuela, it'd be another 20-year struggle with nothing to gain.
Nothing to gain. Women getting education
and it would probably
living in unoppressed lives. Why do you hate women? Why do you hate women? They were allowed to go to school.
Yeah, we can use PMCs. Do you not what? You don't agree that we can use PMCs like Rwanda to clean out the narco terrorists and the gangs?
I think it's a lot more complicated than you realize, and I think that's why they haven't. It's the same with Iran that I've always said to you. That's why they don't send the military in. If it was easy, they would just do it. They did it in a bunch of other countries.
But we don't hold anything. The problem is now look.
That's the problem right there, Grid.
I could get on board with what Gibbs says. If we look.
It says you're ours now, bitch.
If we sent the 160th SOAR down there, we sent 5th Group, we sent a bunch of we sent some guys down there that do serious shit and fuck shit up and took over the country, and we fucking kept it, and it became Puerto Rico the second. No problem.
But we don't do that.
U.S. territory. You can't be a citizen. We rule everything and we tax your ass.
Okay, can I just make a point and not to get into Ukraine?
I could get on board.
I've had a million debates about Ukraine, a number with Dylan. Let me just if we purport to care about sovereignty, we can't just do things like that.
That's the problem. I don't think that. I mean, okay, I actually agree with you 100%. If we purport to care about sovereignty, I think that Erbo is the biggest lie of the last 20th century. We've seen Russia doesn't believe in Erbo.
You're sovereign until somebody conquers you, and then we're sovereign.
I mean, I just think it's a lie, and I think Russia is preemptive on proving that as a lie. Yeah, they've gone in there and invaded Ukraine. They came up with bullshit and did it, and I think they, showed that the emperor has no clothes in regards to Erbo.
Okay.
Part of the Russian... That doesn't mean sovereignty is a lie. That just means sovereignty, like law and order, is something that has to be maintained. If you don't maintain it, if you don't have a power base, then you don't have it. Venezuela doesn't have it because they're shit at managing their economy. There's been a successful sanctions campaign, successful pressure campaign, and so therefore, right now, the amount of sovereignty that they'd like to have is a lot less than what they actually have. But that doesn't mean it's dead, Gibbs. It just means you need to maintain it.
I don't know.
It needs to be rebuilt.
There's also something to the idea. I know nobody wants to say this, but Russia's whole argument about invading Ukraine and their right to a big part of it, and yeah, it's a propaganda narrative, but nevertheless, is, well, the U.S. doesn't respect other people's sovereignty. Look at Iraq, look at Syria, look at Libya, blah, blah, blah. We can't set that precedent and then expect other great powers not to do the same thing. And we can't set that precedent and not expect other countries to look at America and say, wow, fuck that, I'd rather do business with China, which is pretty much what happened in much of Africa. You know, they can establish developmental relationships with China that, yes, are exploitative, but they don't involve violent coercion or the threat of violent force.
We won't work with those countries in China. We won't work with Mali. We won't work with Ghana. We won't work with those countries because they literally are nothing but human rights violations. It's an entire
Mali,
country.
and Sahel, all the coup governments post-coup, I agree. It's because the coup governments are aligned with Russia. But you can't tell me all of the places that China is developing economically in Africa we wouldn't want a stake in. In fact, I'm pretty sure the IMF floated loans to those places.
Well, the IMF does that to control the currency of the world, but that's irrelevant. That's a dumb point to make.
Well, no, it's not a dumb point. The IMF is an extension of like American world hegemony. Everybody knows that it's a means through. Right. So, but my point is, you would have a stronger American hegemony if that's really what you guys want. If we respect other countries' sovereignty.
Look, what I want is irrelevant because as a country, as a nation, we conquered the world and then we gave it all back. So obviously,
we just lost it.
We don't want
How's that
to
going?
do that. We don't
How's
want
that
to
going?
do that. What do you mean?
We conquered the world for what, like 10 years?
We conquered the world and then we gave it all back. We gave
How did we
Japan
conquer the
back
world?
to Japan.
Dude, we conquered the
We gave
world from
Germany
like
back to
1991
Germany.
until 2001. R.I.P. the American Empire. 10 years.
Well, also when we give stuff back, it's not just because we want to give it back. I mean, like making Japan a state would probably be a very difficult process that would come with a lot of resistance. Same thing with the Philippines. Same thing with, a lot of territory. It's part of the reason why many Republicans are uncomfortable with the idea of turning Puerto Rico into a state, even though it has an identifiable landmass, a population. So it's people say, oh, we gave it up like it was a gift, but I mean, after a lot of times we use them. We use the Philippines for military purposes.
I think there's a.
We don't really give it back. We say, here, now you manage this the way that we want you to. It's sort of a.
There's a few things I wanted to get into. I wanted to game this out a little bit, Gibbs, if you'd let me.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Like an actual scenario, because I actually have some agreement with Non-Smoker here on the idea that if a nation is sovereign, it must be sovereign. Therefore, the United States cannot just say we don't like Maduro. Therefore, goodbye Maduro. That's why I said, is it within America's interest for Maduro to go? Yes. That doesn't necessarily mean that I support going in and removing Maduro, just that it'd be clearly within our interest.
Correct.
If we had access to 740,000 more barrels a day and the largest oil reserves on the planet. It'd be within any country's interest to have access to those oil reserves, especially in an energy pinch. Number one, I don't think it would be like Afghanistan if we were to militarily intervene in Venezuela like Gibbs and Tyler are suggesting. That doesn't mean that it would be fun or it would be good. It's just that this is the one memory and war memory most Americans have. It's that in Iraq. And I don't think
would be different
necessarily
about
be compared to those countries because number one, like the sects that led to a lot of the interfighting that left America kind of in the dust. Venezuela doesn't exist in that way. There's no Sunni, there's no Shia divide, these type of like religious and intertribal. Those things don't exist. There are conflicts in Venezuela, conflicts between different gangs, conflicts between different like people who are power brokers who want to take over power, but it doesn't have a lot of the same religious connotations or like cross-border terrorist organizations that would be crossing borders. There'll be gangs, but it's I don't think it will necessarily look like that war. I do think that the biggest danger is we have a Libya-style situation where we go in, we decapitate the leadership, we say, yippee, whoever comes in next better not smuggle drugs into the United States, we leave, and then different gangs and power brokers fight over territory and land, where the opposition would maybe take like a third of the country, the military would like take the capital, and then you just have a ton of violence and chaos where you're never really able to get the train back on the track. That's the thing that concerns me. So if we took it upon our own moral responsibility to go in there and say, we're going to remove the government of Nicolas Maduro because it serves our interests, we might actually leave the Venezuelan people in a worse place. I don't think Venezuela improves until Maduro goes, but how he leaves, if we go in there and steal their revolution from them, that might end up derailing the train from the track track in a way that's going to get a lot
now
of
you're
people
just
killed.
inviting the CIA to go in and do what the CIA does. Are you in the Ukraine currently, or are you back in the States?
I just got back from Ukraine a few weeks ago.
Okay. I was just curious. I didn't know, what time zone you were on.
I think the only scenario where the United States should maybe intervene is a scenario where the government has decided that a large-scale military crackdown in reaction to a large protest killing thousands of people, certain select strikes to stop teams headed out to kill protesters. I could imagine a scenario like that. But
Well,
the idea that we need to be the ones to go in there and create something.
Well, Dylan, if they were going to do that,
an
they could've-
overthrow, I don't agree with that.
Well, see, Dylan, if they were going to do that, this is why I'm much more in the camp of it's it's obviously not for drugs, in my opinion. It's obviously take down the alliance kind of thing in my mind. It's in our best interest. I fully am on board with that, right? If we were gonna do that, he had already hired Cuban death squads to kill civilians. We have evidence of that. We know that it already happened. If we were gonna invade, I don't know why we didn't invade then. If that was gonna be our reasoning. But I don't know. I feel like now it's just more timing appropriate.
Well, then my argument would have been if there was a time to intervene, it would have been when they opened fire, not months after the fact, once there's a whole other different conglomeration of reasons that are motivating us.
Yeah, let's go to Grid. Go ahead, Grid.
Right, yeah, I was gonna.
Yeah.
And then Castle.
So that's a great point. But that you guys have made. The interesting thing about that is when we put the bounty in place and all of that. Currently, I don't believe as an American you can enter Venezuela. If you go there and they find you, first of all, they're not going to let you in the country. If you somehow manage to get in the country, you cross a border somewhere, you come in through, some way, they're likely to kill you. So really, the only assets that we have left in the country are basically CIA and NSA and DIA and alphabet soup guys. That's it. We don't have anybody. We don't have anyone else in the country right now because they will literally kill you as an American if you're there. So that, I think, kind of plays to your point that you're right. Absolutely. That we could and we should probably just sit back, and we may have missed the opportunity and just let the cards fall where they may and put the pressure on them and let them fold and then pick up the pieces with, I think what you're kind of referencing is the idea of surgical strikes and then put some people in play, maybe even hire some of our own Cuban death squads to go over there. But it's an interesting dynamic. I think it's really fluid in Venezuela, and they're all psychopaths that are running around running that country right now. They're not it's not like dealing with normal politicians. So I think that we sometimes forget that.
I want to talk about the sovereignty point that both of you guys brought up.
Go ahead.
Man.
All right, so the sovereignty point you guys brought up, bro. Yes, nations should have sovereignty, but sovereignty also comes with a set of rules and policies that you need to follow. And if you're rigging elections, killing your own people, jailing your political adversaries for no crime, you're stealing billions of dollars worth of other companies' money at gunpoint. And then on top of that, you are violating another nation's well-being by having state-sponsored terrorists, narco-terrorists, run illegal immigrants, some of which are violent, and drugs into those countries, and killing politicians in many of those countries. Then yes, eventually you have violated national sovereignty. When you're branching out, when Tren de Agua, who is hosted in Venezuela, who is working in coordination with the Venezuelan government, is going into several other nations and killing politicians, they don't get sovereignty arguments anymore. They're violating other people's sovereignty.
We lost it during Fast and Furious. Is that what you're saying?
Oh, I don't think Fast and Furious did all that. All it did was put a bunch of guns that we were supposed to be tracking into circulation so we could see where they were going, and then we lost track of those guns.
I understand what it is, but your argument falls apart unless you're willing to use it both ways right there.
That's not a violation of sovereignty, though. That's just trying to track. That's how we get intel and things like that. The scandal was that we lost the guns,
We
and
get
then they were
intel
used
on
to
crime
kill.
by causing crime.
We put in guns into the gun trafficking was already going on. We took tagged guns and inserted them in there so we could follow where they went. Yes, that's investigating crime. Yeah,
I understand that after you want Maduro gone, but I think that if we were to go in there and just remove him ourselves and put troops on the ground, I don't know if that support holds domestically in the United States. I'm just talking about this in practical terms. Fuck morality. In practical terms, I don't think Americans want 2 to 3 years in the Venezuelan jungle fighting gangs. They're going to be fighting about stuff that none of these soldier boys are going to have any knowledge about. They're going to have to get local translator. They're going to need to build an entire structure for something that Trump, I don't even think, is signed on to. He understands the problem with this. So then what's the other option? You do a strike, you remove the government through decapitation. Okay, but unless we're willing to put troops on the ground, then we have a Libya situation. And then besides people bringing up Libya every time they want to make fun of American interventionism, they'll just bring up Libya and Venezuela as a country that is now torn in half by gang violence and opposition leaders fighting from different capitals of support. And so I'm looking at this, and the safest bet from my position is to sit back and wait for either an inciting incident, i.e. Maduro decides, 2 apartment buildings full of, the opposition, we're just going to burn from the ground, and it starts some protest movement. And, it gets to a point where the regime is going to collapse and they have to use overwhelming violence to stop it. And at that point, we strike them once they start mowing down protests or something, some inciting incident, instead of us trying to create something. Or revanchism, which the government of Venezuela has engaged in since the government of Hugo Chavez and before, when it comes to Guyana. And there have been real threats towards the state of Guyana for quite a time now, which is actually on a path to produce more barrels of oil than Venezuela, just due to the efficiency of how they're working with American oil producers, how they're managing their resources much better. And Venezuela, in response to that, but also due to its revanchism, have talked about interventionism. These are 2 potential inciting incidents where in Guyana's case, we can get the international community behind us because it would be a situation kind of like Kuwait. And in the other instance, the massacre would be so overwhelming, or this incident would be not hopefully, but if you would want this to succeed, would get such public reaction that the general Venezuelan public, who have probably already signed on to Maduro's leaving, could sign on to it. But outside of those 2 scenarios, which require more work than just the United States to get something done, I don't think everything else is a sure bet. I think it's actually a really risky endeavor.
They have 20 jets.
Let's go to Castle.
I'm sorry, Castle. Yeah, go Castle. Sorry.
I was just going to bring up, because a lot of these scenarios involve either a strike or hoping that the Maduro regime falls in some way. But I think, Tyler mentioned it and Grid mentioned it in some way. They're not going to let Americans in. And also, they just had recent elections where Venezuelans voted for the opposition, and they were obviously rigged against the opposition. So in that case, why not just have the international community, the IFES, that basically is for supporting rights to participate in free and fair elections, go in and make a deal with Maduro, say, if you conduct a fair election, we'll back away from, bombing the ships in the ocean or whatever. We don't have to strike anybody. We don't have to do anything militarily. And then they can have a free and fair election where the people can decide. I think that's a fair diplomatic way that maybe Rubio is talking about.
I know I'm the moderator and I'm not supposed to answer this, but I'm going to answer it. It's because they're a bunch of bitches. That's why. That's they're a bunch of bitches.
Who enforces that on the ground, though? Is that going to be
us?
UN peacekeepers?
Yeah,
is that going to be some coalition?
It'd have to be the UN.
Like,
it'd have to be they wouldn't let the US do
the
it.
UN.
Right? We wouldn't have to be involved. I'm just
scary,
saying it would have to be that would be the only way to an international organization.
And
like
do you
that
think that the Blue Helmets could deal with Venezuela's gangs?
Wait, why would gangs have to do with the election though?
Well,
because that's who controls the election.
Doesn't mean that like a free and fair election could take place.
Wait, but that's not the.
There's nobody
that wouldn't be the deal though.
If the government's broken down, you need somebody on the ground to stop the breakdown.
Right.
Or, Dylan's right. Dylan
I'm
is
saying
absolutely
before,
right. 100%.
No, but Grid, you're acting like that it's going to be overrun during the election. I'm saying you have to have an election, and then if there's a fallout.
Yeah, what are they
okay,
do?
if there's a fallout, then obviously you're going to have people there, but that's not going to be part of the deal.
Castle, let me just walk you through your logic. All right, I just tell me where I'm wrong in this logic train that I'm about to give you. Okay, you tell me when.
Okay.
All right. IMF or whatever, they come in, they make these rules. They're going to make it a free and fair election. Cool, we're coming. And then they decide they're going to bring the UN peacekeepers. That's who's going to back them up against the cartel of the sun and the Venezuelan government when they decide, go fuck yourself, we can't buy them off. And what's going to happen? The UN is going to put their little hats on, and they're going to put their head between their legs, and they're going to roll over and say, fuck me, daddy, like they do every single time, and push comes to shove. Is that not exactly what's going to happen? We're going to be at square one, like that we were right beforehand, except maybe now we've had an international incident?
I mean, if Venezuela wants to start killing people from other countries and start an international war, good luck. Then they're basically screwing themselves even worse.
Like,
if they want to do that.
Even a step before that, they can just do like Iran did and say, "Nope, you can't come in here." Like, oh yeah, we're here to make sure the election.
Okay, but then the deal's off. I mean, I'm saying if they don't want to do that, then the deal's off. But I'm just saying that's the opportunity that they have if they don't want to get bombed or if they don't want to be invaded militarily. I'm not saying that it's the best.
So then they just bought like time indefinitely by like doing this. They're not get bombed.
They're buying time. They're buying time, but I think that's beneficial if for Maduro if he wants to buy more time. But I think that staves off any military intervention.
I got a
you want to say something?
I just got a jet real quick. I got a jet real quick. I'm not going to tell you the reason. Well, I was chalking it up to I'm scared that non-smoker is going to crush my argument, and I'm running from him. Let's go with that.
That's right. That's right. Another foe vanquished.
I do want to bring up one thing I'd be remiss. I feel like it's pertinent based off recent news. Do we think there's any concern with the Pete Hegseth and the Survivors scandal here? Is this going to be a spicy?
Tyler left just as you brought that up, huh?
Yeah, coincidence. How you can see he must have known somehow. What are our thoughts here, Castle? Why don't you start us off with that? You think it's going to be a spicy story?
Well, I think it is a spicy story, but if history has shown us anything, I mean, with the whole incident with Hegseth before this, Signalgate, I think it was called, I really don't see him being let go in this situation by the Trump administration. So I think Congress will make a fuss about it. They'll try to make it a big thing, but at the end of the day, I don't think it really changes anything.
Is it a war crime? Is it a war crime?
Based on what I've been reading, and I know there's a lot of classified information out there that hasn't been released, it seems like it would be a war crime based on the second strike.
Dill, we'll just go to circle. Dill, what do you think?
Whether it's a war crime or what do I?
Or both. Like this, what do you think of this? Or this?
Get a beer with them? Like
no. This specific situation with the kill the survivors thing, whether or not it happened.
There's a bunch of things you would have to assume in order for this strike to be legal. Number one, you'd have to assume that the president is, by ordering these strikes as commander in chief, he's acting within his legal authority to do so in the first place, both by using the authorization for use of military force, designating these group terrorist organizations, even though they're largely engaging in the financial transaction of drugs for profit, in order to say that that's legal. That's the first thing, that even engaging in any bombing by using that pathway is legal, and that the president of the United States doesn't have to ask Congress. Then you have to assume that the way that the strike was conducted is legal. And what we know right now is that there was two strikes. There was an initial strike that killed, I believe it was 9 people, and then another strike which killed the remaining 2. We have not seen the footage. Footage does exist of this. I hope the administration posts the footage online, as they have posted footage of other strikes before, so I don't know what would restrict them from doing it. But from the senators who saw it and were a part of the briefing that happened earlier today, it seemed that there's some consensus that there's no evidence that Hegseth himself ordered to kill them all, which was the way people, one of the quotes that people were using. But it seemed that there was also one of the quotes that stuck with me from one senator was, it was one of the most concerning things I've seen in the way that the second strike was done. And so that leads me to believe that there's a good chance that the boat that they were using was disabled, that they weren't able to continue to move along with that boat, and that the strike is being based off of the legal idea that, well, those guys in the water who can no longer move around might call back to their buddies, and they might come and grab the drugs and then save the drugs. And since the drugs are a weapon against America, we have the right to blow it up. This legal logic, I don't think will hold. I think there's too many barriers in between the legal assumptions you would have to make to say that this strike was legal and legally conducted. You would have to assume, first off, that the administration has completely told the truth. You'd have to assume that it's legal for them to be doing these strikes in the first place. And you would have to assume that the use of drugs as a weapon, as an attack against America is a fine concept, and that they were still somehow a threat after their boat was disabled. There's so many barriers you have to cross to say that this is not a war crime, that it's going to be, I think the administration is going to be on the defense for it for a bit.
Dusty, what do you think?
After that, I think that he basically stated everything well. I agree with Dylan. And I think that we would need to know what the reason was for the secondary strike. But I think I agree with everything before that, right? Like, we would need to get all the way through this was a legal action, to then get to the question of, well, why did you strike him again?
All right, non-smoker.
Yeah, of course it's a war crime. I mean, I think the strikes themselves are probably a war crime, and I don't know, like, in terms of, is there going to be a blowback or like repercussions or anything? No, I think in my view, people like this tend to act with impunity for the very fact that they know that there will be no blowback. It's like a micro shock and awe. Right? Like, why don't we do the most visually? And in this case, obviously the footage was not released or whatever, not the public anyway, but like, it's about the viciousness of this. It's about setting an example, and I don't know. I really have no faith that anybody will be prosecuted under the due process of law for what is obviously a war crime. Yes.
All right. Well, this will be a first if it happens, but 100% consensus going around here. I have a feeling that Grid's not going to agree with the rest of y'all on this. So, but Grid,
Yeah, I don't agree at all.
Thoughts,
I don't agree at all. If your job is to destroy a target, you destroy a target. If it takes 2 missiles, you use 2 missiles. It's the end of story. We don't know what their ROE is. We don't understand what they we are making not even armchair quarterback calls on something that professionals do. These aren't idiots. These aren't people that just do shit for no fucking reason. These are fucking professionals that did their fucking job, and they did it well, and that's the end of the story.
It's their integrity that's in question, not their competence.
Yeah, they're also not good people.
So I do not in general question the integrity of.
At what point would you? The U.S. has ever committed a war crime?
I'm sorry.
Well,
has the U.S. ever committed a war crime in your view? Though
we've only committed war crimes and wars we've lost. So
actually, Canadians.
Right. The only war crime is not killing enough of them.
We have the term war crime, so I don't know that we've ever risen to that level of. But we'll figure it out. I'm sorry. You were going to ask.
Other countries commit war crimes? Can other countries commit war crimes?
I don't know. Have they?
I'm asking you. By your standard, can they not?
By my standards?
Yeah.
I believe that an example of war crimes such as beheading unarmed men, yes, has happened.
Right. Would that constitute a war crime of a different variety or category than killing possibly just random people on the sea?
No, that's not the same thing. If you think it's the same thing, you're a complete fucking idiot.
Well, I mean, you can call me names, but I mean, I just
I'm not calling you a name. I'm saying that if you believe
I'll
that
be the idiot. What's the
literally
difference?
beheading somebody with a fucking sword that is unarmed is a war crime, that and that equates somehow to sending
is it the sword?
It's only war crimes to behead people. Is that what you're saying?
That we
as long as their head is
don't even know
attached.
the ROE. You don't know if anyone was armed. You know nothing, and you're trying to make an armchair quarterback.
You know as much as I do,
right? Which is why
if they're on a sinking ship, they're probably not armed and dangerous to us.
Well,
it's safe to say that they're not dangerous.
People in Afghanistan are not armed and dangerous to me, but yet we killed them.
Yeah, I have a problem with that too. Incidentally,
we've committed a lot.
We're just trying to figure out where your standard is.
It's interesting because the argument being made is that they are dangerous to you. The argument that's being made is that the drugs that are being brought into the United States is a threat to you and to me and to everyone in this room. That's a threat to American citizens. That it is a type of war, and therefore that gives us authority to strike them. But I would make the argument, and I know many people have been destroyed by drugs, but you have to make a conscious decision to purchase a drug. You have to make a conscious decision. I'm going to buy heroin. I'm going to go buy cocaine. I'm going to go do this. You might be compelled by addiction, but that's already, once you've signed in you've already punched your card at that point.
You have to go quite far out of your way to get the
to just say
They're gonna make a
unambiguously
libertarian
that
of you
this
yet,
100% is the same and can be treated the same legally when no previous president, including those who have actually declared the war on drugs, have ever gone this far before. I think it's getting way ahead of ourselves before we even talk about this specific incident. And from the briefing today, we know that there were 4 strikes after the initial there was the initial strike and then the follow-up strikes after the 9 people were killed and there were 2 people remaining out there. I understand that there are people in the U.S. Army that are fantastic people. I was raised by a U.S. Marine, but after, spending a little time talking to people from across the globe, international fighters, Ukrainian fighters, people all across the world, all sorts of people can end up committing war crimes. I don't think that there is an army in the world that is invincible against the disgusting allure of committing atrocities against your fellow man for reasons of revenge, for reasons of like sadomasochistic like type of sexual desire, whatever it is. There are people like that, I think, in every army, and it is the job of the army to keep those types of people in check and try to reduce the amount of those people that are in the armed forces. So while I do trust, U.S. service members, I don't necessarily trust every single soldier once given an illegal order to say, wait a second, the U.S. Army handbook says, or, wait a second, I don't know if this order is 100% moral. If that was the case,
in this case, it would be the
then,
Navy,
things like my lie wouldn't have happened.
Or Excess has been on the record telling soldiers to not talk about crimes they may have committed overseas too. So like this is well known that the U.S. has committed war crimes in Afghanistan before. It's not out of the question that we would do it in this situation. But also like, Grid, even if let's say somebody in the U.S. was selling drugs and you were buying them willingly, nobody would say that you're allowed to kill your drug dealer either. That would still be a crime. So I don't see how even somebody in a boat trying to deliver drugs to wherever it is would still be like a legal strike. It's just something that is
legal
overreach.
Yeah, I mean, just to Dylan's point, quick too, not to keep piling on, but like, if you create a precedent, let me just finish. If you create a if you create a precedent, where anybody shipping drugs is potentially an enemy combatant, then by that logic, you should be carrying out lots and lots and lots of more strikes, right? I mean, anybody involved in the drug trade is a potential target, because therefore they represent the same level of threat as the people you killed in the Caribbean. And well, my issue with that is that more so if they're following through that as like the policy, which was I guess one interpretation of what a war on drugs might end up looking like, I would question why they're not following through with it. And then I would say, okay, this seems to convey to me that that's not the objective here. It's not about actually stopping drug dealers or viewing drugs as a hostile threat to the lives of Americans. It's about gunboat diplomacy and trying to force regime change.
Motivation you want to it, but what we're dealing with is what the rules of engagement, what the military is acting on. So the problem, the disconnect.
Dude, this is like saying you're only going to prosecute murders from like one group of people.
A motivation to people who are following orders that thus far have not been challenged and won.
I'm talking about the people who gave the orders.
Court of law. So until they're legal orders and they can legally blow those fucking boats away. Now, if that changes, I will be the first one to say, yep, they can't do that anymore. But right
can orders
now,
be illegal?
As of right now, it's perfectly legal for those boats to get blown to hell and back.
Dude, your homework
I don't
assignment
think
for
it's
tonight
the
is
court
Google
decision that would
jingoism.
decide whether it's legal or not. It would be illegal. Like there are things that have been done by people in positions of power that are illegal and never go to a courtroom. That doesn't mean those things were legal. It just means that they weren't prosecuted.
This has been examined and has been determined thus far to be legal. And
by who?
If that changes, then we'll take care of it.
Wait, Chris, who determined it was legal?
Okay, they have actually.
No, but who? I don't know.
I apologize. I put my notes away, so I have to pull it back up. But I don't even know what I did with them.
The sources, trust me, bro.
Trump was using the not the War Powers Act, but a version of that. It expired. It was 90 days, I believe, is what he had for the first segment of it. That's expired. He's extended it again with the tacit blessing of Congress, which I believe is, I guess they can do that. I don't know. There's some question about that. And then they've got the Monroe Doctrine as well. So right now, again, unless someone, okay, simple question. Is there any legal challenge to this that is gaining traction and or winning?
Well, that's what the congressional insight is going to determine based on the footage that they release, and then also whatever reporting came out from the decision that was being made.
This has been going on for months. Has there been any congressional challenge to this or other challenge on legality that has gained traction and or won? If not, then it's
your opinion on the matter?
illegal, and you can whine about it all you want. You can cope and seethe and cry all you want, but it's legal, and he can do it.
I do want to throw out there that the president's party does control Congress, and the president has done things that were illegal that the Congress did not want to check him on, that the courts came out and then said, actually, this is unconstitutional. Actually, you cannot do this. And so I don't think that congressional action is necessarily the dictator of what is legal or not legal.
Well, then it'll go to the Supreme Court.
Dusty, go ahead. You're on the right, like more than these other three guys. They're all like left-leaning individuals. I would think on the right. What? Why are you?
He's in his libertarian field right now, though.
Yeah. What are your thoughts?
Right now, it's stuck here. I mean, I think that the claim that there's not legal action against it means it's legal and Grid knows that it's fucking retarded. By that logic, anything that's not okay.
I mean, was Haditha like not a war crime in Iraq? Was Haditha not a war crime in Iraq because all those people were like let off the hook?
I don't know. Was it?
I mean, I'm asking. It's a ridiculous standard.
You're trying
dude, by your criteria, America can never commit a war crime because of the fucking Monroe Doctrine.
Regardless of whether that terrible code.
Just because we say this is our hemisphere and we can do whatever we want.
Let Dusty
it's
go.
ridiculous.
Go ahead, Dusty.
I want to know, Grid.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Your opinion on it is you can't hear me? Am I low?
Yeah, you're a little low. Well, he was talking too, so
yeah. Go ahead.
Is your opinion, Grid, just a byproduct of what Congress does or of legal action? Do you have an opinion of your own, or do you just?
I've already said my opinion.
You know is that you like the taste of boots.
Yeah, my opinion is that I don't have a problem with them blowing the boats out of the water. I just don't.
What is your favorite flavor of boot?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. What's yours? You might want to give me some references there. I don't know.
All right. Well, all that. Let's. We're about at that time. Let's get some closing thoughts here, and shout outs to anything y'all got going on. We'll start with you, Castle. Maybe closing thoughts. Shout outs to what you got going on. Talking to people.
Cool. Yeah. So closing thoughts. I mean, I don't know. It sounded like outside of Grid and Tyler, and there was even maybe some agreement on some of the things that Dylan or Not Smoker was saying about, whether it's really drug related or not. It sounds like we at least got closer to acknowledging the truth of the motives behind why we're doing these things. It doesn't sound like we got to agreement about whether legality matters or not. But I think just to stand on principle, I think that should matter. And I think at the end of the day that whether or not we're successful in using our show of force to encourage or force change in Venezuela, there's a long road ahead that we may not be as well prepared for, and we have to accept and acknowledge that. I think Maduro is a bad actor at the end of the day, but I think that at the same time we have to be careful about how much time and resources that we spend in it, because America right now also should be focused on more than Venezuela and what they're doing. And so I think the president would be better served and better advised to focus on economic issues at home rather than trying to stop every drug runner coming into the international waters off the coast of Venezuela. So at the end of the day, I think if the president wants to, he certainly can get us involved in this and spend trillions or billions of dollars more and not focusing on us, or he can go ahead with it and see that it's going to be unpopular as an issue here at home if we get involved militarily, and it may not even work out in Venezuela. So I think just the cost benefit of this all is not worth it, in my opinion.
All right. Thank you so
And
much.
if you want to follow me, CastleGuard YT at Twitter and YouTube.
Yeah, check him out, everybody. Check him out. Mr. Burns.
So I think that the United States should be engaging in a policy of cooperation with nation states if we want to fight drugs, unless we want to put our troops on the ground and specifically go in there and remove their governments, whether it be Mexico, Colombia, Venezuela. And the American, not only do I not think that's a good idea, but the American public are not signed on to it. The American public do not support it. And so I think this would be doomed to fail by whatever next administration would come in, undo this operation, then have it be nothing more than another failed American project that had a big price tag on it. Because the next administration would either end it by pulling out of it and trashing it in order to get into power in the first place, or they would continue with the failed project and just make it a bigger sunk cost. So I don't think that we should be going in there and removing them with force. I don't think that strikes can guarantee an outcome. And with so many of those outcomes being lawless hellscape with gangs controlling this part of the country and gangs controlling that part of the country, that doesn't make much sense for me either. The only scenarios I can think of is if there is a unending avalanche of violence that makes it so that there's not really much of a choice for the international community to do something but act like they should in Sudan, like they should in other situations where the humanitarian catastrophe continues to spiral, or they take a revanchist stance where, due to the international pressure on Maduro and due to the economic struggles, he decides we're going to invade Guyana in order to rebring national settlement, try to bring back support for me, something like that. Those are the only two scenarios where I could see the United States being able to intervene militarily and have both international support to help stabilize the situation afterwards, or the domestic bottom-up support in Venezuela and at home to make it so that we wouldn't have to manage the whole situation ourselves.
All right. Thank you so much. And again, go check out his new documentary. It's really good. He does good work. It was really cool seeing on the ground action. Some people just talk about things. Dylan actually knows and bees about things. That's a really cool thing. Mr. Dusty, thanks for joining us for your first time here. I'm glad you were able to come join one of my panels. I was real happy to get you here. Hope you enjoyed it. Any closing thoughts?
Thank you for having me, and I hope to come again. Pause. My name's Taylor. My channel is The Powder Dusty on YouTube. I think that the official, as far as the information that we have goes, the reason we state for meddling with boats outside of Venezuela is insufficient. Like I said at the beginning, I think we should end the war on drugs entirely. And so I think that that's unjustified entirely. As far as, and I think that everybody else on the panel agrees that that's not a sufficient justification for what we're doing, which is why we spent the whole discussion looking at other reasons why we could speculate that they're doing it. I mean, it's really hard to say if those other speculative reasons are justified because we don't know what they are. But from what we do have, I just don't see how anybody could support just blowing up random ass boats and then going, well, they're drugs.
All right. Thank you so much. And where can they find you?
Powder Dusty on YouTube.
Fantastic. Thank you. And Mr. Non-Smoker.
All right. Twitch.tv/non_smoker. Catch the struggle session every 2 weeks out on WUSB Stony Brook, WUSB.FM. So I'm completely in the camp of non-interventionism once again. It's nice to know I'm not totally alone. I think the one thing that has come out of this discussion that should be clear to any impartial observer is that drugs have very little to do with this. It's clearly part of a multi-decades long approach towards Venezuela in which we've tried to push regime change and failed. I oppose regime change. I oppose arbitrarily removing governments we don't like and expecting it to just work out. It almost never does, whether that be through military intervention directly, like invading, or targeted strikes, as was suggested before, or economic means like sanctions, which kill innocent fucking people, or gunboat diplomacy. Any of those things, I'm completely against it because it almost never works. It hurts the people there and it makes the world at large angrier at us, trust us less. It weakens America. It's bad for Americans. far worse than shipping drugs into this country. I find it absurd the notion that we would send troops into Venezuela who might go there, suffer PTSD, ironically enough, get addicted to fucking drugs, come home, and then not be sufficiently taken care of by the federal government. And there are people who will still continue to advocate for an intervention after that. The whole thing is really disgusting. I'm opposed to it 100%, and I think you should be too. May Allah awaken the people and help them to see the evil doings of Israel and the United States.
All right. Well, thank you so much. And Grid, last but not least.
Yeah. We just need to sink some more boats.
And where can they find
That's it. That was actually the entire subject of tonight. I mean, we had to talk about a lot more things because honestly, there's just no getting around. We just need to sink more boats. We went down an entire river of hope, a lot of seething. We did agree with Dylan on a lot of the points that he made about why it was probably not worthwhile to invade or get into an Afghanistan type situation. Although he thinks it'll work, I don't want us to get into that sort of deal with any other country. I don't think we've not had a good track record with regime changes over the past 70 fucking years that we've been trying it. You can find me at An Unreasonable Man, and I just, I say important things and do important things sometimes.
And you have a show tomorrow, don't you?
I do have a show tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
I do. Where can we find your boat at so that we can?
My boat?
Make sure it's taking your boat.
My boat's my driveway. My boat's my driveway.
Oh.
I know exactly
that, Trump.
Cigar boat? Cigar boat by chance? No.
It is not a cigarette
Doesn't matter.
boat.
It's full of drugs and illegals.
Yeah. No, you gotta watch it.
Well, I mean, if you're on there, it's certainly full of illegals.
Well, on that note, thank you so much.
I am in the boat. Wink,
I'm
wink.
gonna end that raid out. We're gonna raid Hot and Streamy. She's one of the homies. Thank y'all so much, and thank y'all for all being here. I appreciate it. I look forward to hitting y'all up soon for something. Thanks so much. Bye, guys. Y'all be good.
All right. See you guys.
Bye bye.